For the first time ever, the world's biggest chess YouTuber, Gotham Chess, with over 5 million fans worldwide, is stepping away from the screen and onto the board. His opponent, a true chess legend, Grandmaster Pia, a pioneer, a champion, and a force in the chess world for decades. This match isn't just about skill, it's a collision of generations. Levi Rosman, known as Gotham Chess, dreams of becoming a grandmaster himself one day. But Pia, she's held the title since before he was born. Can Levi's drive, ambition, and hunger to claim the title stand up against Pia's decades of experience, mastery, and calm, unbreakable focus? This epic battle will be fought across 22 games, 4 intense classical games, 6 fast-paced rapid games, and 12 lightning-speed blitz games where every second counts. The stakes are high, the players are ready, and the world is watching. Welcome to the Battle of Generations.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Battle of Generations presented by Surfshark VPN. I am Anna Kramling, and I am joined here by the amazing international master, Alex Ostrovsky. Hello, Alex.
Hello, Anna. Thank you for the warm welcome.
I hope you've been warmly welcomed to Sweden. I hope you've been liking it so far.
So far has been great. Arrived yesterday, my first time. Lots of firsts. My first time in Sweden. First time we have this match. And first time you get to cheer on live in the studio for your mom.
I know, it's crazy. I mean, I cannot believe that I'm about to see my mom compete in a match. This is very stressful and very exciting. You have known Gotham for, so many years, right? And you're going to be rooting for Gotham this match, I suppose.
Yeah, I think considering your clear bias towards one of the players, it's only fair that I will be supporting my good friend Levi, Gotham Chess. As you mentioned, we've known each other for as long as actually, I think you're 22.
Yeah.
22 years ago, that's when me and him met.
That's crazy. I feel young now.
Yeah, well, we were 6 years old and we played at a chess tournament. I'm not going to tell you the result of that game, but ever since then, yeah, we've been on this journey of chess and friendship. So I'm here to support him in his battle against the famous Grandmaster Pia.
And they are so close to starting. Both my mom, Pia Kramling, and Levi, they're sitting right now at Svarta Hästen, a chess bar in Stockholm, Sweden, and they are about to start the game. Now, this is going to be a long match. I mean, this is day one of a long match. They're going to be playing a total of 22 games. And we're starting with the classical portion of this match, which is going to include 4 different games. Today, they're playing one classical game that's going to be 90 minutes and 30 seconds. Now, we got the arbiter over there, and he already started the clock. They're starting. It's happening.
We have some moves. We have some clocks being pressed. Let's see what opening we're going to get on the board. And yeah, and as you mentioned, this is a long match. Today's game 1. We have the first classical game, but it's the first of 22. But this game is worth 3 points. So the classical portion, I guess we should tell our wonderful audience the whole format. We have 4 classical games, followed by 6 rapid games and 12 blitz games. So in total, all of these will be worth the same amount of points because 4 classical games, 3 points each, are 12 points, and so forth. And yeah, we already have some moves on the board. Let's see what opening we're going to get.
Levi's playing the London?
I have to, I'm going to be I'm going to keep some information to myself and maybe reveal some.
Are you prepping Levi?
I am not going to say that, but I was told that this is going to be the opening on the board today.
What?
So I can see your surprise. However, I cannot be as surprised. He was telling me, I think I'm going to go for the London today, and he's a man of his word.
Did he decide this a few days ago, or did he decide it yesterday/today?
I think a bit of both. It's obviously this is an opening that Levi, there's obviously a lot of people watching this who have, I'm sure, seen maybe a few Levi videos, a few Levi streams. So he's no stranger to playing the London system. I'm wondering if this is something that Pia may have expected. So yeah, I think it was one of his options. It's a long match, 22 games, right? You're going to need a lot of options. So it's one of the options that he was considering. And he thought, game 1, trusty London. And we'll see how that rolls out.
And we actually decided yesterday who was going to play with the white and black pieces. It was very much a kind of impromptu moment, but we kind of went, okay, Anna, pick 2 pawns, put them behind your back, and then Levy will pick one, and then the match will be whatever that is. So my mom, she wasn't there, but she also didn't mind. She just wanted to know what she was going to play as. And then after that, I called her and I was like, Mom, you're playing with black tomorrow. She was like, okay, great, I'm happy. But yeah, they've definitely not known for several days what color they're going to have the first round. So I'm sure that there's going to be some last minute decisions in the opening because of that.
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing is, I was, when we were doing we were doing the drawing of the
Yeah.
lots. It's sometimes, you've played tournaments, I've played tournaments, you play 9 rounds, right? So that means you're going to get 5 whites or 5 blacks. Usually, obviously, at this level, you prefer to have more whites. So, I was joking around. I was like, oh, like, he is not here, maybe he'll get 3 whites, like in the first 4 games. But obviously, yeah, it's good to know what color you're going to be playing. But at the same time, you're going to play every color. You're going to play white, black, 11 games each. So yeah, we have London on the board, and looks like he is playing quite quickly in the in reply to Levy's London. He's taking a little bit of time. I actually don't know this. I'm going to ask you: do you and I'm sure you and Pia discussed some chess. Do you share any opening repertoires together? Maybe you borrow something from her. She may be borrowing something from you.
My mom has been my chess coach my whole life.
Okay.
So I don't think I've just borrowed her openings. I think I've stolen them.
Stolen.
I think I have straight up had some theft going on with her chess openings. So yeah, no, she's absolutely taught me everything that she knows in chess, and I have played that for my whole life. Now I'm hearing also that there's a little bit of a mic difference. Maybe if you can put up your mic,
Sure.
and we can get it a bit closer to your mouth, because I am a loud person. Maybe even closer.
Okay, how's that?
Let's see if that becomes a little bit better. Okay, fantastic, fantastic. So we have C3. I mean, Alex, do you enjoy playing the London Opening? Do you think that the London has the reputation that it deserves, or do you think that the London is actually an amazing chess opening?
So I think there's a couple of reputations, right?
Okay.
This is the one where I see all the reels, all the memes, all the
Uh-huh.
shorts and
You're keeping
TikToks.
up.
I mean, it's like feel like it's one of the number one topics to like easy, what is it called? Like low hanging fruit, right? That's what the term I'm looking for, where it's like London system players, the scourge of the earth, the scourge of the chess enthusiasts, because a lot of players, they find this opening to be very boring, very simplistic. Oh, like I can't get my favorite setup against it. But obviously there's some players where I know in Sweden, but perhaps you're familiar with this country of Norway.
If I am familiar with Norway, I definitely know a lot about Norway. What is your
Yeah.
opinion about Norway?
Well, Norway aside, I know of a certain Magnus Carlsen from Norway, and this guy, he's not the world champion, hasn't been for a bit, but he's still considered pretty good.
It's considered pretty
And
good.
he's played quite a few London systems himself. So there's you asked about the reputation of it, and obviously it's an opening that's a system opening, systematic. You usually play the pieces and the pawns on the same squares. But at the hands of a professional player, experienced player, there's certain ways you can play it to make it not just a boring, dry, kind of a life-killing weapon, but actually something with nuance and some tricks to it. So, like I said, Levy has played this opening many, many times online. I've played this opening quite online myself, and I've dabbled with it over the board. I like it more for faster time controls, because it's like, oh, the first 10 moves. This is where
It's just done. You know exactly what to
done.
do. Yeah, yeah.
But obviously, it's also opening very, very solid. And I think game 1, right? Both players, like, it's a long match.
Yeah.
I feel like you don't want to start with I'm not gonna say I don't, they're risk averse, but I feel like no one wants to lose game 1. So
No, of course.
I think a solid approach to the game, just kind of see what chances you get,
Yeah.
get into the match. I feel like this is maybe the type of game that Levy's kind of thinking about, just to ease in to playing his grandmaster opponent.
And if we just talk about how it feels to play a match, because we have Levy, who is an international master, who's been playing some great tournaments lately, and he's on his road to becoming a grandmaster. And he's playing against Pia Kramling, who has been a grandmaster. Well, the joke kind of is for longer than has been alive, but she has been a grandmaster since 1992, so for many years. And I wonder right now, psychologically, how both of these players are feeling, because I'm sure that Levy's feeling, okay, he's playing against a very solid opponent. It's going to be tough. But my mom is definitely feeling that she's playing against a player on the rise, someone that is young, energetic, who is hungry for that GM title. So I think that this match is going to be very close throughout. And that's why I'm so excited about this.
Yeah, I think I've seen a lot of speculation already online, like, oh, because you also have, it's not just it's a match, but you also have 3 different formats,
Yeah.
right? So this plays a big role. So I see all this discussion. Well, Pia is a grandmaster and Levy's an international master. This is the ratings, but did you see Levy beat an opponent she in line? And there's all these considerations with the different time controls. But I think and we play a little bit of chess ourselves, so
Yes, we do.
we dabble here and there.
Me.
Well, let's not bring numbers into this conversation. But
Hyping you up, Alex.
well, appreciate it greatly. But I was gonna say, like, a lot of times these thoughts, once you sit down and play the game, like Levy's not sitting there. Like, obviously, he has great respect for Pia, and not just not because just she's a grandmaster, but she's been like GM since 1992. She's played. We were actually talking about this before we went live. She's played quite some serious opponents, quite some serious tournaments, and so of course he has respect for her. But when you sit down at the board, you're playing, right? Those thoughts kind of go out, and you're not thinking my opponent's so solid, my opponent's so aggressive. I see, Pia's taking a bit of time here. So she played, if we go back a couple moves against Levy's London system here, she played c5 quite quickly, which is, pretty aggressive response. I mean, it's funny to say that in move 2, but it is. Black is attacking center. Also, queen b6 becomes a very thematic idea to target the pawn on b2. And Levy plays, like they say, like they do on social media. He goes e3 and c3 next move, building the triangle or
the little pyramid.
Yeah, the pyramid, the triangle, super solid. And now Pia's thinking. I think not because she's like, geez, like what is this mysterious opening, right? Like I think she's choosing her approach. Like I mentioned, there's already queen b6 as a possibility. You can play that after playing knight f6 or before. Also, this bishop on c8, Black usually will decide, hey, do I try to bring that bishop to f5? Maybe I try to bring it to g4 later if I can. Or sometimes Black just plays e6. Kind of looks a little weird, but you shut it down and the bishop can activate another way. So perhaps, Levy has a very wide repertoire, and I'm sure Pia was preparing very seriously and looking through his games and blitz games, and he's played thousands of them. So I'm sure she had a really in-depth look, but it's hard to cover everything. So she's probably just deciding which way am I going to approach this current situation. But perhaps her time usage means she didn't fully expect this for this exact game.
Yeah, that's a little bit what I am thinking as well, because I do know that yesterday we were talking a little bit, me and my mom, and she was like, well, I know I'm doing what a proud daughter should do, yes. And what an enthusiastic daughter would.
I'm taking notes so I can give these to Levy. Start looking at Anna's games.
No. I mean, I wasn't telling her what to play. That would be a disaster if I did. I mean, I'm 2100. I'm not at her level.
I was telling her.
I'm not doing any mind tricks over here, but she did say that she wasn't sure if he was going to play e4, if she was going to play d4, because of what you're saying. He plays so many things, and that is why it's so good to be such a varied chess player, because it becomes so much harder to prepare. And I definitely think that her time usage here just means that she wasn't fully expecting the London, but I also don't think it's an opening that she's very scared to face. She has faced this position a million times. She knows this very well, but she's just trying to choose what is she going to do. Now, before we continue, I also wanted to mention that there is actually a big prize fund in this match. I mean, we got $10,000 as a prize fund here, $6,000 for the winner, $4,000 for the loser of this match, and this is all presented by Surfshark VPN. Now, Alex, do you use a VPN?
I've used the VPN in the past. Surfshark, if you've heard of this one. Yeah, I mean, look, I actually, I just got to this tournament as a commentator. I was just playing a tournament in Spain right before this. So as a chess player, I do a fair bit of traveling. And, and ironically, sometimes, I live in New York, you live in the United States, you go abroad. It's quite useful to have one of these VPNs because sometimes you can't access the same stuff, that you could at home. So yeah, Surfshark. I'm sure we have a lovely code for all our fans.
We do. Yeah. Exclamation mark VPN in chat. I use VPNs also so much, especially when I'm traveling, when I'm going to, different hotels. If there's public Wi-Fi, I always like to be connected to VPN to feel more secure and safe. So check out exclamation mark VPN, and thank you so much, Surfshark, for sponsoring this amazing prize fund for our 2 participants. Look at them. They're already so focused and in the match, I feel like. I mean, they've only been playing for 10 minutes, but I feel like now they're right into it.
I feel like once you mentioned the prize fund, I'm looking at the camera. I saw them tense up a little bit.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. There's
a lot of money on the line here.
I thought we were just playing, at this, just nice, fun game. But there's feed 8 points of the line. This is a you mentioned Levy, road to Grandmaster.
Uh-huh.
What does he need? He needs some norms. He needs some ratings. So this is actually an opportunity for him to get some of those points. So we see the ratings on the screen, or our screen that is, and Levy is 2347. He is 2429. She's got a rating edge on him. So if Levy can perform well, he's gonna steal some of those points.
Don't steal her points.
Earn the points.
Earn the points is a better word.
Yes, he's gonna
Yeah.
earn the points if he can. And we do have we were talking. Pia is going to make a decision. So here we see she plays C takes D4. All this is this theory. Levy plays ED4, and again she's still deciding. I mean, I would assume here she's going to play. I think bishop f5. At least this is what I would do. There's other moves, but this was the most natural, right? Just get the bishop out, then you can play e6, then you can play bishop to d6, and it's actually starting to look like another opening that Levy's very famous for, the Caro-Kann defense. Now, maybe some people are wondering, what? We're playing a d4 opening, the London system, a Caro-Kann. But if we go back, if you don't mind, I'll show how this can occur.
Absolutely.
Sure,
Just
sure.
take over, Alex.
Yeah, just a little bit. So if we imagine the game continues with e4, c6, the Caro-Kann defense, d4, d5, and then we have a trade on d5. Okay, let's imagine white plays something like knight f3. I mean, the move order can be a little bit varied, but essentially you can reach a sort of position like this, which is, I believe, what we have in the game, right? So you can see there's some trickery going on, or maybe not trickery, but some move order shenanigans occurring. If we go back to the current position, we've reached it through a completely different move order. So yeah, this structure here with this pawn chain, it's called the Carlsbad pawn structure, and it's quite famous. It can reach from many different openings. I'm sure this is something that he is not even 100% familiar with, like
a million percent familiar with it.
Yeah, exactly. And I think for both players, as I mentioned, Levy's played a lot of London, plays a lot of Caro-Kann with black, so it's a structure that they're both from. We have G6 from Pia on the board. And this also actually, funnily enough, I just mentioned the Caro-Kann. Levy, when he's on the black side of the Caro-Kann, he loves to play this way himself. With the pawn to G6, bishop to G7, bishop to F5.
Does my mom know this?
You tell me. You tell me.
No, I think she knows that she's playing right what Levy loves is black. And we can see him thinking here for a little bit.
He's like, what? My games? I play this. Huh?
Yeah, maybe that's exactly what's going through his mind. We can also see here that one of the reasons why he took with the e-pawn, because a lot of people might think, wait, why don't you take with the c-pawn? We take towards the center. That's what my chess coaches told me. But yes, well, not for the viewers.
Sure. Yeah.
But the reason you take it with the e-pawn, you typically do this like to take like this when the knight is on d2, right? So you don't, now that the knight is on d2 and cannot come to c3, there is no reason to capture like this because the knight is just badly placed on d2. It would be different perhaps if the knight was on b1 already.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely right. And also in this case, I mean, aside from the point, which you 100% are correct about, white's also happy to have the half-open e-file. Like in the future, we'll see a rook get to the e1 square, and the white knight will want to get to e5. It gives it extra support. But I think here, I'll give my perspective as, last night after we had our lovely dinner, welcome to Stockholm dinner.
We had a dinner together.
Well, big group.
Big group, yes.
Afterwards, I did go to the gym with Levy.
You did?
We did, yeah. I was not sure until the last moment because remember he was like, "Oh, let's go to the gym."
You were saying that during the dinner at like 10 p.m. when we had starters. We had I mean, all kinds of food.
Starters, finishers, everything in the middle.
Everything.
Well, he said it, and I was like, haha, okay. Like, I thought, we're just being funny. And then we get to it was like 10:30.
Yeah.
And then he's like, all right, like a gym. I was like, okay, like, and honestly, I can't because gym is we're staying in the same hotel, and the gym is on my floor.
Yeah.
So I was like, all right, I'll go over.
Yeah.
And I wasn't sure if he was trolling me. I was already in the gym, and I was like, is he trolling? But he walked in. So we had a little workout, discussed a little bit of just some, gave him the top speed preparation. But anyway, that aside, if I can kind of give my perspective, I think he would be quite happy with this current opening outcome because the position he's very familiar with. It's not a position where, oh no, like I didn't check my notes, I didn't check my theory, I didn't check the latest game from Gukesh. It's nothing like that. It's a position where you play the structure. It's quite the plans for white are quite straightforward. It's something that Levy's familiar with on both sides. And it's a game. Like it's at this point, both players, I think they're not like relying on particular theory. they're just playing chess. Isn't what this game's all about?
It
Just
is what
playing
it's all
chess.
about. It is what it's all about. And I think the most important thing in the openings is honestly to just feel comfortable and feel like you kind of know what the plans are. And when you do that, that gives you such a confidence boost for the whole game. You feel so good. The problem is when you feel like in the first few moves that you're getting surprised that the opponent is doing something that you weren't expecting and you don't really know exactly how to face that. So I'm hoping that that is not what PIA is going through right now. We will see very soon, but I do feel like they're both playing relatively fast. I definitely know that my mom can take a lot longer if she's feeling very surprised in this.
Yeah, I mean, again, for sure, like she's playing very solid. Even though the G6 move to me, it's a little bit of a surprise. Because one idea, and I wonder if she'll do it here. Like Black can actually already play. Like I mentioned, playing Bishop F5 a move earlier. Just bring out the bishop, right? No big deal. But here, after Bishop G3, she plays Bishop G7 quickly. But one other idea was that you can actually play Bishop F5 here as well. G6 is kind of funny. It's like, oh, I'm going to fianchetto. But the Bishop on G7, it's quite passive. Like it would be much nicer to have it on D6 where you're patrolling both sides of the board. So this can be a more dynamic idea where you offer the trade. And the point is that after Levy takes, if this was to happen, then Black has the open G file.
Wow.
Maybe you can even castle long. That's why I say Levy's played this quite a lot for Black because especially he's a more dynamic player, and this looks pretty fun. You're looking at it, you're like, hey.
I am excited to play chess looking at this.
Yeah, but I've heard quite a lot. Pia has a very positional style, so we see this move Bishop G7, right? Just develop. Why would you double your pawns? Why would you open this? So
yeah.
But that Bishop F5 move, that is, to my knowledge, understanding at least, that is one of the main ideas of this G6 variation.
Wow. The thing is, though, that, like you're saying, my mom is very positional, and she doesn't always like to do things that go against what you're taught in chess. For instance, you shouldn't have double pawns. You shouldn't bring your pieces out to the side of the board. I think in certain positions, even though that could be one of the best lines, she likes to play very understandable chess. And I think that is what we're seeing now as well. Bishop G7, I am sure that she's going to castle kingside. And then the question is, what are the plans here for Black? Are they to try to put a rook on the e file and try to get some e5 going? But that's going to be really difficult to do with the bishop and the pawn, and maybe even a knight all defending the square. So what are the ideas? Maybe something like this?
Yeah, I mean, the tricky thing for Black is imagine even you do get to play e5. Then after retrade, you could get stuck with this isolated d-pawn, which could be a weakness or a strength. So yeah, I definitely think that this position, like if you don't play with this potentially more dynamic approach, it could be quite hard to come up with a plan. I think for Black's perspective, like in this position, especially with this bishop on d3, White is often looking to start an attack. Obviously, not really going to be the case here against that fianchetto. So I think it's a position where Black is very solid and safe. Coming up with a plan is a little difficult. You're kind of more playing against White's ideas. So yeah, I think for Levy, he will play like knight f3. He'll get castled. He'll bring the rook to e1 as you mentioned. And I think Pia's just going to try to stay solid. Maybe she will trade this light square bishop for the knight because she will be able to play e6 and have a lot of pawns, and just kind of just wait for Levy to do something. I don't really imagine she's going to do something too aggressive. One idea is that maybe we'll see these pawns going down the board to create what's called a minority attack, but I expect it to be a more reactive plan for her. But maybe Levy will give her avenues for counterplay with his own ideas.
And that is what I'm excited to see, because the moment that you start doing that, it can either be a strength or a weakness. It's the moment where the opponent can also capitalize on the fact that you're weakening your own position to try to gain an advantage. So I do think that that is what my mom's plan is going to be in this first game. And because you're saying, that's what you got to do, right? No, I don't know. I don't know.
Some rope-a-dope, like get him swinging and then comes the Swedish counter.
Well, something like that. I don't know if that's the words that I would use for it, but yeah, something like that, Alex. Especially because it's the first game, and I think that both players are kind of nervous. Do you think Levy's nervous, or do you not think he is?
I think I definitely think he would be nervous going in because I mean, as many viewers probably know, is that this is he started his road to Grandmaster, right? And now he is playing his first event since his last event where he scored 2 out of 9. So he might be thinking, okay, like I'm on a pretty big losing streak here. feeling nervous. Mic check.
Yeah, maybe let's see. Maybe let's go ahead and have this one on this side.
Okay.
Maybe that can make it easier because you're talking towards me. But whilst we fix that, I have some really exciting news for everybody, which is that we saw that Pia stood up and she wasn't by the board for a little bit, and that is because she was actually going to the confessional booth. You see, in this match, we have a confessional booth where the players can go to during the games to talk about their thoughts and explain how they're feeling. Let's go ahead and watch the clip and hear what Pia was saying.
So we have started the first game. I'm very, very excited. I was also very excited to see what Levi was going to play. He can play lots of different things. Now we have a London, and yeah, I'm playing G6, which is quite normal. The bishop going out that way, but I am playing this way today. So it's very, very exciting. It looks like a very calm opening, and let's see what will happen later on in the game. So we have started the first game.
Okay, we're back. Oh, that is so sweet. I told her, Pia, please, let me see, let's mute this. Pia, please go up and talk about your thoughts. And she was like, yeah, Anna, I promise you, in the opening, I will go up one time. So I was really excited to hear what you had to say, but you seemed pretty okay with the opening, don't you think so?
I was gonna say,
yeah.
she doesn't sound nervous.
No,
No,
not at all.
not nervous. We were have a London.
Yeah.
Play it pretty normal. Let's see how it goes. But to be fair, it's only move, what are we, like 8, 9? So yeah, we're quite early in the game.
Yeah.
And not much to say. I think she said all there is to say. So in the middle game, it will be a lot more interesting to hear her thoughts.
I think that I'm wondering if the reason she's not saying much is because she's like, I don't want everybody to know how I feel. You know what I mean? That could also be it.
The cards close to the vest, yeah.
You know, she's a classical chess player. It is completely out of classical players' minds to actually tell how they feel. You know what I mean? So yeah, I don't know, but I do think that she sounds very calm and not nervous at all. So also the fact that she's going to the confessional booth, I think tells that she's feeling pretty good. Because she wouldn't do that if she was stressed. Like if we get into a crazy position that is fully tactical, she's not going to the confessional booth. That I'm sure of.
So she's thinking, I see. So she's like, this is very calm. Perfect time to go. And if it gets crazy, yeah, you're not hearing any thoughts.
Exactly.
But yeah, you're right. This is this concept, right? The confessional booth. You know, we're not used to that. I mean, we've seen it here and there. I think it's a great addition. Hopefully we see both players utilize it. We see Levy make his move. But yeah, that's an awesome addition to events. And that not, of course, these are two very famous players, but I think having this in more tournaments is only going to be positive for the game because you know there's a lot of fans. You're following the players. You're following their moves and following their thoughts. It's going to be even more allow you to kind of get closer to being their fan.
Absolutely. And it was Norway Chess that started with this, from what I understand. And I think it's just such a cool concept that, just like you're saying, I think almost every tournament should implement this because it's so difficult, I think, for the viewers to know what's going through the players' minds. And this is a way of being able to enter their minds and for them to share their feelings and for us to understand a little bit more how exactly the match is going. So I really love this concept, and that's why I knew that I wanted us to have it in this match. And I'm so excited that we were able to set it up. So the audio, let's see. Let's just make sure that we got the audio. Okay, yeah, I think it's all good. I think it's all good. Also, everybody, if we have any issues today, you know, we're going to be fixing them for the next few rounds. So no worries about that. But yeah, I think we are just checking with production really quickly to see if we can do anything about the audio. And then we're going to come back. In the meantime, you can see that H3 was the final move played by Lavi. And he's been thinking for this move for quite a while. The issue with the audio is that his lav cable is loose.
Let's fix it up.
Let me. Let's see. Is this any better?
All better.
And if it's not, then maybe actually we can just change
Sure. Let's see.
just change it. Yeah. So let us know. Let us know. Not better.
Yes, it's good.
We're trusting one
Yeah,
person.
well, it's 1-1. You know, we need to take a whole vote. Seems better. It's better. Okay, perfect. Yeah, sorry about that, everyone. We just did the old trick where you unplug it and plug it back in, and suddenly everything's all great.
Okay, fantastic, fantastic. That's typically
Mhm.
how things go when something goes wrong. We will also be adding the clock. So I think our dear producer is listening to this. We're gonna set him up with the amazing task of adding the clocks very soon. So thank you so much. Right now they both have, I mean, an hour 20, so there's plenty of time, but we definitely want to have the clocks for whenever this goes into time trouble.
Yeah, we can tell you there is 1 hour 20 minutes for both sides, so no time trouble yet.
Mhm.
Also, by the way, the time control, right? That's an important
That's an important
part
thing.
of the game. Yeah,
Mhm.
it's 90 minutes each, 30 seconds increment, so you get 30 seconds every move. Very normal time control for standard chess. No extra time. So sometimes you reach move 30, move 40, you get something extra. Here, you know, nothing extra. The time you start with is the time you have. So yeah, it'll be very interesting if we get some time. Is your, you know, I know you're a time trouble player. Is that genetic?
Oh, my mom never struggles with time trouble. She's a fast player.
I sense some sarcasm. Yeah.
Yes, it's genetic.
Okay, it's genetic.
That's all I gotta
That's
say.
actually good for you because you can just you know, I'm sure when you're playing, your fans, your viewers, like Anna, you gotta move, you gotta move. Like it's my genetics. I can't help it, right? It gives you a good out.
Does, but I feel like that's not the way you should live life, just blaming everything on
I'm not saying you
genetics.
should. I'm just saying
You can.
you can.
I have I mean, I have used that excuse. I will be honest with you, I have used that excuse.
Mhm.
But I think that Pia is not really used to playing without extra time and move 40, which is what a lot of tournaments have. They will give you 30 minutes extra and move 40. We decided in this tournament to not have that because I think it's really exciting when you always know that the time is going down. You have to use the time that you have all the way from the beginning and there's no extra time. I think it's more exciting. I think that the players also think it's more exciting, even if it's a little bit more challenging. And yeah, I just think it's a better viewing experience, to be honest.
And truth be told, you know, most of Levy's events are in the US. This is a very normal time control in the US. His last, I think, with the except, yeah, like I think 3 of his 4 last tournaments have this time control. So it's great. It's great for him. And for me too, because it's funny, I also have lots of issues with my clock and I get into a lot of time trouble, but I don't like having the extra time. I'm like, the game is too long. Like I'm going to
Enjoy it?
well, the problem is, I'm going to get into my first time trouble. I'm going to get the bonus time. And then I'm going to get into the second time
I
trouble.
know exactly
So
what you
I
mean.
will just live with having one time trouble and save the trouble, you know?
Yeah.
So
Exactly what you mean. I have the same issue where I will just suffer twice instead of suffering once during the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I get
or
what
you
mean.
could suffer 0 times, but that's a work in progress. Yeah.
Me and Alex, we
Yeah.
played in the same tournament in Madrid a few months ago, and it was so fun because I was a time trouble addict that tournament. But every time I felt like I was failing myself by getting into too much time trouble, I would stand up and look at Alex's clock, and I would always see him have less time than me, and I would feel better about myself. I thought if this international master has less time than me, I am doing fine.
Honestly, that was my main goal. I was like, my pain will be, will be helpful to all the time trouble addicts out there.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to make you feel better with my
Thank
time
you.
trouble.
I just wanted
And
to give you an in-person thank you.
yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah. And actually, that was the tournament, we played. That was, Levy was there too. That was the Madrid Chess Festival. I believe his first tournament where he came back to his road to GM. So it was, many memories for this event as we are revealing now. Yeah.
And he had a fantastic tournament
yes.
in Madrid. He almost got a grandmaster form. He beat several strong grandmasters, and it was really impressive to see how well he was playing. And of course, that is the Levy that he wants to bring into this match, right? So we will see if he's able to do that. But it was really cool to see Levy performing so well. And I mean, Levy can definitely perform really well. Like, he's had his ups and downs, but he can be a really strong player, and he should not be underestimated, I think.
Yeah, also in that event, his first round, he won with the black pieces against the grandmaster. And it's like you mentioned earlier today, getting your opening on the board, getting your preparation, feeling comfortable, that really gives you a lot of confidence, a big boost. And once he did that in game one, he won the game. That's what really got the ball rolling for his fantastic result. So we'll see what happens here. He's got his opening. Obviously, it's not like the most earth-shattering preparation, but he's got a position that I think he'll be comfortable with. So yeah, I think, like they say, first impressions last. First impressions are important. Same thing with the first round games in chess. Like I feel like you win the game, and even when you're playing, let's say, a much lower rated player, just getting that, not that this applies to the match, of course, but any tournament, you win round one, right? I'm sure you've played a match. I'm playing 1,500, 1,600, whatever, right? Doesn't matter. You win the game, you feel good, and then you kind of carry that energy forward. So that's why, yeah, this first game here, I think it's a feel-out game for both players. But at the same time, whoever kind of gets the upper hand, it's going to give you some very good vibes going forward to the next game and the whole 22 games, perhaps.
It starts to flow for sure. And if you're the kind of person that tilts when you lose, it can definitely make you start off quite badly if you lose the first game. So I think this game, like you're saying, is going to be really, really important. And I'm seeing now that Levy, he actually just stood up. I'm wondering if we're going to have another confession very soon. And he's playing instantly. Look at that. I mean, it comes back to the board. He's playing instantly. Do you think he's doing this to be a little bit intimidating, or do you think he just knows what he's going to do?
I think he just knows, yeah. I think there was one moment he took a pause on, if we just go back and move. Right here. He thought, just for a bit, and he played h3. And he was just deciding, should I play there or not? But it's a useful move because, first of all, he prevents any ideas of bishop to g4. And also, if there's any knight h5 ideas, now he can always retreat his bishop back. So I think he was just deciding, do I need this move? It's a small thing, but I mean, he's playing the moves that we predicted, at the very beginning, right? He's going to castle, he's going to play rook e1. So I think it's just he knows what's going on. And Pia knows that he knows what's going on. So no one's intimidated just yet. But perhaps we'll hear his thoughts in a confessional.
Yeah, let's see if there is a confessional yet from Levy. And we are getting the confirmation that there is not yet, but he did just go there. So very soon we're going to be able to hear it. And I love that as soon as he saw that she was going up, he went up as well. I mean, we're getting them immediately in the first round, first 20 minutes of the game. We're getting them to go up and talk.
I think that's great. And I hope that we get it the whole game through, right?
Yeah.
Imagine, this is not going to happen, but imagine time trouble. Just quickly runs out. Blah, 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 just runs back in.
That would be so cool.
That would be content.
Like the speed of light, just running. Both players just running. They have to get the confession in, but they have so little time on the clock.
Yeah, but the content brain, right? You get, it's just like it's going to take over.
Yeah.
I need to confess something.
Yeah.
But we'll see. It's, these classical games, they start so slow, right? It's like, oh, they're thinking, do I move this pawn one square? But then all of a sudden, action starts happening and all breaks loose as we wait for some moves and also to hear what Levy has to say in the confession.
So I'm thinking now, he played knight f3. I mean, this is obviously very logical. I suppose he's soon going to castle kingside. He's going to play rook e1. So now is the moment where Pia needs to start deciding what to do with her position. Does she go something like queen b6, get the queen on the queen side, and then try to play here? Does she do something like knight d7, which we were talking about a little bit before, to open up for this bishop? Maybe play e5 at some point, but then, as you said, this pawn is going to become weak, so that's maybe not something she wants to do. I don't know exactly. What other ideas can she go for? Can she maybe play, like you said, a6, b5, and b4? Could this be something she's planning?
Yeah, I think that the 5 break, like now that Levy has played h3, the bishop on c8 really doesn't have a great square. I will actually show some free trick for anyone who wants to learn. I was talking about this plan with bishop f5 earlier, but here I think it would be a big mistake. Because after bishop f5, there's actually this really nasty idea. I'm going to take it. Okay, fine. It looks like this is maybe what black wants. You get the knight to the center. Maybe you're going to get the rook to this open file. But white has a very nasty move here, g4.
Wow.
So I've seen this idea before. Like I would be really shocked if any of this happens in the game. We talked about Pia not being the one to play bishop f5. But here I don't think it's very good because if black wants to accept this pawn, that's going to be disaster because all of a sudden these files are wide open against the black king. And Levy can actually castle long. So yeah, it's going to be important here for black to come up with the right idea and what does Pia play. She does play knight d7, and that makes a lot of sense because the bishop cannot come out anymore. a6, b5 is possible, but after a3, it's not easy to break with b4, especially because the bishop is no longer helping out on the queen side here. So yeah, Pia's like, I'm going to break through. And this is going to have pros and cons because it's going to liberate some of her pieces. The bishop will have more of an open diagonal. Whoops. this one right here.
Mhm.
But also you'll have that isolated pawn. So yeah, very logical, but it's going to give both sides some advantages after this pawn break.
I am quite happy that I was able to figure out what Pia was going to play. This felt like the kind of idea that she would go for. And yeah, I think she's going to go e5. I'm sure that Levy will castle here to get the king out of the e file. You don't want to have the king here when there's a rook on e8 and there's e5 breakthroughs happening. And so I wonder, let's say that he does castle, and let's say that she goes e5. This is the kind of position I suppose we would end with, because you have to take here as white, because otherwise this pawn is going to become so strong on e4, and you're threatening this fork. So you have to take, and then I suppose you just take with, I'm not sure which knight.
Take with the d9 to open the bishop on c8.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, most likely, like white, like most natural, white will go knight e5, and black will go knight e5, and Levy can move the bishop, or maybe just play knight f3. And after, let's say, black can take either one. Yeah, I mean, the question is going to be if can Levy just organize rook d1 and put pressure on that pawn, or maybe, in this specific position, maybe Pia can go knight f3 and d4 at the right moment, trying to liquidate that pawn. But I think this position here, it's if we get the structure, it's going to be very risk-free position for Levy, with a slight advantage, but nothing, nothing that black can't defend against. So I feel like they're both quite happy with the position. Like Levy's gets a nice, solid, slightly better position, and Pia gets a very solid game. Can play this nice and positionally going forward.
Exactly what she's going for. And I also think that with the pawn on d5, what becomes really important is for the bishop to be still here, right? So that it's easier to defend this pawn, because otherwise it might become very difficult at some point to defend this pawn. Or what do you think? Does this bishop become important, or is this something that you would like to trade off?
Well, the bishop can be used to defend the pawn, right? You can put it on d5 or something. But at the same time, looking at black's pawns in this position, what do they have? 6 pawns, 5 of them are on their light squares. So they kind of get in the way of the bishop.
Yeah.
Actually, it's funny. I was just at a tournament and was going over skittling one of the games with my opponent, one of the games, and then he was like, there's this phrase, bad bishops protect strong pawns. So the point is, like, this could be one of these cases where the bishop's not very good, but you can still give it a role to defend one of these pawns. But in general, that's a bishop that I think I wouldn't mind trading off if I was black, because it's just very passive. But yeah, for sure, Levy's thinking a bit, but he has no choice but to castle, which is quite a reasonable move. And I think he's already thinking ahead, Pia's going to play e5, and we're going to get this type of position. Personally, like I said, for me, I would be quite satisfied with white's opening, but I know Levy's a more aggressive, dynamic player, so maybe he doesn't value as much. He's like, oh man, like I wanted to, do this and this and this. Now I have to play like a more positional game. So maybe that's what he's thinking.
Which Pia also feels very comfortable with.
That's what the rumor says, yeah.
Yeah, no, she loves it. I mean, she is, when she gets a positional position, she loves it. Did you hear Magnus Carlsen?
I did.
You heard that clip?
I did, yeah.
It was very fun. I heard it yesterday, and it was on the app Takes. They're also one of our sponsors this event. So ! Take in chat. But he was talking to Levy, and Levy said that he was going to play this match against Pia. And then it was really fun because he said that, well, if you get Pia into time trouble, she might be vulnerable. But if she gets a positional position...
She's very classy, I think.
It's hard. It's very classy.
Yeah.
Or she's very classy. And that was very fun. I smiled when I saw that clip. I want to show it to my mom.
Okay. Oh, she hasn't seen it yet.
She hasn't seen it. She has no idea. She doesn't really follow all the social media stuff.
You know what I saw? I think it was one of your lie detector videos with, I believe, Anna Rudolph. And I think one of the questions was, who's like your bigger inspiration, your mom or your dad, right? And then I remember you gave them both their flowers, but then you said, your mom for her, pioneering, as a woman in chess, but also you said, her positional, her calmness, her control. So that's actually the first where I was like, Pia, that's when I heard this, the positional sort of a preference that she has to her games. Whereas, of course, I know the Bellon Gambit, so I imagine what type of player your dad is. So yeah, I got a little more context on that from you. Yeah.
For me, that was always the kind of most fun thing, growing up with two parents that are chess players, but that are such different chess players. My father, he's a very aggressive chess player. He loves dynamic chess, and he loves being able to attack early on. For him, a position like this would feel so incredibly boring. He doesn't like that at all. And my mom is the complete opposite. And they are like that in personality as well. So I think sometimes kind of opposites attract. And I've just always found that so fascinating, that you can see some of your personality in your chess as well. And I think that is something really cool with chess in general.
Yeah, I mean, there's a famous work by Garry Kasparov, right? It was like how chess imitates life, or how life imitates chess. I think it's chess imitating life. And I never thought of. I actually remember, like, I was really young when this book came out. I was like, oh, that's so silly. But as I grew older, I've kind of seen more of these parallels where, you know, people play a certain way, and then they maybe act a certain way, and a lot of times it does correlate. And we do see, you know, our predictions are, you know, so far we're pretty good on the money with all the. Yeah, great job, great job. Yeah. So we are getting this IQP.
Isolated queen's pawn.
Yes, isolated queen's pawn position. And yeah, Levy just needs. I mean, generally speaking, the wisdom is, oh, your opponent has an isolated pawn, go for the trades, right? Like, so that's why to me, like 95 is very logical. So we'll see how Levy decides to go about this. But yeah, like if I'm white, I don't mind making a couple trades, trying to put pressure on this pawn and playing a long, slow game where I just continue trying to, you know, black is defending, of course. But, you know, can you defend for 20 moves, 30 moves, 40 moves? If yes, okay, draw. But if no, then, you know, I'll take my chances. So that's the type of game I think Levy needs to look for. But I quite like his position, to be honest.
Yeah, and the way that we're making it sounds as if Levy's just going to have this slight advantage for a very long time, which probably is going to be the case. But what do you think my mom should do to, you know, be able to have some form of play herself and not just wait for Levy to win the pawn ultimately? How do you think that she should play that?
Well, I think she'll have something to say about him winning the pawn. She's going to defend it, you know, mightily. With all her heart, yeah. But if I can envision any counterplay for black in the future, it would be on the queen side, right? You have this bishop on g7. It's barreling down the board. And, you know, in the future, if black is able to, you know, the plan that you mentioned as well, like with this b5, b4, you know, if these pawns start making their way down, you can try to counter create some weaknesses. But you know, they say pawns, you know, don't move backwards, right? Once you play a4, b5, maybe white plays a4. So I think it's going to be a situation where, you know, she is going to defend the pawn. But if she was to look for counterplay, I would imagine it would come on the queen side. But yeah, again, as we get deeper in this middle game, it's going to be a little bit of give and takes, right? Like, what is Levy going to do that's going to give her those opportunities? But otherwise, yeah, she might just be content playing a little bit of defense. Very professional approach, right? First of all, we got to remember it's a match. She's playing the black pieces in game one. So it's generally considered, you know, when you play black, you go for equality and you hold, and then you go for the win with white. So maybe she's taking this very professional approach.
I feel like that is a chess player approach. And a lot of times when you do play with black, you kind of have this idea of, I am content with the draw. But of course, if my opponent pushes too hard for the win, I'll try to create some chances and I'll try to go for the win. I think actually my mom has quite a good result in general with black. She doesn't mind at all playing with black. She likes it because it takes away her pressure of having to win that game. And I think it makes her play more relaxed. So I think actually when she got to know that she was going to play black the first game, she was feeling quite happy with that. I want to see if we have the confession. And we do have Levy's confession. Are we ready to watch and hear what Levy Rossman has to say about his position right now? Let's go ahead and listen to the confession booth.
Hello, everybody. I was hoping to do this first, but I guess P already did. I mean, I don't know. She got up first. I don't know if she just went to the toilet or to do one of these. So, yeah, I feel kind of important, you know, because I've only seen top grandmasters do these things, and I've always enjoyed watching them. I've never been able to talk to someone in the middle of a game. So, where to start? Okay, let's start with, like, you know, venue. Obviously, very nice. It feels a bit strange as a content creator not to be in control of the production. So, hopefully, Anna is doing a great job and the commentary is going well. It's day one, so there might be some technical issues. Please forgive. The soundproofing in here is really good. Very nice place to play. We got like all the snacks in the world. But it's very convenient that, you know, I come to Sweden and I play a match against Anna's mom, and the second we start, 2 ambulances go by immediately. So I don't know what emergency services Anna is calling to distract me, but they're also distracting Pia. Now about the game itself. I played the London for a few reasons. It's like day one, right? So I don't know what kind of a forum I'm in, so I wanted to play like a solid positional game. I predicted that Pia might play this kind of structure, Carlsbad, which is funny because I've played this structure with the black pieces. But she played g6, which I did not expect. I was expecting just some, she develops her light squared bishop and plays some normal moves. g6 is also, I think, normal. I don't know how to exploit it from this move order, so I'm just going to play a normal game. Also, I just made a meme recently that went super viral. It has like 60 million views, and it's the baby getting hit in the head as a, when it's a baby, and then it plays the London system later in life. So I kind of have to, back up my trash talk and play the London and, give it a good showing. So played a solid opening. We'll have an interesting maneuvering game. Also got some information. Clearly, PIA wants to play d4, d5 on the first move instead of d4, knight f6, avoiding all of my Trumpowskis and stuff like that. So 21 games to go, 22 including this one. Yeah, maybe see you guys later.
Okay, there we have Levy's thoughts talking about the London and talking about that meme. Have you seen that meme?
I have, yeah. Like I said, it's a punching bag, this London system, yeah. But he's playing both sides. He's playing both sides. He's, the London, you get hit as a baby, you start playing it. Or is he trying to say something and then he plays London after?
I don't know what he's trying to say. Oh, you're saying if he got?
Just look at, I'm taking his words and putting them in the order that he's doing it.
Have you seen the meme of a baby being hit and then playing the cow opening?
I haven't seen that. No. But did you make this meme or?
I did not make this meme.
What do
It
you
was
think
done
about
by
it?
me. I think it's not true. I think that the cow opening shouldn't get that reputation. But yeah, no, it was Dina Bilkaya that created that meme. So I did see that, but obviously it comes from life first. But he seems quite happy. I mean, he wasn't expecting this g6 move, he's saying, which makes sense. He's talking about the snacks. We have been very spoiled with snacks. And this is all thanks to Svarta Hästen, which is the chess bar where they're playing. So thank you so much to them for offering the venue and also for giving us all the snacks in the world. I mean, they're being so nice. We're sitting here with cinnamon buns, with pears. I never eat pears. I don't know about you, but we have pears around us.
Bananas.
Got
That's
bananas.
my favorite, actually, my favorite snack during a chess game is bananas.
Yes, I agree.
They know their audience.
I mean, bananas are so good. They're compact. They give you energy. They don't make sound, which is really annoying.
Yeah, you like crunching in this playing hall. Yeah, everyone starts staring at you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much is the conclusion.
That
And
is what we're
sounds
trying
like
to say.
Levy's quite happy too with the bananas and snack situation.
Exactly.
And the opening situation.
And the opening situation. He wasn't so happy though about the authority situation and the noises. We heard them before
We
as
did,
well.
yeah.
I was kind of wondering if you could hear them, but seems that the emergency, whatever it was, is done, and now the emergency might only be on the chessboard.
Yeah, I mean that's why I unplugged my mic slightly, so they wouldn't hear that.
You're so smart.
Yeah. I just forgot to plug it back in after. Yeah.
This is all under control. Absolutely smart move, Alex. This is the position. You did predict that he was gonna take, and then we were gonna see these exchanges, and that's what we have on the board. So now Levy's bishop is under attack. He needs to decide what to do with it. Does he move the bishop? Does he move the knight and hence defend the bishop with the queen? Does he go knight f3? Does he go knight b3? I do think that these moves, like you said, make a lot of sense because one of the things that you a lot of times want to do is control the square in front of the isolated pawn because that stops that pawn from ever pushing and exchanging itself. And this is right now PIA's biggest weakness, so it makes a lot of sense. However, what I'm wondering is, let's say that he would go knight f3. Could PIA, for instance, take and push d4, or is that something she doesn't want to do?
In general, like you said, yes. Like if you have an opportunity a lot of times to push your isolated pawn, it's a good idea. But here, even if the position becomes symmetrical, right? Even if we have a trade on d4, at this present moment, Levy's a bit more well developed, right? He can bring the rook to d1 even immediately, right? Like rook a d1 or fd1, maybe rook a d1 a little more natural for me. And then all of a sudden, there's this X-ray on the d file. So it's an idea that PIA could consider in the future, but perhaps here would be premature. But yeah, I like knight f3 a lot for Levy here. I mean, it's not the only move, but hypothetically, like imagine black takes on d3, which also makes sense, getting the bishop pair. So we can put that on the board. Yeah, knight d3, just take the bishop, and now queen takes. And I feel like this is very pleasant for white because black has the weakness on d5. Black's light square bishop doesn't really have any amazing diagonals. And my plan is easy, like rook d1, rook e1. My knight can go to the d4 square, blocking the pawn. And I'm just enjoying the position. And black just defends. So, I mean, obviously black is not forced to take this bishop, but that is why I like the move knight f3 to try to get black in this position.
That makes sense. And what I'm also seeing is that with the knight on d4, this knight would become so strong because as black, you never want to take this. If you ever capture this knight and get rid of your dark squared bishop, which is the only piece that can ever capture this, you're going to be so weak in front of the king. You're going to be so weak on the dark squares. And white with the dark squared bishop is going to become very dangerous. So this knight will forever be able to plant itself here and stay here. And that, I think, is going to be quite a good thing for Levy. So that's why after knight f3, I kind of prefer getting rid of this knight to make sure that the knight cannot control the whole position.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, here, yeah, again, you don't have that knight on d4. And the bishop on d3, right? You'll see top players or grandmasters talk a lot about the bishop pair, right? The bishop pair is so useful, so important. But you're absolutely right. The knight would actually be much more useful in this position. Still, I like right here, same plans, rook to d1. Maybe the bishop on d3, I would move it to b3 to create more pressure on that pawn. So while this position, I think, compares better for black than the other one we examined, still I would take white in this game as well. Although, yeah, I can see here, like, maybe black needs to go for rapid counterplay with some queen b6 and somehow, like, just not give... That was your move. Yeah.
Well, no, it wasn't my move. Well,
before.
yeah. Okay, thanks, Alex.
Give me
I get
credit.
really excited now because now the queen wouldn't be on the d file, which means that the rook wouldn't be able to x-ray the bishop, and then we can start playing maybe for d4.
Yeah, it's possible, yeah. But, what's interesting is that this d4 move, if we think in the future, it could lead to a really unbalanced game if Levy decides to go c4. And then he's like, Pia, you can have the pass pawn, and I'm going to go for the queenside pushes, c4, b4, c5. So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, Levy, I think, is investing some time here, which is quite reasonable. Because he can choose, do I play knight f3? Do I go bishop c2, right? And maybe immediately, like, try to maneuver this bishop around. So I think him investing a little time here makes sense because he's really choosing the direction of the game at this moment.
Another question is, does Levy want to play knight b3 with the same idea of placing the knight on d4,
And
but
not
without
trading it, yeah.
giving Pia the possibility of trading the knights? Knight b3 could also be an option, but then, of course, maybe a question could be, okay, can Pia also try to make something good out of this knight and play something like knight c4? Now, if white would ever capture, then all of a sudden black would get some nice pawns on the queen side, which is not something that I think maybe white necessarily wants to do in this position. So this could also be an idea. And now this knight is threatening this pawn on b2. It's becoming quite a strong knight. And with the bishop also looking towards here, if black can ever play d4, maybe there could be at some point a little bit of pressure being put here. So maybe this could be an idea, and that is what Levy is also considering. What is the best option? Do I want to go for this? Do I want to go knight b3? Or do I simply want to move the bishop to avoid this?
Yeah, and we've talked about, isolated pawn. This can be a weakness, but it can also be a strength. And in that variation, that was a perfect demonstration. The pawn on d5, it controls the c4 square and the e4 square. So if black can get the knight to either one of those, and you're not really worried about the trade because now, like, my isolated pawn, now it advances, now it's well protected, that can give black some pretty good counterplay. So, yeah, I think important decision time, like all these moves, like knight f3, knight b3, bishop c2, bishop e2 even, I think they're all relatively equivalent in value, but you're making a decision. Do you trade this piece or that piece? Do you allow this or that? So it's one of these moments where if you're just watching, it looks maybe a little dry, a little boring. The engine says, it's all the same. But it's actually quite a, I think, important choice that's going to influence the next 10 moves after that.
Absolutely. And I definitely think it makes sense for Levy to think quite a bit of time here. I do think, though, that is giving Pia some confidence in this position. Like, I think Pia is right now feeling quite good. She has an hour 14. Levy has an hour and 2 minutes, which means that she has 12 more minutes than him. And I think it's making her feel like she is in control of the position, sort of. So I think that she doesn't feel too scared about the position. She feels like she has more time. And of course, this game can at any point dramatically change. But I think for now, she is quite happy. And probably Levy is quite happy too. But we're going to see what course of action he decides to go for. And knowing Levy, what do you think he would play here?
That's a good question. I'm trying to decide. I think he's going to save his bishop. I think he's going to retreat it to one of the squares. But I'm not sure. What's interesting is that I've almost never seen Levy play a game like this, where it's so, like, this is a position that I would like to play with white. I have like I like to play like a positional game as well. Small advantage, nice and risk-free. I'm actually very curious. Like I say he's going to move the bishop, but I'm not completely sure, to be honest. I've almost never seen him. Maybe this is very smart by Pia. She's like, I haven't seen him play this type of chess. Let me see what he can do.
Yeah.
And get some information herself. Yeah.
Exactly. He was trying to get some information after d4. Will she play d5? Will she play knight f6? Which, to be fair, I don't think he's getting that much information just from one game. It could also just be that she decided that she wanted to go for that this game. But yeah, I definitely think that maybe she was testing him a little bit. Now, speaking of Pia, you're not going to believe this.
I'm ready.
She has been to the confession booth again.
What?
I told you, you weren't going to believe it.
I don't. But you did say you've been influencing her.
That's what you gotta do when your daughter is a content creator, I suppose. Let's go ahead and hear what thoughts Pia has about the game now.
So we have made some more moves, and I'm playing a plan where I'm actually taking an isolated pawn and playing with an isolated pawn. It can be tricky. The opponent wants to control the square in front of it and then try to attack it and try to win it. But I want to justify my play with that my opponent, the Levy, he put his bishop on d3. I am now hitting it. He played his h3 move because he was maybe a little bit worried about knight h5 coming sometime. And so I was thinking, I get the time to play this. Could it be right? Could it be wrong? So I'm hoping that my activity will compensate for the isolated pawn I'm going to, I am having just now. So we have made some more moves.
Okay, so we hear that Pia is trying to justify her play. She's saying, and I am muting myself over there. We're hearing that Pia is trying to justify her play, but you know what I find funny? She literally said everything that we said. Like, she fully obviously knows everything that we're saying over here. Levy wants to play.
Knows.
She knows. That's, I guess, what you do when you're a grandmaster. But, the knight is going to come to the square in front of the pawn, and that is exactly what Levy does. He plays knight f3. We were talking about, will he play knight b3 or knight f3? He opts for knight f3, and now there's a decision for Pia to make. Does she capture this knight? Does she capture the bishop? Or does she do something completely else, like maybe knight c4 or moving the rook or whatever, right?
Yeah, we actually invested a lot of times ourselves into analyzing this continuation. And my prediction was ultimately wrong. I said he's going to move the bishop, but I would have personally played knight f3. So maybe, Pia's learning from you, go into the confessional. Maybe Levy's learning a little from me, offer this trade. But yeah, I do not see Pia taking this bishop. All these, Magnus Carlsen himself said she's a very classy positional player. And knight d3 here might be a positional mistake.
Yeah.
So that's the move I'm not expecting from her. I do think your idea of knight c4 is quite interesting here. That you mentioned earlier. Perhaps with Levy putting his knight on f3 instead of b3, that's going to give him an option of playing queen b3 against knight c4, which is a pretty nice square for the queen. Opens up rook d1, and the queen on b3 keeps an eye on d5 and e7. So yeah, either taking the knight, or yeah, this knight c4 move, trying to get some counterplay. But yeah, after queen b3, rook d1, I think almost no matter how black plays this, white's always going to be a little bit more comfortable, but it's very manageable for black. But again, to me, like I've mentioned earlier, I am very interested to see how Levy handled this position. I know some players, they would be so happy with white here. They're like, this is perfect. Like, I have such easy moves, easy plans. Isolated pawn is going to be there forever.
Yeah.
I'm going to squeeze. I don't see him play that type of shit. That doesn't mean he can't. But, I think this game is it's going to be a very good opportunity for him to perhaps train that, learn that. So it's kind of, lesson with a grandmaster. He is giving him a great opportunity here.
For sure. But I guess he wants to see it as competing with the grandmaster more than a lesson. But yeah, absolutely. Like, it's going to be a good lesson. And that's what it always is when you're playing chess. I think when you're competing, that's when you learn the most. And you learn so much from each game. I got to ask you, though, have you been his preparation guy? Have you been his coach for this tournament?
For this tournament? No, I can be very upfront about this. Like, we've obviously, we talk all the time. We're good friends. I play chess, he plays chess, we play in terms together. And, I will share some ideas. I'm like, oh, I've been looking at this. And you're like, I'm looking at this. And I'll be like, oh, this is what I think about that. So it's quite informal. It's like, I'm not like, okay, Levy, I've been up all night and I've analyzed every game from PIA, and this is what's going to be the case. So, I might give some thoughts here and there, but, I wouldn't go as far as calling myself as a confidant, or what did you refer to me as?
Preparation guy.
Preparation guy,
Nicer,
yeah.
that's
Yeah.
nicer word.
Preparation
maybe.
guy, random preparation guy, yeah. I mean, look, I will be more than happy to share my some advice with him, but
Yeah. You're not his formal coach in any way.
no, I would not go that far, yeah, or at all.
Okay. Great. Well, we will see now what option Pia goes for. I do think that she is going to be analyzing knight takes f3. A little part of me is slightly worried that she just thinks somehow, oh, I want to take away the bishop pair from white, which is typically the bishop pair in chess is very strong because the bishops together are able to control a lot of diagonals. So, of course, I'm a little bit worried that she's just going to go with that principle and say, okay, let me go ahead and capture the bishop because then I won't be in any trouble. Maybe even looking at moves such as bishop f5. But I do think that it's going to make her very scared to know that this knight in front of d4, or on the square d4, is going to be strong for the whole game. So that is the reason I don't think she might go for knight takes d3. But I am a little bit scared for this.
It's just also a position where the bishop pair, you can see it's not quite the feared bishop pair, and that is kind of fabled, because her bishops wouldn't have any wonderful open diagonals, right? The bishop on g7, it's defending the king, it's defending the dark squares around the king, but it has no offensive, capabilities. And the light square bishop, it's, even if, let's put this knight d3, queen d3 bishop, I think this is a continuation that an amateur player would play all the time. Like, oh, take bishop f5, I get a tempo, that's delicious, right?
Yeah.
But now after queen d2, now all of a sudden, not only is there knight d4, there could be a bishop h6 idea. And again, it's just the bishop pair, it's like, it just doesn't have targets.
Yeah.
And the light square bishop is not very impressive for black. And the dark square bishop is on the verge of getting traded off.
Yeah.
So the bishop pair can be extremely powerful. Open position, they're just slicing and dicing. Light squares, dark squares, you can't hide. Here, they're completely defanged, these bishops. So, yeah, don't see her going for this. But I think this decision, do I take the knight? Do I retreat? Maybe knight c6? Do I go knight c4 more actively? I think these are the decisions that Pia is considering very seriously.
Yeah, I think so too. And knight c6 is actually also an idea. We haven't really looked at it because it looks a bit passive to go backwards. But an idea of this would, of course, be to help the push of the d pawn and try to play something like d4. So I'm not sure if this is something that she is considering. Yeah, what I'm worried about, though, is whenever she plays d4, maybe Levy can just push c4, and then he will just get this majority on the queen side, which can be very dangerous in endgames, because all of a sudden, you have 3 pawns versus 2, which means that, if we just put it frankly, if we trade off all pieces, and it's just king versus king, the 3 versus 2 pawns are going to win on the side of the board.
But you gotta give credit to the d pawn. The d pawn would also be passed, yeah?
But it's easier for the king to defend this pawn than what it is for this king to defend a passed pawn on the queen side, because it's a little bit further away. So at least it can become dangerous. Of course, it's no winning, but it can become dangerous sometimes, I think, in endgames.
Yeah, but also now that I think about knight 6 a little more, I do quite like it for black in the sense that, again, if you kind of rely on these general terms, when you have the isolated pawn, you want to keep pieces on the board, right? Because as you mentioned, you get to the endgame, sometimes the pawn can be very weak, sometimes it could be losing the king and pawn endgames, so you have to keep pieces on. And a move like that, like the knight at c6 is quite strong. It defends d4, it defends e5. So you don't even need to push d4. You're also preventing white from playing knight d4. So that's also a move that could be quite logical. And another idea is maybe down the road, we'll have a b5, b4 from Pia. So this also makes sense. But again, I know I said I think a couple times, but still, it's a position that I think no matter how you slice it, white's going to be with the slight edge. So, yeah, I think Levy should be, I'm quite happy with his position. I think he's quite happy too. And the other thing I will say is that I think the risk is almost non-existent for white here. Of course, you can always make some big blunders, but let's give the international master and grandmaster benefit of the doubt. It's a position where I really do not see Levy getting in any trouble.
Yeah.
Which is always a nice feeling. You're like, okay, let me press, and the worst case scenario, we'll split the point.
Yeah, we'll get a draw. So, of course, this can change, but no, I completely understand what you're saying, even though, of course,
you don't want me to be. You don't want to hear it. You don't want to hear it.
Yeah. You're spilling the truth. You're saying the truth. But here, yeah, all of these moves, like you're saying, it feels like just continuing White's small advantage. Levy's standing up. I'm wondering if he's about to talk again.
Yeah.
But because the position is changing. But if we look again at trading off these knights, now White can officially never place a knight on d4. Let's say we go something like queen b6, like we were talking about before, to try to create some counterplay. Because this is honestly the only idea that I'm seeing right now for Black to get some fast counterplay.
Yeah, it's super concrete, right? Because if let's just go back for one moment, like I think a natural move is bishop e6, right? Just like develop the bishop. But if you do this, then I think this idea, maybe not now, but I was wondering if I can play like this bishops. If I have time, I want to go bishop c2, rook d1, bishop b3. So I don't know if this is the best continuation now, but this idea of queen b6, as you mentioned, right? You have to do something fast.
Yeah.
It's just you're like, hey, I'm not giving you time to do that. Yeah. So let's just to show the audience like why is queen b6. Oh, why do you have to play right away? Well, to stop White from their dream setup here.
Of bishop c2 and then blocking the attack of this pawn with the bishop.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I would love to do. An isolated pawn, let me attack it. And it's kind of awkward to defend b2, right? Because rook b1 is natural, but it's like, do I really want my rook there? That's not I want it on a, because now let's say bishop e6, and all of a sudden there's a tactical idea, maybe Black plays d4 and a2 is hanging, right? So it's one of these things where positionally, I think White is in good shape, but the specific sort of features of this exact position would allow Pia to not give Levy the dream configuration. But this is very precise, this whole like knight f3, queen b6. I think it could be a very precise way to solve the problems, as they like to say. Because otherwise, and we see a move, by the way. Let's see, I think we just got a move. Which one is it? Knight back, okay.
Okay, she went knight c6.
This is very natural because if you don't evaluate this queen b6, I mean, we also have help of some engine overlords.
Of course.
If you don't evaluate that, then you don't want to do that because it's like, well, I'm trading and then my pawn is weak. So this is quite natural, keeping the knight on the board. But now Levy, again, rook e1, maybe queen d2, rook d1, get his pieces out as well.
Yeah, I think that you're right about that having been maybe a critical moment in the game where, to create a immediate counterplay for Black, she had to be very fast there and find this idea of queen b6. But I think this is also a very human move, just like you said. This was the move that you said made sense. You're not trading off the knights, you're stopping White from going knight d4, and you're sometimes preparing for this d4 push. So it's a move that makes a lot of sense, even if the evaluation doesn't love it right now. I think, well, you from an international master point of view, do you think this is fine still?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I would even not mind playing this for Black.
Yeah.
I would take White, of course, but it's not a position where I'm like, geez, like I'm really under the gun here, right, or something like that. It's this is like when I kind of thought it, because we were focusing on the forcing moves, knight d3, knight f3, but then I was like, oh, we're cheating that. That we're taught not to trade pieces when you have the isolated pawn. So to me, that move made a lot of sense. But at the same time, again, maybe it's a personal bias as well. When you're against the isolated pawn, it feels like your plans are easy. Oh, there's a pawn. Attack, attack, attack.
Yeah.
And then you're playing with the pawn. You're like, oh, I got to defend this pawn. Like, this is so annoying, right? So it's also kind of psychological. But yeah, queen d2 here I really like for Levy. For example, like link the rooks. There's a bishop h6 idea. And if I ever get rid of the bishop on g7, okay, this is not going to happen. But if you can imagine queen d2, bishop h6, we trade on h6. And then my queen gets in there. There's going to be some... yeah.
Knight is going to move to g5. Maybe.
Yeah, you play bishop e6. Hey, I'm just developing. Well, you're going down. Yeah, knight g5. Of course, this will never happen in a million years. But the point is that once that g7 bishop gets traded off, the Black king. This is commoner. You have a fianchetto. The bishop is gone. There's holes there that the bishop is no longer defending. So yeah, it just feels like Levy has the ideas here that are more fun, to put it mildly. But
I agree with you. Like, this looks a lot more fun than what Pia would have to do right now. But yeah, I mean, she decided to go for this move for a reason, and I do think that she feels like she'll be able to tackle all of the problems that she has right now. Of course, if bishop h6 she won't take. But queen d2 does seem like a very natural move, and I wonder, after queen d2, how does she choose the placement of her pieces? Because if you go bishop e6, this move that I'm considering might be wrong, but I'm just kind of thinking, what happens if White ever goes knight g4? Is this not an annoying, knight g5, sorry, is this not an annoying piece that just simply threatens this bishop?
This is definitely possible. It's kind of a trade, right? Because, well, it's literally a trade, but I also meant the trade-off because you get rid of Black's isolated pawn, and that bishop on e6, it's not that great, but you're also saying, okay, whatever, I have the bishop pair now, so you're trading advantages. So that's definitely an idea. And by the way, oh no, I thought we had a move, sorry. But yeah, that's an idea for sure. I mean, I feel like Pia is going to be angling for maybe a more kind of forcing d4 move that we've been talking about. But yeah, because in that case, even if Levy does play, which I imagine he will, he'll play c4. It feels like, okay, you're getting a more counterplay for black. Like, okay, like maybe my, maybe white has the pawn majority on the queen side, but I got my d4 pass pawn. Like this is like, I have a strength now. And I feel like even psychologically, it's better to play that way where you have something that kind of is corralling your position. So I think she's going to go for maybe this more dynamic approach, I guess, to the position than just bishop e6.
Because sometimes when you're just retreating, when you're just going back and reacting to what your opponent is doing, psychologically, it feels like you're almost losing a little bit in the game. You're only waiting around for your opponent and reacting to everything, and it feels like the opponent constantly has threats and threats. But if you have your own d4 pawn or whatever, if you have your own little thing to play with, psychologically it feels like you're actually posing some threats as well, I think.
And vice versa, right? If you're just the one, oh, I'm making a threat, I have my plan, you don't feel any pressure. And then when your opponent's trying to find their own ideas, this can kind of scare you at times. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, Levy's thinking, I mean, his moves, I don't know what exactly he's thinking about. Like queen d2 makes sense, rook e1 makes sense. Like those are the two top moves for me. So yeah, I guess he's thinking.
We will see which of those moves he decides to do. Or, I mean, yeah, the engine is also kind of suggesting bishop b5, which looks a little bit strange to me.
Well, it stops d4, all right?
Yeah.
That could be the idea.
Exactly. So we will see what Levy decides to do in this position. But before we do that, let's hear what Levy has to say about the position, because we have another confessional booth from Levy. I don't know what's going on here. They're just going there all the time. They're having so much fun with this.
Let's hear their thoughts.
Let's do it.
What's up, everybody? Life of a chess player here. It's 2 bathroom visits. I'm drinking like a really nice fizzy lemon soda. So I just took my first long think of the game. Pia played this knight maneuver to break in the center of the board. I thought it made sense. There's a line a bit earlier in that similar structure where white does what I did in the game, goes knight f3, tries to give up the light squared bishop. But so that's why I spent a lot of time, because my original idea was to put the bishop back on c2 and not give it away. But then I was like, and the point is that if she plays d4, I can play bishop e5, knight f3. It's a fork on d4 and e5, and I can win her pawn. Because that's the whole idea with the isolated pawn. You're kind of trying to give it away. The only reason I didn't go bishop c2 is I thought she can go knight c6. They'll show this on the broadcast, and you guys will know if I'm smart or stupid. I thought bishop c2, if I play after e5, de, knight e5, knight e5, knight e5, bishop c2, I thought she can just play like knight c6. And I didn't really see a way to prevent d4. Maybe there's some way, or maybe I can just allow d4 and play the game, but I thought like I should give away one of my bishops here. I thought about bishop takes e5 too. That's why I spent a lot of time. I really couldn't understand. Like I thought if I give up my dark squared bishop, then I can maneuver, put pressure on the pawn, like bishop c2, bishop b3. But I don't think I'd ever have enough time. So I did it the way I'm doing it now in the game. Maybe trade the dark squared bishops later. We'll see. Last time I spent a lot of time here, she made a move, so I'm gonna go. Follow me on Snapchat.
All right. Speaking of following on Snapchat, I have made a Snapchat too, so please follow that as well. Follow Levy's Snapchat. Follow my Snapchat. My name is Anna Kremling1, and I'm very upset because someone had taken the name Anna Kremling, and that person is not me. So whoever has the name Anna Kremling, please give it back to me. But now it's Anna Kremling1. So let's talk about the analysis. He was talking about the fact that he was thinking about going bishop c2, which was the move that you thought he was going to play.
He said that was his first instinct, and I was saying, hey, I think he's going to move the bishop. So he said, put that on the board, see if it makes sense. Now, one thing that I'm glad he didn't do, just to pause for a moment here, he was saying, he was thinking to give up his dark square bishop. And yet, I would never do that here. I mean, we were talking about giving the light square bishop, but he was saying maybe I can take an e5. And to me, that would be a really major mistake, because the dark square bishop, it's an excellent piece. It's got all this great control over, over the position. But meanwhile, if you make this trade and go knight f3, Pia would go back, and again, this bishop on g7 has a lot of possibilities after a future d4 move. But let's go back for a moment here. And Levy's saying he thought about going bishop c2, but he was not sure after knight c6. He thought Pia is just going to play pawn to d4. And Yeah, he's like, how do I stop this? That's why he didn't go for it.
If you hear a noise right now, it's actually people adding me on Snapchat.
Oh, I was like, I heard it earlier, and I was like, that's not my phone, and I'm like, so reflexively like, that's you. Okay.
It's me.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Adding me on Snapchat.
Yeah.
That is amazing.
That's funny. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so exactly. So he was scared of knight c6, but I feel like this in general is making it seem as if he is a little bit worried about d4.
Well, yeah, because he's saying she's got the isolated pawn. Let me put pressure on and attack it.
Of course.
And we were also talking about this bishop c2, bishop b3 idea. But yeah, here if we go bishop b3, there is pawn to d4. And yeah, I mean, if black, like the worst thing for white to do here is to take it, because afterwards, like knight takes d4, or maybe even queen takes there because you can hit a double attack. But knight takes is quite good, and black has no problems. And I would take black here because now the knight is so strong in the center.
Yeah.
That's just an illustration of the dream scenario for black here. So. He put in some time, but I think his decisions were quite good, right? He played this knight f3.
Yeah.
And I hear a lot of Snapchat additions. By the way, a very quick sidebar. So you were saying, Anna Cramling was taken, right?
Yeah.
I remember this was like years ago. I listened to this very interesting like podcast episode, and there
Yeah.
was like this whole like black market of like people selling very rare Snapchat usernames. So it's like what just like words, right? Like, it's quite rare to have like a word, like maybe it's like chess, right? You want to have just chess name.
So they made a business out of it.
Yeah, it was like a whole business, but it was kind of crazy because people would like hack other people's Snapchats to steal their names and then sell them, and it was just like random brain blast. So yeah,
That is crazy.
Just the more you know.
Yeah, the more you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was, I, the problem that I had was actually that when I started doing content, I created a Snapchat called Anna Cramling.
So okay.
But then people would add it because they knew it was me, and then it was like, I don't want because it wasn't my public Snapchat,
I see.
right?
It was just you.
It was just me.
And it wasn't your chess content.
No.
Yeah.
So it was all private, and then I was like, okay, I'll take away the name. But that was the biggest mistake I ever did.
It got sold on the black market.
No, but obviously someone else took it, and now I don't have it anymore. So that is that I'm kind of sad about. But anyways, we see on the board actually a really big decision that has been made, which is that Pia quite quickly after going knight c6, queen d2 did go d4, and now this is what we have on the board. Now the only move that I'm scared here for Levy to do is c4, and when I say scared, I mean because I'm rooting for my mom. C4 is a great move, right? So that's why I'm thinking that this is probably what Levy's going to opt for, and this is a great move, and it's going to change the position, but he's still going to be playing with a slight advantage.
Yeah, I mean, this is what also I thought Pia is going for, right? She played knight c6. She's playing d4. She's not just going to play passively. I mean, I would also go as far as to say c4 is not, just the only move to be scared of. It's the only move for white, period. I cannot imagine taking d4. Not only would that just give away your entire chances of an advantage, I would even maybe like black there because the bishop at g7 all of a sudden becomes very strong.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's excellent. The fact that he played it quickly, because if he wasn't confident, he might be thinking, do I go cd4? Maybe I go for the draw, right? You don't want to have these thoughts here. Like he quickly plays c4. That's the best move, and it's also you're willing to take this unbalanced position, and you're not even thinking about safety. So now we get a double-edged game. Still like white for sure because the pawn on d4 is securely blockaded. White's plan is very simple. Like my next move is b4, unless Pia plays a5, of course. So I just want to play b4. Maybe I even play c5. This will give me access to the d6 square. It will also allow me to play bishop to c4 potentially. So yeah, I like white here, but the pawn on d4, right? That's the guiding light for black here. Like you're always going to have that pawn.
It is the guiding light, but I feel like the game is turning into a more dynamic game, which is what Levy's also comfortable with. So I feel like now that we're getting this more double-edged position, this actually might be something that Levy has a lot of fun with. And he sees all these ideas of going b4, b5, like you said, maybe going c5 and getting a piece on d6. I am a dynamic player, and I'm looking at this, and I'm like, wow, I want to do this myself. Like, give me this position. I want to do this. So, yeah, that is something that I'm starting to get a little bit worried about. We will see what Pia decides to do. I'm trying to see, can you somehow stop this b4 idea? Can you go queen a5 to try to stop b4 and then get the queen out of here, stop these ideas of bishop h6, and then just try to trade off the queens? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if you really want to stop b4, you can try a5, right? That's going to be a hard stop on b4 for now. Queen a5, I mean, I suppose it's possible, but after trade b4, you're still allowing me to play b4. It's just the question is, do I want to do this with or without the queens for black? So yeah, b4, let's say knight c6, probably just a3. And yeah, again, I still have I keep all my options open. C5, B5. I can also just play like rook e1, rook e2, rook e1, just double up. And I mean, it seems like white has some more ambitious plans, but yeah, black's position is very sound here, I would think. But queen a5 would not be my first idea, although it obviously makes sense. I would be wondering, is it worth it for me to play a5, right? Because if I'm that worried about this expansion, maybe I play a5. Because if white plays a3, then you can keep pushing a4, right? And then they say en passant is forced, right? So there we go. We have a position where en passant is going to be quite a hurdle for white to overcome there.
What I'm wondering though is after a5, you're fully on forever giving up the defense of this b5 square because you can never play a6. Maybe this is a very distant idea and maybe it's going to take way too long. But I was wondering if you could at some point try to reroute your knight to a3 and b5 and try to attack this pawn from here. I'm not sure if this could be an idea, but
it's a long maneuver.
It's a long maneuver, but I don't know if Levy is the kind of person to maneuver his knight for 5 moves. But I mean, I would be seeing this path for the knight, and I'd be excited about it at some point.
And we have a5, by the way.
Yeah.
But I was going to say that honestly, it's not. We're talking about the queen side for Levy. Oh, he's got the pawn majority. He's got b4. But there was a plan that we mentioned not that long ago. He can go bishop h6, right?
Yeah.
Trade off that bishop. That's going to soften the defense of the black king. It's going to soften the defense of d4 as well, right? And yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. He can play a move like rook e1, rook e2, rook e1, maybe bishop h6. So he doesn't only have to rely on b4.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to see if bishop h6 does happen very soon. I'm seeing people talk about YouTube. How are we doing YouTube? We are right now streaming both on Twitch and YouTube, on my channel, on Gotham Chess's channel. I mean, we're streaming on 4 channels right now, which I think is really fun and exciting. So I hope that we're doing good on all different channels.
And shout out to all the moderators, right?
Exactly.
4 channels, 4 times as much moderation.
Uh-huh.
So thank you for everyone to keep the peace.
Thank you for
in the
everybody
Kremlin
keeping the
versus
peace.
Gotham war. Yeah.
Okay, that is amazing. Oh, is it going this? No, this is crazy. Chat, you guys are fast.
Oh, I can't read that. Yeah.
Okay, I think that is where we are. Okay, amazing. There we go. Great, amazing. I mean, look at the position that the both players have right now. Pia completely leaned in, focused. And then we have Levy just looking like the most chill guy in the whole world. Like, just look at his pose.
He's relaxed, yeah. I think that he, what I said earlier, he understands as well. He has the easier ideas, but I feel like he just doesn't feel any pressure. Like, and I mean pressure in the position where it's not like Pia's got this idea, Pia's got this idea, right? It gives you a lot of confidence to know that you're not under any attack.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm wondering also do you think that Gotham sees himself as the underdog of the match?
It's a good question. I feel like he's not really thinking about it too much. I mean, it's 22 games, right? Like, it's going to start off, we're here every day. It's going to be a great pleasure and honor. But we have the first 4 days, it's 1 game each. Now, these games are worth 3 points though, right? So these are classic games are weighted, quite a bit. But you're going to have 6 games of rapids, 12 games of blitz in 1 day, by the way, right? It's really going to be
intense.
It's going to be very intense. So I think that you just don't even have these thoughts, right? Like, maybe you'll start thinking about those like when you get halfway through. But I'll tell you what, like, Levy, he's got the white pieces. He's we know he's an IM and he is a GM, but Levy's a good player. And most good players, they're not going into games scared of
course.
Any opponent. So I think he's just playing the position, and I think he views himself definitely not an underdog in this game.
Yeah.
I think he knows he has a more pleasant position here.
That total sense. And he also does. I mean, this does look very nice and comfortable for white so far. So we will see. A5 was played. What I do like about Pia's position, though, is the time situation. I like that she doesn't seem to be questioning herself too much. She's just going for decisions. She didn't spend way too much time on this whole d4 idea. And she's keeping a slight time advantage. We have an hour 1 versus 48 minutes. We also got those clocks added to the screen, so you can see them now next to the players. So you can see how much time they have all of the time. So the question is now for Levy, what will he do? Do you think he's going to play bishop h6 here?
I think he's got a lot of moves that are very natural. Rook e1, rook d1, bishop h6, b3, so that you can keep an option of a3. Like, if you start with a3, then black plays a4, and you lose out on this idea of b4. So I think he's like spoiled for some choice here, right? It's not like, Levy, you got to play bishop h6 or else, it's gone forever, like all your plans. I think he's got a lot of reasonable ideas here. So yeah, I could see him playing bishop h6, but like I said, between rook e1, bishop h6, b3, and maybe I can throw rook d1 in there as well. I can't imagine playing any other move, but all those moves look quite logical. And again, this pawn on d4, it can also be a target. Like he can play bishop e4 at some point, target the knight on c6, bishop h6, targets the knight on the bishop on g7, and then who's going to be left to defend the pawn?
Yeah, this pawn is just hanging. And if PM loses this pawn, then we're in big trouble.
Well, she's going to probably try to avoid that, right? I
course.
can see a rook coming to d8 for black, and something like, I don't know, queen b6, bishop e6, rook d8. Again, it's going to depend what Levy does, but if I can play 3 moves in a row right now, those look like pretty reasonable developing moves. And a rook on d8 is going to, put a lot of defense on that pawn.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the nice thing about Levy's position is that it's quite flexible. Like he has this b4 idea that he can still try to set up slowly, but also just looking, or he can attack d4, or he can go bishop h6. So it's like he can play almost on all three sides here.
What I'm thinking is, can you at any point, when you play rook d8, can white's idea be to play bishop g5 to target this rook? And then if black plays f6, all of a sudden this bishop
Never
is
play
blocked.
f6.
Never play
Yeah.
f6. Then you're almost forced to play f5 at some point, it feels like, because to keep this bishop alive. But that can maybe create some weaknesses, and also it's going to make it hard to keep a rook on d8. So I don't know, I'm a little bit, I don't know if that's correct, but I'm a little bit worried about a bishop coming up here and stopping the rook from forever defending this pawn.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely something to consider. I think that Pia playing quickly, it's usually a good sign. It's also a good strategy, even if your opponent has a good position and let's say Levy's thinking, hey, I'm doing pretty well, but he's down 16 minutes and Pia's keeping the tempo, you kind of start having some self-doubt. Like, am I really doing that well? Like she's playing pretty fast. She's pretty confident. So I think it's a good strategy. Her moves are very logical. So, but at the same time, I was going to say, I feel like the decisions for Levy are a little easier because you're saying, oh, we go rook d8, but then bishop g5, right? So black has kind of questions to answer. But for Levy, like he's thinking here not because he's so lost for plans. I think he's seeing he has a lot of pretty good plans, and he should just choose one and roll with it. Like bishop h6, that's a good move. So we'll see what he does.
But it's so easier to say that
Of
than
course.
what they're sitting
I mean,
there.
I would have 5 minutes at this point on either side. On either side. Yeah.
He goes for the move rook e1. Also a very natural move. He's putting the rook on an open file. It's going to be a move that's useful for a long time of the game. So I think it makes a lot of sense that he's going for rook e1. And I'm wondering here, I mean, to begin with, could it be an idea for black to try to play a4 to make it a little bit harder to play b3?
Well, if you play a4, I can consider playing b4 now, right?
b4, and then you have to take on passant.
Yeah.
Almost. Or maybe you
well,
don't.
if you don't, then I'm like, okay, I got b4, right? And then I'll play a3 next. So that does actually, it's funny, right? a4 is actually going to be more helpful to me in playing b4 than an a5. I mean, it's not something that means you're going to get b4 guaranteed, because even after retrade on b3, you could have like a queen b6 move and control the b4 square. So I'm not sure if a4 is the most useful, but it does have some other ideas. Like, okay, you're probably not going to do this one, but rook a5, some kind of rook lift, and activate the rook. We know they belong on the open files, like Levy plays rook e1.
Creative.
Yeah, but you can also put an open rank. I'm not sure it's that useful there, but can you imagine some rook h5, like a5, rook h5? You said you're a dynamic player, so yeah.
I mean, can I imagine it? Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm imagining it, and I'm almost loving it. What I'm thinking then, okay, a4, no, I don't think she's going to play that. That's true. What about something like, I mean, if I was playing this with black, one of the moves that I would consider would be to go knight b4 to try to consider, okay, are we going to try to trade off this bishop? Where is this bishop going to go? Can we now try to take and then play bishop f5 now that this pawn is a passed pawn, and maybe try to make this a little bit of a stronger pawn? I don't know. Knight b4 would be a move that I would consider, but of course also this knight takes away the defense of the d4 pawn, which is maybe my only worry. But if knight b4, does the bishop move? Or
Yeah, I think I would put on e4. That way, it's very strong in e4. Your knight is also, I can hit it with a3 next. And I'm also opening the idea of rook d1 to gain more pressure. So unless you're going to continue with f5 there, which I don't advise.
No.
I think that...
I got excited for a second, though.
You attack a piece. You do attack a piece, yeah. But I feel, sometimes these decisions where you're just playing very loose and very aggressive, they might look good and feel good at the moment. But then 2 moves later, you're like, what have I done to my position? I've
Yeah.
made all these weaknesses, right? I would imagine bishop e6 to me is kind of the first idea for black. Develop the bishop. But then you can maybe consider knight b4 because the pawn on c4 is now under attack. So then the bishop on d3
Rook c8.
and rook c8 and try to get a little counterplay that way. As you mentioned earlier, after bishop e6, you could be under this knight g5 jump. But I mean, you just don't have that many squares for that bishop. I mean, you can play bishop d7. It looks a little sad.
It looks sad.
Yeah.
It's almost like I prefer having the bishop here. Like I
On
don't
c8,
see
yeah.
I don't. I mean,
Yeah.
on c8, it's blocking the rook from coming in, which is the
Yeah.
problem. But this is just blocking the queen from defending here. Okay, maybe you can play queen b6 at some point. But to me, this bishop looks extremely sad.
Yeah, the
So-
only point I think is that the rook can come to c8 because the
Yeah.
bishop on d7 doesn't give you any benefits from being on c8. It's actually quite good on c8. I like it there. It's like tucked away.
Yeah.
And by the way, this bishop c8 move has been very topical lately. I don't know if you know, but you've heard some bishop c8. Yeah, bishop c8 is one of the hottest move in chess right now. But yeah, the bishop in c8 here I think is quite well placed. It's just this rook in a8, which honestly, like now that I think about it, like a4 rook a5, like I don't believe in it, but kind of looks nice. And then it actually gives me options of going bishop f5 because all of a sudden, yeah,
because you can take with the bishop, with
you
the
know,
rook. I mean,
yeah. It's not stupid. I think it's I don't know if it's the best move, but it's a move.
can you imagine if we would see it?
I can definitely imagine it.
You can.
I can definitely imagine it. Yeah.
Wow.
But I mean, the question is a4. Can I go b4 because now white can kind of change gears? But en passant takes trade rooks, queen b6. Not so convinced by that. I think for
For Levy?
for Levy.
So I'm just gonna put it up.
Yeah.
Because we trade, and now this b3
Yeah.
pawn could be a
Yeah.
little bit weak.
Yeah. Apparently here there's bishop d6. I saw this, but I thought rook d8. But then what? Do I have something like some c5, some stuff there?
But this
b3
is quite
hanging.
crazy,
Yeah. I didn't calculate this too deeply, but this is not very convincing to me because the b4 square, like black can, like, I guess queen e7 or something is
Queen
more.
e7.
Yeah, just take it.
something
Yeah,
this.
take control of the square.
Uh-huh.
And actually, for black, like now I've traded the rook in a8, right? We were like, we got to rook lift this, but
Yeah.
trading it was also quite a good solution. So yeah, I don't think Levy would play b4 there. I think maybe he just sticks to his plan, like, or I don't know, we don't know his plan, but sticks to bishop h6, our plan, I
Yeah.
suppose. Yeah, let's put that out, like a4, like a4 first, bishop h6. How ridiculous is it for this, rook a5 idea, or takes and yeah, I guess rook a5. Can I do something like this? I can. It's nothing wrong with it, but
No.
it's also maybe not so effective. Yeah, white can trade rook d1, continues simple chess. Yeah.
Because maybe the problem becomes that here our idea was, okay, let's say that you do something, you continue with normal moves. Let's say if you go bishop f5.
This is my idea. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe the rook is a little bit funny here, and now that you have so many pieces attacking this d4 pawn,
Yeah, I can trade and
maybe even go
Take-
rook e4
yeah.
and just attack this pawn.
taking d4 is also pretty.
Oh, yeah, you can take,
Could be
you can
good.
take immediately.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Wow.
Extra pawn. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I don't want to give up the pawn. And something actually that my mom is, she is very like she likes her pieces. She's not the kind of person to go for a sacrifice and say, okay, I'll sacrifice a pawn for whatever. She likes concrete ideas and she likes to keep her pieces. And she always tells me, Anna, you're too materialistic. Like you love your pawns too much. You know, important thing is for pieces to play. And I'm like, Mom, you love pawns. Like I've
Yeah.
seen this. And so I cannot see her in any way letting go of that pawn.
Definitely not. I mean, I will tell you that in a title Tuesday game, the move a4, rook a5 would be played 95% of the time by Levy. I feel like he loves these like unorthodox,
Yeah.
like creative ideas, like,
Yeah.
and it's in blitz, to be honest. That's the move that looks good. And it's like rook lift, attack, like, oh, pawn. Yeah, you can have that. But that's the difference, right? This is classical chess. I watch quite a bit of Levy's streams, Levy's videos. I read the comments, there's, he likes to pin the top comment. It's usually something, the pin of shame as it's called.
Uh-huh.
And I always,
appear there.
I don't think I've ever left a single comment on a YouTube video.
Really?
Yeah,
Not even like
not even one.
nice
Nice game,
bro,
No.
to Levy? No?
No,
You tell him that in person instead?
maybe. I consume a lot of YouTube content, watch a lot of stuff, but I just like I'm a lurker. There's people in the chat,
Yeah.
they're chatting. There's people in the stream, they're lurking, right? I'm a lurker. But
I mean, lurkers are important. Lurkers
Yeah.
are most of the people that are watching,
watching the ads.
I was gonna say watching the content, but
Yeah. Both, yeah.
but they're definitely very important. Yeah, that's good to know.
Yeah, but I was gonna say, like, people, a lot of fans and I'm sure you have the same thing, right? They see you play, on stream, and they see you play in competition, and a lot of fans there, many are chess players, but many are not tournament players. So they'll see things like, wow, like you defeated this guy in this format, right? This is very topical. Like, this is what happens in line. This is what happens over the board. This is what happens in blitz. This is what happens in classical. And this is one of the big differences where some things that you do for fun online in a 3-minute game and a 3 + 2 minute game, and you could even play something crazy and you can get away with it even against really strong opponents. When your opponents have an hour on the clock, you cannot play the same way, right?
No, of
you
course.
cannot take the same risks. So
because the opponent has so much more time to calculate and to actually evaluate the position. Is what you're doing actually scary for me, or is it just a bad move? It becomes a lot more clear when you have more time to calculate something. So I agree. And I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat, actually. They're asking, who is this Alex guy? Anna, who's this man in a suit sitting next to you? And so I thought, you know what? Have you introduce yourself fully on? Like, brag, okay? Brag. Tell us, who is the very strong international master, Alex Ostrovsky?
Sure. Well, as Anna just said, I am Alex Ostrovsky. I'm an international master. I'm from the United States, from New York. Some of you may have seen me before. I'm also on Twitch and on Kick, I suppose. I did some commentary for Hikaru, for Levy. I have one Grandmaster norm. I'm rated 2403 officially. I don't know about very strong international master, but I definitely am an international master. I have the rating, have the norms. I'm a good friend of Levy's for 22 years. We've known each other. And
as long as I've been alive.
Yeah, as long as Anna's been alive. And, they thought, this match, it has a great commentator, Anna Kramling, but she's just going to be too biased. She's going to be too biased towards Pia Kramling. There's something about them, that might really have her lean in that direction.
Share the same last name.
Share the same names, from the same country.
Very suspicious.
Definitely, we have to do procedure, as they like to say. So they're like, okay, we're going to bring in Alex. Someone has to, fight back against the Swedes, so.
And we need you, and you're giving us so much really, really, really good analysis and commentary. So I'm so happy to have you by your side. And I'm going to be by my side for the whole match. And this match is going to be 22 games, but it's also going to be almost a whole week. So we're going to be spending quite a lot of time in this room, and they're going to be spending quite a lot of time
in their room.
And do you see all the chess books? I saw someone before asking, are they allowed to read the chess books? No, they are not. Are you kidding me? Two players being able to read chess books in the middle of a rated game? Absolutely not. They're only allowed to see the covers.
But this has happened before. I've been present at events where someone's got forfeited. There's a player. In America, a lot of tournaments, some tournaments, I should say, you have your playing hall, and then you have a chess shop. There's vendors, they're selling books. And I was at a tournament once where a player, he was playing his game, and he's like, let me go visit the chess shop. What is this book? Oh, this is a book on the Italian game, or this is a book on the Neidorf? Well, what does it say in this book? What? Yeah, this has happened.
And they don't think, oh, this is not allowed?
They perhaps do think that. Perhaps
that's just away with it.
Yeah, it's recently, we've had chess hit the mainstream for all sorts of different reasons. There were some peculiar, toilet situations, as for some reason keeps happening in the world of chess. But yeah, this has verifiably happened. I know people who've gotten forfeited. It's like you can't. Another thing that I've seen is you see in this tournament we have the players. This match, they're notating. You see the big notation pad. Not the notation pad, the score sheet, I should say. Yeah. But sometimes people have, not in very official terms, they have notepads. So you have your game from this round, and you have your games from the last 50 games, right? There's been players who are like, wait a minute, I've had this position before. Didn't I have this against, I'm playing Pia Kramling. I had this against Anna Kramling, right? Oh, let me go back in my notebook. And I've seen, this has happened as well.
Wow, what a peculiar thing.
Yeah, this is not you've never heard of this before?
Well, I mean, of course I know about some stories that have happened, but not specifically these stories. But I do know that now at the Chess Olympiad, I was playing there together with my mom, and they didn't allow anybody to obviously come into the playing hall with a chess book. And this is, well, you're laughing, but a lot of times the team captains, they're a bit bored.
Oh, they're like reading.
They're reading, and they're a bit bored because the games are going on for so many hours. They can't really do anything. They're just sitting there for 5-6 hours, and so they want to bring a book. And these captains, they're chess captains, so they love chess. So what do? They might actually, without in any single way trying to cheat or trying to do anything, want to bring a chess book to read it, Or something that I saw, a lot of fans wanted to bring chess books to have them signed by their favorite chess players.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
And that was also a problem. So they had to ban anyone from bringing a chess book.
But regular book is okay.
It was okay, but they would go through all the pages and see that there weren't notes or things like this.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I've played in tournaments with security as well. I played this international event in Dubai earlier this year, and you know, you get wanded as you go in, and only the players are allowed and the arbiters. And then one of the things you weren't even allowed, but I heard that I understand this is pretty normal. You're not even allowed to bring your own pen. You have to use the pen they provide. I've played events like that as well. So yeah, I mean, we, you know, obviously, you know, we're having some fun, some jokes, but it is issue people bring up in terms of fairness in chess, and yeah, these little things that are, I think they're becoming more commonplace. And you know, I was actually gonna say, we see the confessional, like Levy's doing one and Pia's doing one. And one thing I noticed is Levy's like whispering, right? But the funny thing is, we were there, we toured, we visited yesterday. There's zero chance that anyone will hear him if he's being louder. But you know,
he could scream. He could absolutely scream from that room.
It's very isolated.
It's so isolated. We have set up so much noise canceling. Like, you have no idea how strong all the doors here have been set up for this tournament. And we actually did some screaming tests where I was shouting from that room, and we were testing, can you hear it from the room where they're playing? And it was impossible. So, but I think it comes natural. You're playing an important chess game.
That's what I was going to say. You're at a chess tournament.
Yeah.
That's why I think he's whispering by like default, right? Like, exactly.
It feels wrong, but there's absolutely no chance of anything being heard from that room. So that is something that.
And we have our arbiter on location.
We do have our arbiter on location. You can't see him there right now, but he is sitting there with the players at all time, and he is, you know, making sure that there's no incidents that happen, and if they happen, he's there to deal with them. So yeah, I mean, he's probably really excited and like standing there trying to watch the game, because he can't see it obviously in any other way. And yeah, we are really happy to have him. Carl Fredrik Johansson is his name, and he's an arbiter from
Shout out to him.
Shout out to him, and thank you for being the arbiter of our event. And also for making sure that there's no problems with the DGT board. We were a little bit worried that there would be some kind of thing going on, but he had everything. He fixed that.
The wires are all crossed.
They're all good, so we're very happy about that. Okay, my mom is spending quite some time there.
Yeah, the time advantage, we were saying, oh, you know, so you're Pia is confident. The time is equaling out. And you know, I have my thoughts on that, but you know your mom. And yeah, what do you think about that? What does this tell you anything? That I think she's spending at least 15 minutes on this move. What does that kind of tell you?
She's trying to figure out what is her plan the next move is going to be. I think she quite quickly understood that she wanted to go for this d4 idea, and I don't really think she questioned it so much before, but I think now she's questioning, what is my plan? Levy has all of these plans. We're talking about bishop h6, we're talking about b3. He's just improving his pieces one move at a time. Okay, what is my move? What is my plan? And I think that is why she's spending some time. I don't necessarily think it means that she's feeling uncomfortable, but I do think that she's feeling a little bit under pressure. She realizes that she's worse, and she realizes that she needs to come up with something, and time is ticking, and it's a little bit stressful. That is what I think. But she's not in any single way in any despair kind of moment, you know?
You would be able to tell.
I think so. Yeah. Her body language. I mean, my mom, she could not be a poker player, I think.
Well, I think her career choice has been very fruitful, you know, so she has no regrets about that.
No, she doesn't. She loves chess with all her heart. And she actually told me that no matter what happens in this match, she only wants to have fun. And she realizes that this is a once-in-opportunity kind of thing, and she really wants to play this match, but she's playing this match obviously to give it her best, but also she wants to have fun and enjoy chess. And I do want to tell everybody that, in case you don't know, she's 61 years old. So a lot of people at that age, they have actually retired from chess. They don't play chess competitively anymore. But the reason she keeps going and the reason she keeps participating, even though she knows she's not at her peak anymore, is because she loves chess so much.
And she's very active. She just played in the Olympiad. She played a tournament yesterday. She played a tournament literally yesterday.
A few weeks ago, I was like, Mom, I love you, but like, we got to practice some blitz together. Because she was telling me that she felt so uncomfortable with blitz. And so I told her, okay, let's practice blitz. And she was like, well, Anna, I would love to practice blitz against you, but I think I need to practice blitz against some strong opponents. I mean, she didn't say it exactly that way, but that was
You understood.
what I
Yeah.
understood. And so she said, I gotta sign up for some tournaments and face grandmasters and play Blitz. So she told me, I'm gonna sign up for some tournaments. And she played a Blitz tournament yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
She spent 7 hours playing Blitz. And she was really happy because she started off not doing so well, but then she beat several international masters and she was feeling quite good actually. So she said that gave her a lot of confidence for the match today, and she was happy that she had played.
Okay. Yeah, it's interesting strategy because you do start with the classical, right? But
Yeah.
she's thinking ahead. She's thinking like a grandmaster.
She's thinking like a chess player, and she ends up going for bishop e6, which was the move that you were saying seems like such a natural move.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, maybe it is, but now we are going to have to ask ourselves what happens if knight g5 is played, I think. Because I really don't understand where this bishop is going. Or maybe it's just not going anywhere. I don't know if that's where her plan is.
Yeah, I think what you said earlier about her spending time
Mhm.
was exactly correct. She played d4 quickly, and she was going for this type position and this whole structure, right? With the isolated pawn, she played knight d7, e5, then d4. She made these decisions. She's like, okay, this looks like the best course of action. But then when she arrived, I think, to the position, I think she realized this is not maybe as easy as it looked. Not that it looked easy, but it felt like very natural. You push the pawn, pass the pawn, but where do my pieces go? Now, to me, still, bishop e6, without delving super deeply in the position, we're coming up with these rook lift ideas. Bishop e6 is still the most natural move because you develop, you attack the pawn at c4. And yeah, I mean, knight g5, and Levy plays it so fast. Wow, plays it quite quickly. I was thinking, is her idea just to go to d7? Because then you can argue, well, the knight on g5 is not so great because it blocks bishop h6, but I can move that knight to e4 potentially, right? Like that knight can go to e4 and d6. So the fact that Levy played this move really quickly, I think, is a great sign for him because he was thinking on her time, right? This was the move he was considering. And I think he maybe also senses, Pia just spent 16, 17 minutes on this move. So he's pressing the gas. He's like putting the pressure on her. But I'm curious, I mean, knight e6 is a threat. Rook e6 is a threat, right? Because I'm going to have a fork afterwards. So my instinct was, is Pia just going to move back and argue the knight is misplaced? But I can put it on e4. So that can lead to c5, d6, and
this is getting scary. This is getting very scary, and
I feel good.
well, I know, and I'm looking at Levy, and I think he feels really good. Look at him just sitting on that coffee.
Yeah,
it looks good. We should get some coffee too the next few days. That's gonna be nice. Or you know what else we should get?
I think I do. A little bit of a energy drink.
A little bit of energy drink. We want to give a big shout out and thank you to Blitz Fuel for also being one of the official sponsors of this match. We don't have Blitz Fuel with us yet, but we will have the next few days, and I'm really excited. It's going to be really nice to have some yummy energy drinks, and we also got a link for you guys. There is a discount code with Gotham. I'll give you a discount code. So do !Blitz Fuel in chat, and thank you so much for sponsoring this match.
We're definitely going to need it for the Blitz portion.
Yeah.
Blitz Fuel during the Blitz, all that action, we're going to need to bring the energy.
Name.
It's in the name.
It's made for
Do they need the Blitz Fuel during the Blitz?
Well, I think they might. I mean, I will be honest and say that my mom, she is more of a tea person. She drinks a lot of tea.
That might be one of the flavors. We got to check out the website.
We got to check out the website and check out what flavors are. We might find a flavor for her. We should do like a taste test where she tries a lot of different flavors. But I think Levy, he's going to be loving it. He's going to be drinking all the Blitz Fuel in the world and just go bam, 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 and play some Blitz. So, and I wish my mom went bam, bam, bam right now too, because she is starting to spend some time, and I can kind of sense.
We're seeing.
Oh, we're seeing.
We're looking into the past. Yeah.
We're looking into the past. Yeah, we are.
We're looking in the future. Well, not future. the present.
Yeah.
No, I also had that issue. I was like, oh, are we getting a move? And I was like, wait a minute, that's that. We've already seen that. Yeah, we have a couple feeds here.
Okay, all right. Well, she's very focused. I can almost sense that she's probably feeling a little bit uncomfortable, but I hope that she finds a way of getting out of this. I really do.
It's a lot of chess to be played, but she is under pressure. I mean, here, bishop d7, I can hardly imagine what else she's going to do, but she must have seen this knight g5 move.
She must have seen it. I don't think she can miss it because it's such a natural thing. You move up the bishop, okay, then you attack it, right?
I think the speed that Levy played it with it has an effect, though. It's like, okay, you could consider, but he played it like, I think it's a very good practical decision for him. Knight g5 fast. So it's a good move, by the way. And even she may have seen the move, but the fact he played it so fast, it's kind of like, whoa, like what's he seeing here, right? It is.
He's
seeing maybe something I didn't see. But if you don't retreat the bishop, I'll take it. You don't have an isolated pawn, but now you have a backwards e pawn. The light square bishop can go to e4, dominate the board.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I did tell my mom, though, I was like, Mom, Levy will, at certain points of the match, play moves really quickly to intimidate you.
Really?
I did call that.
Where'd you see that? You see that something?
I can feel that. I
You
can sense
feel
it.
it,
I can
okay.
sense that Levy could do that.
So
I
you're a
told
bit
her,
of her preparation guy.
Yes, not with the chess. When it
Yeah.
goes to psychology, I was trying
Still
to.
counts.
And so I told her, if that happens, do not be scared. You know, just keep doing your thing. It's fine. Like, and obviously here he did it at a great point because it was a great move. So it was obviously right. But I also think that it can come with a lot of psychological success where you're putting so much pressure on your opponent. And I just wanted her to not feel that extra pressure from it too much.
Well, let me tell you this, or ask you this to be precise. Has your mom ever given you some advice before a chess game?
Has my mom ever given me some advice?
Yeah.
Of course she has.
Of course. Has there been situations where you've completely thrown that advice out the window during the chess game, and then after the game she's like, Anna, I told you X, Y, Z, and you're like, Mom.
Well, to be fair, she's not the kind of person to say, I told you so.
Not in an I told you so way, but like, hey, Anna, remember we talked about this, right? Like, and I don't say that in a disparaging way. I have the same issues with like my coach or my students. It works both ways. It's like, I told you not to do this. I was like, I'm stupid. And same thing. Yeah. Sometimes when you're at the board, you just forget all this, all the great things people have told you.
Yeah.
And you revert back to primordial ooze, I was going to say, but maybe just your habits.
Just your habits and just playing your chess game the way that you typically do. And we see actually Levy has left the board. Maybe he's feeling like, okay, now that the time is equalizing, or I have even some extra time, I feel great. Look at my move, knight g5. Let's go and talk a little bit to the confessional booth and tell them how happy I am.
What's the score right now in confessionals? 2-1 or 2-2?
It's 2-2.
2-2. Okay.
2-2.
Yeah.
So
He has a chance to take the lead.
he has a chance to take the lead.
Maybe in the match, but also in the confessionals.
Yeah. Of course, this is just game one of a long match. We are going to be seeing 22 games, but these classical games do weigh in more than any of the other games. If you're just coming in here, these classical games give 3 points per game. It's a little bit different from normal tournaments where you maybe just get 1 point for a win. Here you get 3 points if you win, 1 point if you lose, if you draw, and 0 points if you lose. This is going to be changing as we have 4 classical games, 6 rapid and 12 blitz. There's going to be 2 points for grabs if you win in the blitz, and 1 point for grabs per game in the blitz. So, did I say it wrong?
In the rapid.
Yeah,
2 in the rapid. 1
yeah, there's so many different numbers. So, let's just put this out.
Yeah.
3 in the classical, 2 in the rapid, 1 in the blitz. Bam, we don't have to complicate it more. There we go. And then just cut it in half pretty much if you draw. And then if you lose, you get 0 points in all formats. Very sad. So yeah, that's that. So, important game right now, an important moment, and I'm wondering if my mom missed knight g5.
No shot. No shot she missed it, but it's one of those things where you're thinking and I can tell this from my personal experience, sometimes you spend a long time thinking a move. There's a phrase we have in chess. In a bad position, every move is bad. And what does that mean? That means, let's say the valuation is +1 in your opponent's favor, and it's your move. Every move you make, the position is still going to be +1.
Yeah.
So sometimes it can be a difficult feeling because you're looking for that move. Okay, I don't want to be worse. I want to equalize. I want to get something, and it's just not there. So it feels like any move you play, you still don't have a great position, which can be a bit unpleasant. So she spent a lot of time. She didn't see anything convincing. She said, "Okay, I'm just going to play bishop e6. I need to make a move. I've already thought so long. I'm going to play bishop e6. Maybe I'm projecting a bit, but I also this is my experience at least. You play bishop e6. And then your opponent plays a move. And then you only played your move. You didn't love that move, but you had to do something. And then you still have that feeling of unpleasantness.
Yeah.
And she does retreat to d7, which is what I thought she has to do, right? Because the bishop is just hanging. But she invested another 8 minutes in that. Let's see if Levy plays a quick move, because I think he also could have definitely expected this idea from Pia.
Yeah, but maybe the question then becomes, okay, do I want to play something like knight e4 now? Do I want to play c5? Do I want to play, I don't know, even bishop d6? Like, I think there's a lot of moves here to consider, right? So it could be that once again, he gets a little bit spoiled in the choices that he has, and he has to make a decision, and he wants to make sure that he makes the best one and tries to take as much advantage as he can out of this situation. So yeah, I definitely think this is a good situation for Levy. He's better, he has more time. Obviously, the game is still ongoing, and it's gonna be a long-fought game, I think.
Mhm.
But he has a lot of options right now. So let's say, okay. So for instance, let's say that for me, a move that looks natural is knight e4, and I can see that the engine is not even recommending it. So I'm kind of wondering what is the problem with knight e4, because to me this looks so natural to get a knight to c5, reinforce the square of d6, maybe even be able to play some bishop g5. I don't know, bishop d6. So what is the problem with knight e4?
I don't think there's any, to me, I don't see any problem with it.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like there's just stronger moves, right? He, like you
Mhm.
said, he's spoiled for choice. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but I am looking at this idea of c5, which we did mention earlier, where like maybe Levy can play b4, maybe he can play c5, and he can play c5 right away here. And that's a different idea, because the knight in g5, we're thinking, let's move it away to a better square. But you're going to argue, no, that is the best square, because I'm going to go bishop c4. I'm going to put pressure on f7. Then I'm going to play bishop d6. I can even play queen f4, maybe, if I need to afterwards. And you can see the knight is, and if Pia or black ever plays h6 in these positions, then I retreat the knight, and now the h6 pawn is a target.
Yeah.
So it's also logical to have it kind of hang around black's position.
True.
So I don't think that e4 is bad. It's just you can even utilize that aggressive placement of the knight with this very strong move c5.
c5 does look like a very strong move, and it's very scary to allow white to have all of this pressure going on to f7, all of these attacks on this pawn, because at some point you might even go just bishop d6, attack the rook, and if the rook moves, oh, well, then f7 is hanging. So c5 is really scary, and I'm kind of wondering, after c5, you almost have to start making some difficult choices as black. How do you tackle all of these different questions? So let's actually put it up over here. I mean, is she going to go h6?
I think so. I mean, this, okay, I can't not point out this suggestion of the engine. This would never happen.
Yeah, bishop
f5. That just tells me that the computer thinks in this position, that threat is so dangerous. You can just trade on f5 and look at you have 4 isolated pawns, some of them in front of your king. I mean, that looks like an extremely unnatural move, this bishop f5. So the most natural move, at least to me, or the first move I'm thinking about is h6. I got to get that knight out of the way.
Yeah.
But then we've kind of, white has done a little trick, because now you can play knight e4 with a tempo in h6, and you're still getting that knight in better circumstances. So definitely lots of pressure here. I mean, people talk, Levy talks. He's considered a dynamic player. He's got to show his skills here, right? To find these moves like c5 to put pressure on Pia's position. It looks, yeah, I think h6 is the most human reaction here, to try to just get rid of that knight. But it's not fun.
No, it's
not fun at
definitely
all.
not fun. I'm trying to see if there's anything else that can be played. Of course, you can never play f6, because then bishop c4 will come, and then, well, knight f7, the e6 square gets really weak, so you can't go f6 at any point. So h6 would be the only option to kick away the knight. Trying to think if there's anything. The problem is, if you go, for instance, let's say b5, so you can't even go b5.
b6, trying to undermine, but
Yeah.
I think I can just ignore it. Like, hey,
You just
d6,
ignore it,
yeah. I'm partying on the king side, and we were talking. Pia played a5, which was very logical. Stop b4, but Levy's got plans on the other. That's the nice thing when you have the better pieces and the space advantage. You have a lot of flexibility on which side of the board you can pressure. And by the way, yeah, I think Levy just came back, or no? Yeah, maybe.
Levy has come back.
Some
So
confessions.
let's see
Yeah.
if we have confessions in front of us.
Yep.
And the answer is yes, we do have a confession from Levy. Let's go ahead and hear what he thinks about the position.
Hello again. It's probably been about an hour since I've been here. At this point, I think when I left, I had a 6-minute time advantage, so good moment to do one of these. Obviously, the momentum has shifted over the last couple of moves, which was strange because I saw a look of surprise on Pia's face when I played the move Queen D2. And the point was that last time I was here, I said if I played Bishop C2 instead of playing Knight F3, she could play Knight C6, and then she's in time to play Pawn to D4. You guys can show this on the analysis board. But the way that she played it, she still went back Knight C6, but now I don't have to retreat my bishop, I can let her play d4 and in that time play c4, prepare b4. That's why she played a5. And I have enough time to improve my position. And I was sitting wondering, like, what is she going to do with her light squared bishop? So now we're at this critical moment. She just played bishop e6. I went knight g5. She might have made a move, so I'm going to go back and check. Critical moment of the game. Also a guy named Big Mike inscribed his name on the bathroom stall here. So shout out to Big Mike. Also, you guys should seriously follow me on Snapchat because I'm going to be uploading a bunch of behind the scenes of me in the hotel room, me prepping after the match. So I got like 13,500 followers. Shout out to all of them. But let's get it up to 20. All right, hope you guys are all having a great day. I'm going to go play chess.
Big Mike. What is that all about?
Shout out to him.
Shout out to Big Mike. We don't know who it is, but that is actually really funny. Yeah, so he seems a little bit surprised that Pia has let him do all of these plans.
It sounded like he had the impression that if Pia was surprised of his queen d2 move, perhaps she was like, oh, d4. We saw her play it quite quickly. But she may have overestimated this move. And Levy's quite happy with the proceedings. By the way, I have to say, seeing Levy come in there and promote his snap makes me kind of want to see Pia come in and start promoting the Kramling, brand. Like follow Anna Kramling 1 or follow this or that.
I don't think my mom knows what Snapchat is, to be honest.
I'm sure she does not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She has no idea.
Yeah.
She has Instagram and she has Twitter and like she started to know all of these, which like 5 years ago she would never. So she has become a little bit more present on social media. But Snapchat is one of those platforms that she just hasn't gone into yet. And I don't think I'll ever see a Pia Kramling Snapchat.
I don't see that either. But just Levy's coming in and advertising it. Anyway, but positionally, he seems to be. He said it's critical moment. Don't know what she's going to do with her light square bishop. We see it dancing around a little bit, and here now Levy's turn. He played quite quickly. The time is equalized, but he's making a big decision. I mean, so far I like all his decisions. They've led to quite a good position, and think he's kind of thought of the right moments and also paused and also played quickly when it mattered. And here he has a choice of moves again. We were saying c5 looks very strong just to get both bishops into the game. But at the same time, it's not like he has moves that are spoiling. I would imagine a move like rook ad1, although might not be the best move. I can hardly imagine anything being wrong with this move and get more pressure on d4. Yeah. It might just be something like c5 is the most sort of testing for black. So he's for sure looking at stuff like this. I mean, we were mentioning knight e4 immediately also, which I would imagine is completely fine. So yeah, maybe he's enjoying himself a little. I got all these good ideas.
Of course, but he can't enjoy himself for too long because at the end of the day, this match does not have any extra time after move 40. So this is the time that they have left. They are getting a 30-second increment per move, but Pia has 37 minutes right now. Levy has 36. It's very close in time, and they will never get more. So it's important for them to use their time as well as they can, and we both know that a lot of mistakes can be made in time trouble, right? That's the most classic
what
thing.
did Magnus say? What did Magnus say?
Yes, vulnerable in time trouble, but I think honestly any person can be vulnerable in time trouble.
True.
Yeah.
I mean, I have to say we're still quite a bit away from it. Obviously, both players have used an hour of their time, but still 35 minutes. It's funny because they're going to play a rapid match, right?
They are,
and that match is 15 plus 10. So to put it in perspective, they have more than double the amount of time. Yeah. There's also 30-second increment. It's almost like triple a rapid game right now.
Yeah.
So it's still quite a bit of time. It's kind of interesting because when you're playing a classical game and you start getting into low time situations, it feels totally different than when you're playing a blitz game. It's because the cadence of the game is changing. Like you get to think and now all of a sudden you have to play faster. In blitz, you're like, oh, I'm playing fast the whole time. Like it's normal.
It's the same tempo, so it makes it a lot more natural.
So they still have a lot of time, although you do kind of start to feel like, hey, I gotta get more moves in. But I think Levy thinking here, it's quite reasonable.
For sure, and he knows that he has a good position and he wants to capitalize it as much as possible. So c5 is one move. Let's say that he goes for something a little bit slower. Let's say that he goes for this rook d1 that you were mentioning. I'm trying to see, okay, is there any time now for Pia to try to make her life a little bit easier? Maybe now she has time to go knight b4 so that this idea of c5 and bishop c4 is not as possible.
Maybe also after knight b4 I was going to say, if I have time, I would like to play bishop c6, and my knight can maybe even go to a6 and c5.
Yeah.
It's going to take a lot of time, but if I can get those pieces on those squares, I feel like I have a lot of harmony in my position. The bishop all of a sudden is on a wide open diagonal, and then in c5 is really nice as well.
Stopping the pawn from going to
Stopping
c5.
the pawn, you're done, right? And I'm also putting pressure on the center. So there could be some kind of regrouping like this, but yeah, at the same time, like bishop e4 from Levy, right? And now you're attacking b7. Yeah, I mean, the problem is for black has less space, right? There's less maneuvering squares for the black pieces. So to get them to the optimal squares just takes a lot longer than for white, where white is just like slide, 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 and we're having a good time.
Exactly. Yeah, and something like this could happen in that scenario.
Yeah, here maybe I have a 3b4, so you might not be in time to get that knight on c5 as well.
But it's also a lot of moves that white has to find, right? Like you have to find constantly all of these moves, which are maybe not super difficult to find, but we're also looking at what happens if white would play maybe in the most optimal way.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we play the game, right?
That's why we play the game.
Why
We try to do that.
Yeah, it's it's funny. I'm a chess coach, and sometimes
Say you're a professional chess coach.
Sure. It was not the point.
Okay.
The point is that sometimes like parents or people will tell me, oh, like this player beat this player, like unbelievable. It's like, well, that's why we play the game. Like if the high rated player always won, why would we play at all, right? It's like, so people are often very shocked. I just find it funny. It's like, wow, like this result happened. It's like, yeah, that's what, this match has 22 games. Both of these players are going to beat each other many times.
Yeah.
So but yeah, that's why I was like, that's why we play the game, right? We're going to make mistakes. We're going to make good moves. That's the whole fun of any sport, right? Like if the favorites always won, then if there were no mistakes, there would be no intrigue.
And that's the beauty of chess.
Yeah.
For me, truly, that is the beauty of chess. That you are more than just whatever number you have next to the word.
You're more than just a number. Yeah.
You're more than just a number.
Yeah.
You're more than just your rating. And you're a human who plays moves and you try to beat the other person. In some games you'll play more good moves and in some games you'll play more bad moves. But that is what chess is all about. And of course, we're going to be seeing both players beating each other several times during this match. So we're seeing, though, now Levy taking quite a lot to think on deciding what move to make. And we're saying that c5 is the most critical move right now. This is the scariest move in the position, the best one for Levy, but just the one that poses the most questions for Pia. Let's say that he goes c5. So c5, what will we see here? Do we have anything else apart from h6, which is a move that we don't want to make as black because it's going to weaken this pawn forever. The bishop and the queen, creating a battery, are going to be attacking this pawn in the future. The king will have to go to h7, placing himself in the diagonal of this bishop. Not a fun life to live in this game.
I'm trying to think hard.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what I would play other than h6. I mean, otherwise you have to lose an exchange because the pawn in f7 is going to be very. I mean, I'm thinking, is it possible I play like rook e8, trade the rooks, and try to go bishop e8? I was like, that's definitely not what I want to do. And also, even that doesn't even work because you will get hit with like rook takes e8 at the end of it, and I sacrifice the rook for bishop. It's
because you just have
we could demonstrate this. Yeah, something like this. Yeah, and like rook e1. Yeah.
Say you just keep it. I'm not sure. Say you just
rook c8, whatever. Yeah, just like the point is after bishop c4.
There's this idea that we're talking about.
One of thousands of ideas I would think for white. So that's why it's just I don't think you can tolerate that knight on g5. It's creating so much tactical opportunities for against this f7 square. So it's you play h6 and then maybe you even play g5. Just like get out. Like I know I'm making weaknesses, but the alternative is at least you're kind of pushing the opponent back.
If we see right now
there's no immediate threat, I suppose, but it's coming. It's coming very fast.
It's coming very fast. But Pia still has a couple moves before the bishop will both be on c4 and on d6. And that is what the biggest threat is, right? To attack this rook and to attack this pawn. But I agree that it seems very difficult to stop this after whatever move bishop c4 is coming. And when bishop c4 comes, I think the only way of preventing bishop d6 and this pawn from hanging is to go h6 and eliminate the knight on g5. But he has 29 minutes. He spent 16 minutes in this position. So time is definitely ticking. And I do hope that PA is spending this time trying to come up with some defense. And I'm seeing him looking up a little bit. I know he's there, but he's been looking up a little bit, looking down. raising his eyebrow in certain moments, and I wonder if that is say, huh, should I go for this? Should I go for that kind of thing?
Yeah, I think he's definitely giving Pia more confidence now, right? Because even if you're not in a great position, the fact that your opponent's thinking, you start you start thinking more positive thoughts. He's getting lower on the clock. Like I got to keep getting him lower, right? Yeah, and then it's just giving him a more positive. Like if he's just slamming out these moves like C5, like you're like, oh my, like another good move and so fast, and you just start getting more negative. So I think him taking this time here, now he's really invested a lot. Like now he's invested 16 minutes, which is he's returning the favor that he has invested herself. I think he's kind of giving some of this momentum back. But if he plays good moves, it's not gonna make any dent in his chances. But I think it's hard for him to make even if he does, like we're looking at C5 and it seems so strong. But I think that if he's just like, okay, I'm not sure, Rook D1, I'm not sure, like, I don't know, 94, B3, like any sort of host of, as he mentioned himself in the confessional, I have moves to improve my position. Any one of those moves is still going to give him pressure. But perhaps he will not put the most pressure he can on Pia, and she can claw back and push him away slowly. But yeah, I think he's got to move 5 minutes ago in this position.
Yeah, and we will see when he makes his move. I will probably take a little bathroom break. Do you want to continue? Do you also want a little break before we continue?
We can switch off.
Yeah,
and
okay,
I will hold the fort.
Okay,
Yeah, I will hold the fort.
Do it.
Yeah.
Do it. Okay, everybody, shout out Alex for holding the fort. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. So we'll see if Levi has made a move by the time I'm back. I'm excited to see that.
That's what I'm thinking is going to happen. You're going to miss all this.
I'm gonna miss
all the action. But go.
Okay,
Yeah.
scream if he has played C5.
It's all soundproof. Can't do it.
Can't do it. Okay. All right.
All right.
I'll be back to you soon.
All right, everyone. Just you and I now. And yeah, Levy's really investing a lot of time here. I'm not sure exactly what he's thinking about because if you're spending so much time, it's either a sign that you're calculating a very long line, you're really trying to figure something out, or he's having a hard time making a decision. He has a lot of very simple moves. Like if he plays a move like Rook D1, it's going to be, I wouldn't say disappointing, but it's kind of like, okay, you spent 20 minutes on that move, you could have spent 2, and there's no way that move is going to be a bad move. But if he plays C5, then he must have been looking at something very, maybe very concrete. Let's try to put some moves on the board maybe. After C5, again, to me, feels like H6. I mean, there's other moves, but feels like I got to get rid of this knight. Let's say the knight goes to E4, I can jump into D6 potentially. This pawn is hanging. I don't really want to put my king in H7 either, because now I'm really under a lot of pressure. So perhaps I would go G5, bishop goes back. I think something like this may be what he's looking at. If there's some kind of way black just keeps pushing, it looks very risky and very loose for black's position. But I'm sure if he's investing this much time, perhaps that's what he's thinking about, something more concrete, something more forcing, where he's trying to evaluate the consequences. So, yeah, he's still thinking. He's down now 10 minutes. And yeah, I don't know. It would be kind of funny if he plays B3 or one of these very quiet moves. It just kind of means that I would take it as a sign that he was really trying to make something very forcing work, but ultimately didn't go for it. Another move he might be thinking about, now that I look at the position again, is maybe he wants to try some kind of bishop d6 move. And after rook e8, like try to go for like queen f4. So just, again, even more forcing, just get rid of this rook to attack f7. But yeah, maybe queen f6 can defend it. So perhaps that's another direction he's looking at, because, again, he has some very good simple moves here he could play. So the only reason to spend this much time is if he's like really looking for a knockout or something very forcing. So still no move, though. He's been thinking for 20 minutes. This is definitely something that I would do. Spend 20 minutes for no reason. But we'll see. We'll see if it comes back to bite him, because if he's going to get into time trouble and something's going to happen, this is the moment he's going to look back at where he could have saved some clock time. So let me see what we have in the chat. I saw some questions earlier, by the way. People were saying, hey, is this a FIDE game? Yes, every game in this match is FIDE rated. This is rated for classical FIDE ratings. So if Levy can get some wins, he'll get some points. If he gets some losses, he'll lose some points. And even the Blitz and Rapid, they're also rated. They're rated for FIDE Blitz, FIDE Rapid. Now, in the US, we don't really have that many FIDE rated Blitz tournaments or Rapid tournaments. There are some, actually, more than before. I think maybe I'm wrong about this, but I feel like I always see a lot more tournaments happening in Europe and abroad. with these faster time controls. So it'll be a good opportunity for Levy to test out his over-the-board FIDE blitz and rapid rating. I can hardly imagine the last time he played one of those. It's probably been over 5 years. But everything's FIDE rated. It's FIDE rated games. There's a FIDE arbiter there. It's very official. It's an official match. So yeah, but Levy is still thinking. Wow, 21 minutes on the clock, and he's deep in thought. Levy cannot get a norm in this event. You cannot get a norm in a match, so it's just rating. So no norms are possible here, but obviously they're playing for points, for prestige, for prizes. So lots at stake here. Presented by, yep, $10,000 presented by Surfshark VPN. Shout out to them for generously sponsoring the prizes for our esteemed players. And we'll see, Anna, she's going to be very excited when she comes back because she hasn't missed anything. She hasn't missed any moves. Not made a move. No moves. So she picked a great time to go. Just like the players are picking great times to go into the confessional, making sure they don't lose time on the clock. Anna decided to take a break at a great moment, not miss any action. You have a question? Okay.
So, Alex, you've just come to Sweden, and it's your
Yes.
first time here in Sweden.
Ever.
I have a really important question.
Okay.
What do you think about cinnamon buns?
I tried my first one yesterday.
You did?
I think it's the first time I ever had a cinnamon bun. I
Really?
didn't even know Sweden was known for them.
Really?
It was quite delicious.
So you enjoyed it?
I did enjoy it.
Do you think it's a great thing that, should be, that many countries should have and enjoy?
Yeah, but I think it's also, you wouldn't be upset as a Swedish person if you want to share it. You don't want to gatekeep it. Okay.
Yes, so you can bring them back to America.
Oh wow. Well, then I'll be patient zero. Spread them around.
So let's see. So he's down at 22 minutes.
No move. Yeah.
No.
I was trying to figure. I was saying I was looking at Bishop D6. He could play a forcing move like that because I think if he ends up playing like Rook D1, it's really going to be a moment where he's going to look back and regret it because you could play this move in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So it only makes sense to me that he's spending this much time if he's calculating something very specific. So I was saying like, go back to C5, H6, knight back. Like I think, maybe he's looking something like this where black is getting aggressive and pushing his pieces back, making holes in the position. But yeah, this, now any way you kind of slice the situation, even if he plays the best move here, he's made a mistake here. He's made a big mistake. He had extra 8 minutes. He had a lot of momentum. He has a good position. Even after his next move, he's going to have a good position, but I think he's given up a lot of that momentum and pressure that he's had. And if I'm PIA here, I'm feeling much better. I'm like,
For sure.
my position maybe is the same, but this guy is obviously not sure of how to proceed from here.
For sure. And he started this long thing when he had like 45 minutes. So he spent
25 minutes.
25 minutes. That's more time than he even has left for the rest of the game. So we can absolutely see a turnaround of events. Of course, if he plays C5, the position is going to be really nice at this moment for him. But it's not the same to play this with 20 minutes, feeling the pressure on the clock of having to make decisions. And there we have it. Rook D1 is on the board.
Yeah, we see it's getting a question mark, but it's a completely fine move. The mistake he made is spending 25, and the other thing is that he hopefully, as I'm rooting for him, he doesn't have these negative thoughts because it's very easy to be like, oh my god, I'm so stupid. I spent 25 minutes, and it's just move, right? And you kind of start beating yourself up about your time usage here. Again, this is a move. There's nothing wrong with it at all. His position is as good as it was a moment ago. He just has more than half his time is over half his time is gone.
Yeah.
So it's a practical mistake. So we'll see. And now that I've seen this move, I'm going to take a page from your book and leave you to run the ship for a little bit.
I will run the ship.
I'm sure you will.
Yeah, I love ships. I don't actually. I don't really like being on boats. It stresses me out. Okay. All right. So we're seeing right now, Rook D1 was the last move. I think that exactly what Alex is saying is that the reason why this is a mistake is not because it's necessarily a bad move, but it's because of what this means. This means that Levy has now spent 25 minutes calculating a bunch of very concrete lines in bishop d6, c5, bishop c4, knight e4, probably all of these things. And he has, at the end, decided that, okay, I don't know about any of this. I cannot decide what to do. I can't find anything better. I'm just going to improve my position. And he's opting for a very safe choice. So there's obviously nothing wrong with this move, but it kind of means that all of these other moves, that he didn't like them. And now I think is the moment where my mom is going to have time to try to salvage her position a little bit. So, I mean, she can do a few different things. Of course, she can go h6, which is the move that we were talking about, but I don't think it's a move she wants to do if she doesn't have to. And she doesn't have to do this move until Levy plays c5 and says, I'm going to place my bishop on c4 and attack over here. So I'm wondering here, what will she do? I mean, does she want to try to go for a queen exchange? Does she want to try to go for this idea of a4, queen a5? I know that Alex was saying no to it before, but I think that my mom, honestly, if she could trade off the queen, she wouldn't be too upset about it here. I'm also thinking, does she now have time to go knight b4? This is what we're talking about. If she goes knight b4, we're threatening the bishop, then we will have this position of bishop e4 and bishop c6 probably, because this pawn is under attack. And how is this? That is the question. Because the problem here is not that Levy could take, because now after b takes c6, what we see is that the pawn will go up to c5, and this pawn will now not be an isolated pawn anymore. This is, I don't think, the main problem. I think the main problem here is that maybe there can be some a3, knight a6, and b4. And this could get really scary for her, because this pawn is now advancing. It's doing exactly what Levy wanted it to do a while ago, and this could get quite scary, I think. I'm not sure. I mean, she would have to play something like knight back to stop this, but this feels a little bit scary because you're allowing these two pawns to advance so much. So, yeah, let's go ahead and go back to the current position. She looks ready to make a move. Like, I know my mom. When she's sitting like this, she's ready. She's ready to make a move. But then she kind of looked at the clock, kind of doubted it, and went back to calculating and said, okay, let me calculate one more time. But she's very ready to make a move, and I hope more than anything that she keeps this time advantage and that she doesn't now spend like a very long time on it. Now, I'm seeing that Levy's not by the board. I'm wondering if he's actually going to be doing another confession booth, because he might want to explain why he spent 25 minutes on that move. And that would be very exciting. Like, that would be very, very exciting. We got to hear why he spent all of that time. So, yeah, we don't have it yet, but it might be that. Or he might also just have gone to the bathroom. You know, because that's what players do in a long match. So we will see, but I'm not sure. I actually think that he might just have felt like he needs a little bit of a break. And I do that sometimes. When I have spent a lot of time in a move, I go, okay, I need a little bit of a break. Like, let me go to the bathroom. Let me just refocus and let me kind of start over and just have positive thoughts. I think that's an important thing. So yeah, I'm very excited. I'm also seeing that I'm looking a little bit like a ghost right now. Is that true? I feel like I'm looking a little bit like a ghost. Like, I'm looking very pale right now. So I might want to change my camera settings soon. I feel like I'm looking very, very pale right now. So I might change my camera settings soon. Is this me being extremely pale, or is it the camera? I don't really know. I don't really know. Does Alex look like this? Is it me? I think it's both. I think it's both. I'm excited to see how Alex looks. I was saying that I look very pale right now in the camera. No, I am saying. I mean, look at me. I kind of look like a ghost. You see?
Yes.
I do.
Let's see.
Okay.
Let me join you in the
Join me.
hunting.
It is Halloween soon.
That's true. Do you guys celebrate that here?
We do. I don't really, to be
Yeah,
honest.
but Swedes do.
I mean, kind of.
Okay.
We take a lot of things that America has done and just kind of
So, oops.
become, yeah,
Will we
take it
have
as part
some
of the culture.
trick or treating going on?
It's typically kids that do that. I don't know if it's the same in America, but here it's mostly kids
Yeah.
that go trick-or-treating. I would love to go trick-or-treating, getting some candy. That would be fantastic, but no, that's not really a tradition.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, in the same in the States, you know, it's a tradition for the for the kids to
Uh-huh.
do trick or treating, and for the adults to go to a Halloween party and party.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah, always, many holidays are just an excuse to get together and have a few drinks of Blitzfuel or whatever. Yeah. Oh my, whoops. This.
Shout out to Blitzfuel for being one of the official sponsors of the stream. Once again, we have a link for everybody, so exclamation mark Blitzfuel. But we are very appreciative of it, and we are very excited to be drinking Blitzfuel in the next few days.
Yeah, we should be getting quite a nice shipment.
We are getting a very nice shipment soon, so I'm very excited. I haven't tried it before, but I'm very excited to try it for the first time. So, yeah, look at my mom. She's looking so ready. Like, isn't that the pose of a woman that's ready to make a move?
Yeah, look at it. Oh, she did a little sigh, but like not a sigh of like like a boom move.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I was saying Levy spending all that time, it was not to his advantage. Let's put it that way.
Oh, she goes rook
And we go rook e8.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it makes sense, right? That rook in f8 was vulnerable to bishop d6 moves. So let's move it out of the way before that happens. And as much as don't want to do it, it might not be that bad idea for black to have this opportunity to play bishop e8, because the bishop doesn't really have anything to do on this other diagonal. So perhaps having it on e8 here just takes the sting out of all these f7 ideas. And yeah, it's a good move. It's a good move. Bit by bit, just alleviate the pressure that Levy has put on her.
Definitely now the bishop on e8 is much better than the lines we were talking about before, because for it to be dangerous to have the bishop on e8, we were talking about rook e1, we were talking about c5, bishop c4. Now when he spent the move going rook d1, he has still not played c5, the bishop is not here. This plan is going to take a lot of moves. I mean, she's going to have time to stop that plan when he does all of that. So now I feel like it's a lot better. And yeah, I mean, I'm starting to feel small ounces of optimism, you know? I will admit and say that it did feel a little bit tough at some point, the position, you know, when we were looking at c5 and he was playing so fast, knight g5 and everything. But now it feels like the position is kind of a little bit turning around, and she definitely is finding some defensive resources. The time situation is also looking a little bit better for her. So I'm excited to see how long Levy takes on this move now, because I think that's going to be key.
Yeah. He, like we mentioned, he really lost, I think, the kind of initiative that he had going on with this decision to spend all this time, and he ended up not going for the most critical line. Absolutely. If he kind of does that again, let's say he spends another 10 minutes, then it's going to be like everything is possible at that point. It's going to be chaos, yeah. And he kind of needs to regain that that speed, that confidence, but it can be hard. You know, he just, like I said, you can very easily get these negative thoughts like, oh, like spent all this time and for what and this, that. So yeah, and it works both ways. Like he is feeling better, he's feeling worse, and you know, they're gonna meet at the middle soon. You know?
Are we feeling better and worse? Are you feeling worse and I'm feeling better?
Honestly, I feel okay. I don't feel too much stress because it's still, even if he did play the best move, that would have been great. But there's still so much to play for. It's funny. You know, I follow my friends' games. I follow my students' games. There are, yeah, sometimes I cannot watch my students' games at all. I'm like, oh, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Like, and of course, everyone knows this feeling when you're watching at home, and you know, you have the engine as well, which is like even worse because you know, sometimes if I'm thinking something, at least I'm going to be wrong about it. Like maybe I won't even understand how good or bad something is. Well, the engine is just like you see everything, right? So
yeah.
But yeah, no stress. I mean, it's I'm enjoying it. You know, I don't know about you. I'm enjoying this experience. Yeah,
I am loving it, and I'm loving.
I appreciate it very much.
It's our first time commentating. We have met before, but it's our first time commentating, and it's super fun to have you by my side. So
well, likewise, and 5 more days after this one. So
yeah,
it'll be you know, start of a dynamic duo.
This will be this will be our second home.
yeah. I mean, listen, you know, we were talking yesterday. We're gonna have a battle of generations too. You know, I'll be ready.
You want to be part of the battle of generations.
I was gonna say, you know, I'll be ready to commentate.
Oh, you're ready to
but I'm ready to also play.
You're ready.
But
to
it's I have to tell you, I just played a tournament. I just played for 9 days. So it's a lot better to be commentating.
But no, your mother is playing. That let me tell you, because I think there's something in the family. It's the same when she commentates my games. You just feel almost like you're there, you know, but in a different way, because you can't actually make a change, which is good because it would,
you don't want to. You don't want
It's better that she makes the choices. But like you really feel that. So it's a really cool experience for me too. But let's see. Levy's thinking And what can Levy do here? One option, I mean, of course, he can exchange, but then I think bishop takes, and then this problem is going to now be solved for Pia for the moment. What other moves can he make? Can he still go for this idea of going bishop e4, and can he try to go bishop d5 in that way attack here?
It depends why he played rook d1. I think rook d1, if you want an idea behind it, it's like, okay, I developed my rook and I put pressure on d4. But I think rook d1 was more of a move where it's like, okay, I have to make a move. I'm going to play rook d1, and we're going to figure out later. It's one of those moves. It looks nice. It looks like a nice move. But if he played this move with the specific goal of putting pressure on d4, I would imagine him maybe looking for something like bishop e4. Maybe the knight goes back to f3. Maybe his whole plan is to go after this pawn. So I can imagine him maybe looking for something along those lines. Bishop e4 also does have the idea of bishop d5. So it's quite a logical move. He goes for c5, which gets a mistake, which I'm not sure why yet. But yeah, he played a little bit. These two moves, rook d1 and c5, they're not connected very well, right? Because they have different goals. Like rook d1, we're going after the d pawn, and then c5 it's a good idea. We talked about this idea a lot. He wants to go bishop c4, but perhaps giving Pia this tempo. Yeah, like now she can play knight e5, right? Which actually she didn't have before without the rook and e8.
Yeah.
So now that's going to prevent bishop c4.
Yeah, and if you go knight e5, I mean, if white decides to take, what do we take with the rook, I suppose?
Rook. Okay, so my next move is going to be bishop c4. So what happens if rook takes? This is okay. So we go rook takes, yeah.
Yeah, rook takes.
Yeah, and then bishop. And bishop to c4.
C4. I guess bishop e8.
Yeah, bishop e8, and yeah, we had a similar position. So now I can try rook e1. It's a little bit of a cheaper, right? Because if you move your bishop, I'm gonna do a little puzzle rush, yeah. But
losing the queen.
Yeah, but now that's not forced. Just defending queen c7, yeah. Just queen c7, defend the bishop, attack c5. And white's got pressure, but unless you have some knockout here, then you can get in trouble. You can lose your pawn. You could beat down the bishop pair. But if we go back a moment, right, I think this was very important that black had to take with the rook in this line. Yeah. Because if you take with the bishop, then after bishop to c4, you don't have bishop e8.
No, you don't have bishop e8. This move is crucial. So, but not only is that move crucial, right now actually it is very crucial that Pia finds this move knight e5, because if she doesn't find this move, the bishop is coming to c4, this is under attack, and it's going to get very scary. The only other move that I can see, to be honest, apart from knight e5 is bishop e6.
I just chop that off, play bishop c4 anyway, and...
Yeah, I mean, you can... No, I mean, she's going to know that she's, like, a lot worse here. I feel like that's something you just know in this kind of position. So she has to, at this point, find counterplay, and this is her only chance of counterplay. At least true counterplay right now.
Yeah, I'm definitely a little puzzled by Levy playing c5 now. He 100%. I mean, the one thing I can think of, which I don't believe, is did he not see the last move? Maybe he was, oh, now I have c5. Now that the rook move, maybe I can go c5. But I think there's no shot. He must have been looking at this move, and then he didn't. I mean, I don't think we'll see him in the confessional because of the time situation. That would be really interesting, though, right? Getting a little bit of his thoughts. But I think that he had this idea. He wasn't sure about it, and then he decided to go for it now. It's kind of like, okay, now I'm going to try c5. But he lost this crucial tempo, right? It was all about playing for this initiative. Rook d1, totally fine. But yeah, c5, it's the right idea, but he needed to play it a move earlier. But Pia will definitely play knight e5 because you need to, I mean, alternatively, if you take on e1 right away and go bishop e8, then you're getting hit with these rook takes e8 tactics.
Exactly, which is just extremely scary. So I don't think she can do it, although, of course, maybe that is the other option that she's considering. But no, I mean, I think here she does need to play actively and she has to go knight e5. So I'm wondering, though, because you're saying maybe Levy didn't see it the move before, and maybe it's true, maybe not, but I don't think so. I think he saw c5, but for some reason he didn't fully believe in it then. He was feeling the pressure of the clock going down. He just felt, I have to make a move, and he didn't want to commit to c5 then. He played rook d1, and now after this, he just felt like, okay, I have to go for c5.
Yeah, maybe now he convinced himself again after another
Exactly.
thing. Yeah. But okay, Pia's still going to take time here because knight e5, you need to calculate these captures. Also after knight e5, you do temporarily, I don't think it's an issue, but you do temporarily lose defense of the d4 pawn. So, if you look at, there's a lot of action happening in the d file. So I'm trying to think if there's a way Levy can get that pawn, but I don't really see it. Yeah.
I mean, I was looking at, is there any tactics here? But with queen f4, you know, threatening a few things. But the thing is that after this,
Your knight's hanging.
your knight is hanging, so you can't go queen f4 because the knight is hanging. But of course, I mean, I'm sure that she's probably like quickly looking at stuff like knight takes f7 or whatever. But of course, it doesn't ever work because you can always just get rid of.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering for Levy,
works.
can he not take on e5? I mean, that's the other thing I would think about. But the knight there is really good. Like, I could try to move my bishop, like bishop f1. I was thinking, just like
Put pressure on this pawn. Well, it's
I can't take it, but it's like now I can maybe go bishop takes e5 and knight f3. But Pia has bishop c6 here. Now that bishop, you know, we were like, that bishop's not very good. It's quite strong. Queen d5 is coming next, rook d8, and black is taking over. Like, black is super centralized now. So we might see, so let's look at this bishop e5 line, because this must be like, well, first of all, for sure, Levy's looking at this line, because it's forcing, right? You're looking at these sort of knockout blows. So let's go back a moment instead of bishop f1. Yeah, so knight e5, yeah, we capture it. Rook takes, just that line that we looked at. Yeah, both sides, they trade the rooks. Bishop c4, bishop e8. Yeah, I think this is the position that both players are having in mind.
Yeah.
And what about like knight f3 here? So I'm hitting the bishop and hitting the pawn. Yeah, something like this. I'm trying to get something forced.
Can you just go either f6 or g7? Just go back?
I mean, I think you have to. So my idea was that I'm going to grab the pawn on d4. But I'm up a pawn, but apparently no problems at all, right? Like the pawn on c, like black has the bishop pair. And first things first, like I'm looking at, I have a pawn. Maybe next I go knight b5, right? Looks pretty good for white. The c5 pawn is very vulnerable. Queen e7. Now you have rook d8, queen c5. But I think they're looking at this variation.
No, but what I mean is that I think that if you just look at it briefly, it's really easy for this to just look good for white.
Extra pawn.
Yeah, it's extra pawn. So even if it isn't objectively that amazing, because like you're saying, this pawn is weak, you have queen c7 maybe, attack it, rook c8. It's just, to the looks, it can definitely be the kind of line that you're scared of. And that could be maybe the only reason she doesn't go for knight e5, because she just sees that she loses a pawn, which would be obviously very sad, because this is probably the only move she can do right now.
I think the point is that it's a move, you know, we also can see, like, with the help of our friend here, it's like, okay, you have to play this move.
Oh, she does.
Which she does. So the thing is, so you're very relieved. But I was going to say, she's like, the reason she's still taking time is like, I have to play this move, but there are things that you can calculate further ahead.
Yeah.
So she's just double checking, right? It's like, is there some rook e1, rook e8?
Yeah.
So yeah, she plays this way, and yeah.
Did you feel the sigh of relief?
It was very, very physical reaction. Yeah. Yeah. But you know what? It's funny because I know exactly how you're wanting to play this move.
Yeah.
But as I'm a little bit more neutral observer of Pia, right?
Yeah.
And to me, I was like, I know she's gonna make this move 100%. So I have no stress.
But you did it because you want it so badly, you know?
Yeah, I get it. No, it's like you don't know until it happens. But for me, I'm like, oh yeah, of course she's gonna play this.
Yeah.
You know, she's GM. She's gonna play 95. I know for sure. But I understand. Yeah, because no, I have the same thing. I'm like watching my students game, and they play like the most obvious move. I'm like, yes, like yes, you made this. You made the only move that everyone knew you were gonna play, but still, it's on the board, so I can rest easy.
Exactly.
So yeah, now I'm Levy's definitely he's got 15 minutes. Unfortunately this rook d1 move was a little superficial for the c5 plan for him, and knight e5 is very precise. So yeah, I mean it's now it's very interesting. I mean, if black can play bishop c6 next, queen d5, rook d8, like I'm getting all my pieces in. The pawn on d4, it's quite strong. It's gonna start looking good for Pia. So I feel like she's got the momentum now for sure.
Look at this bishop. We were saying constantly how bad this bishop is. It has absolutely no squares, no future. Now all of a sudden it has quite a bright future. Bishop c6, queen d5, and I mean we're looking at checkmate. Of course, there's not going to be a checkmate on g2, but we're threatening it.
Yeah.
You know, of course, there's something.
Even on e8, right? Even this e8 square that we see in some lines, it's quite, it's just bishops. I don't know why I always like bishops are always happy in the last rank. I remember I heard this when I was really young, and I was like, not always, very often happy, because you don't need to develop them. It's like, it's on c8, it's already open, right?
Yeah.
It's quite convenient.
Yeah.
So on e8, it defends f7, but I'm just one move away. Oh, bishop c6, and I'm. It's not like a knight, right? If your knight's like on a8, that's a problem. You got to bring it to b6, and then you still got to bring it to d5. It's very slow.
Exactly. Bam, bam. It's going to be several moves, and every move is important. Every tempo, as we call it, is very important. Because that's all you got in chess. You got time, and if you give your opponent all the time in the world, they're gonna come up with all the great moves in the world as well. So you gotta stop them from doing that, and that's why every move matters. So now Levy has an important choice to make. Does he go bishop f1 and a little bit threaten this pawn and keep hold of this g2 pawn and keep the bishop? Or does he decide to trade off this knight? But it does look like a really strong knight. It does look like you want to get rid of it.
I think that's the line he's going to end up going for because
Yeah.
he's going to burn clock here. Bishop f1 is like the positionally logical move, like save both my bishops. But like I said, it feels like black's moves start to become quite easy afterwards. So he's going to look at this forcing line. He's also going to take some time to do so. Maybe he'll be down to, only has 13 minutes right now. So he's going to go down under 10 minutes here, I predict. And I think once you start getting lower, you're going to be even more inclined to do the forcing moves just to kind of get into a little bit of a rhythm. So I think that line that we even looked at where he wins the pawn, something like that is quite likely. But, you know, we talked about the bishop pair, right? Earlier in the game, completely unrelated moment to this. And that was a position I was saying, you know, I know some people here probably missed it, but I was like, oh, the bishops here, we don't care. Like, the bishops don't have any prospects. We're going to get a potential position where it's wide open. So the bishops are going to have a lot of scope. So I think it's especially we have this is all the time they have. There's no extra time. Things can get a little exciting.
Things are going to get very exciting. I wouldn't use the word little. I would use the word very because they're not going to get any extra time and the clock is ticking and the game that was before a classical game is soon going to turn into a rapid game and after that into a blitz game.
Bullet game?
Bullet game. I mean, we're going all the way down. Of course, they're still getting 30 seconds per move, but that is not a lot of time in a match and a game that is this important where there's 3 points on the line. So very critical moment. I do think that he's going to take as well. And then, of course, I'm hoping that Pia takes with the rook because if she takes with the bishop, she almost loses on this spot after bishop c4. No way of defending both the bishop and f7. So yeah, and bishop e6. Here, the problem is just that you take and then you take. Yeah, exactly. Because I was thinking rook takes, but of course you take here first and then this bishop is gone and forgotten. So you have to take with the rook. And then
takes. And
takes.
I think bishop c4, bishop e8, and I think Levy's just really trying to, like, you know, rook e1, we mentioned that move there, and I think he's trying to make something like this work.
Something tactical work.
Yeah, I think also, like, at this point, it would make sense for him to steady the game, reduce the risk. Because a move like bishop f1, this keeps things very up for grabs. Like, maybe, like, again, it's not a bad move. Like, maybe my next move for white is knight e4, try to bring the knight to d6. I still have dreams of collecting this d-pawn. But he's got 10 minutes versus 25, roughly. So I don't think that's the decision you want to make there when you're down on time and now the game's spinning out of control. So I expect him to I think that would be the very prudent decision. Just make those trades and make it more safe.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to see if your prediction is correct, that he's going to go down
under
to
10
minutes,
and
under
trade.
10.
Yeah.
Do you want to give a minute prediction when he's going to make the move?
Exact minute?
Yeah.
I think you'll have 8 minutes after the move. He'll and you can round it up also. If he has like 7:30 or something, I get the credit.
You get the credit, yeah. You'll get it even if he does it at 8:30 or 9.
Okay, so if it has the number 8 in it.
Yeah,
okay.
But how is Lavi with little time in classical?
I mean, he's an excellent blitz player, but it's a different beast, right? It's like time trouble. It's like it's so different from blitz because there's nerves, there's the rhythm changes. I think these things really depend on. He's quite good, but at the same time, he's also, like everyone, very vulnerable to the pressures that come with it. And he plays bishop e4, so I'm wrong in every prediction. No credit for me. So this is a pretty logical move as well. But yeah, again, still bishop to c6 from Pia.
Supernatural move.
Yep.
I mean, and the way that she's looking right now, I know that is her. Okay, I have to play bishop c6. I'm gonna do it. Of course, I'm gonna spend like a minute, kind of. For spending a minute and looking at the position,
just for spending
calculating.
A minute. Yeah.
Oh, but of course you want to see that everything works, etc. But I think that she clearly immediately sees that bishop c6 is the move that she has to make.
Well, this is the thing, right? Sometimes I'm also going to use some personal experience. I'll be playing my game, and I don't usually have people commentating on it or ever, but some people are watching, and they'll be like, "Oh, you missed this move. You missed this move." I was like, "Well, I didn't miss it. I didn't play it." It's very different, right?
Very different.
It's very rare that players of Pia's caliber or just this caliber in general, we rarely. I mean, we do miss moves, but it's rare that we miss them. It's more like, for example, like if you ask Levy, why you missed c5? Like, no, I didn't miss it. I was thinking about it. I didn't play it, right? It's a big difference. So they see the moves, but you have to make decisions.
Yeah.
And sometimes those decisions are not the best. And so yeah.
And chess is a game of decisions.
Yeah.
I really think.
Just like life.
Just like life. That's why they say that chess and life have so many similarities. And well, we're gonna see what decision PIA ends up making.
I mean, bishop, like we've been talking about this bishop, but where do we put the bishop? Where do we put the bishop? So happy to finally trade it off, and no more tricks on f7 either for Levy.
Yeah.
It's also a fine move. Like I said, I thought he'd. I mean, I'm happier he'd spent less time, right? Because he's in danger of getting pretty low. So just the fact he's going to start making some decisions quicker is going to be totally fine. But yeah, bishop c6 from PIA. First of all, b7 is hanging, so why not defend it? Second of all, the bishop on e4 is strong, and third of all, the bishop on d7 finally gets a nice little diagonal, although probably be short-lived.
I mean, another move that the engine is recommending is rook c8 is counterattacking this pawn, but to me, I don't know about you, this move just doesn't look as natural as this move whatsoever.
Yeah, it looks a little loose. Like bishop c6 is super solid.
Super solid. This is a little loose. I mean, you're maybe okay, this, then you can probably take, but I don't know what the exact tactical continuations are in that position, but it does feel very loose.
There is some funny stuff like bishop d5, you're saying, like if rook c5, there could be rook e5. So there actually is some tactical stuff here. Yeah, like again, apparently black's fine here, but this is looking tricky. Like knight f7 is happening, right? If you take my rook. Yeah. So that's why would black go for this? Why would black even, it'd be practical, right? PIA's got 20 minutes. Why would I spend 10 minutes looking at these complications where I play bishop c6 and, just trade up my bishop that wasn't doing anything for this really nice bishop in the center. So I think that I'll make another prediction. I think that's the move that will be played.
I am absolutely almost sure that she's going to play this. If she plays rook c8, it's going to be the most shocking move that I have ever seen my mom play. If she would enter all of that, and
your dad would play that move.
My dad is always looking at what pawn can I go up for grabs, like rook c8, c5 pawn is hanging. But the thing is that could be a future idea, right? You can attack this pawn as a future idea. You don't have to do it yet, I feel like. There's so many other things in this position that I don't think you want to go for it immediately. So she's still thinking. Let's say that she does go bishop c6. She tries to trade off. I mean, what do you do? If you go back, then you've done this move for nothing.
Yeah,
so you almost have to trade, right?
Yeah.
Bishop takes, and then now...
I guess both are fine. Knight takes is more natural, and my plan is keep my d4 pawn defended. And still, my next move, I want to play queen d5. Centralize the queen. I think d5 would be an amazing square. And yeah, I'm attacking the pawn. Defend. And again, now we saw a lot of lines where Levy has the opportunity to play bishop c4, attacking f7. Can't do that without a bishop.
No.
Yeah.
That huge problem, which was the reason the position was so bad for PIA before, is gone.
Yeah, there was these tactical dynamic issues, so she's alleviating pressure. But in that position we looked at, I still see like it's the engine says it's equal, but it's not like a position where things are kind of dying immediately. Like I can definitely see White has some ideas too for Levy. Like he can break his knight e4, knight d6. I could see the queen, the light squares, because the pawn is on d4. There are these light square sort of vulnerabilities. So maybe like queen d3, queen b5, queen c4, like somehow trying to snake in my pieces. So and the pawn on d4, imagine gets to d3. Then it opens up the bishop on g7. It opens up knight d4. So it's a position where, especially factoring in the time is getting lower and lower, we could have. It's not going to be sterile. It's going to be some kind of action is still to come.
I think there's going to be a lot of action. I think that is one of the kind of biggest wrongs in chess, where people say, "Oh, it's equal. That means that it's going to be a draw." That is absolutely not what a lot of positions that the engine says it's equal are. It's just that position has enough counterplay for both sides for it to be equal, but it doesn't mean that there's no play at all.
The starting position's equal.
Exactly.
So that's almost, I feel like it's equal. Okay, yeah. So what? Yeah.
I feel like she's about to make a move. I really feel like she's about to make a move.
Is it the head tilt, or which is it exactly?
I'm going to tell you what exactly.
It'll be a tell. And when because otherwise maybe Levy wants to go to the bathroom, but then if he knows P is going to make a move, yes.
And she does it. Bishop c6 is on the board with 19 minutes left. She has double the time of Levy right now. She plays this move, bishop c6, which we were expecting, but of course, got to see all the moves on the board. And she did spend a few minutes on it.
Yeah, it's one of those things where she knew it was a good move. And you just, I don't know, think a little. Sometimes you just think, out of reflex. Yeah.
I get a sense of what's going on. Do I have everything under control? Am I in control of this position? Am I kind of thinking about something else and losing control of it. You want to feel like you're there, you're focused, you're in control, and sometimes that means that you spend a couple of minutes calculating lines, I think.
And she's got some extra time, so
Mhm.
no harm, no foul. So yeah, let's see what Levy does. Again, I mean, he doesn't need to immediately trade, I think, because he could be thinking, well, if Pia takes, I take with my knight, and then my knight jumps in. But again, if I'm white, I don't want black getting this whole queen d5, rook d8 configuration because it feels like they're really not just consolidating, but now they got all their pieces on some really nice squares. So yeah, let's see what he does. He's going lower on the clock, still has plenty of time. There is 30-second increment, so it's not quite blitz even when you get under 5 minutes.
No, but it feels like blitz when you're sitting by the board.
Yeah.
It feels like bullet, to be honest, for me sometimes.
You got to notate the move too. You lose a couple seconds on that.
And but you just feel so much pressure in a way that you don't feel during actual bullet chess, in my opinion. That it just feels so intense. Every move matters so much. You've been spending 2-3 hours on this game already. Now it's when it's going to be decided, and you know it.
Yeah.
And we're about to come to that moment, and I am starting to feel tense. Like I'm starting to feel my whole body just going, this is about to get decided.
I'm working towards that moment.
You're working towards it?
Until we get I feel. So here's the thing. I don't know if this is the case in Europe. In the US, there's a lot of tournaments in the past where once you get below 5 minutes, you are allowed to stop notating. Now, you can't do that for tournaments where there's increment. But growing up, that's how it always was. So even now, to me, it's funny. If I have more than 5 minutes, I don't feel like I'm in time trouble. But if I get under 5 minutes, it's like, oh, I'm in time trouble. Like, this is the moment where, it's very mental. And I thought about it. It's quite funny because it's like 5:30, 4:30. It's like the same thing, especially with 30-second increment. But just this whole thing where it's like, that's what we decide in the US. Like under 5 minutes, that's time. You don't have to notate. That's time trouble. So that's why I'm saying, it's 8 minutes. He's got so much time. Like he can still notate. He's allowed to notate.
So many things. Yeah. No, I don't have it in that way. I feel in a classical game when you have less than 10 minutes, every minute is ticking down to being closer to 1 minute, and that's when it gets crazy, you know?
There's other things too. Different clocks. Sometimes if you have 20 minutes, it says 20. But then when you go under, it says 19:59, and you start seeing the seconds. Yeah. Sometimes I feel like, I'm in time. They're showing me the seconds now. This is not good.
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, I shouldn't be seeing the seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, but Levy's thinking. I mean, his position's fine. He's missed some more decisive, not decisive, but more incisive. There we go. Continuations there. So now it's a game. But yeah, it's all about like this clock because I can tell you, I just played this tournament. When you get low in time, it makes you do some funny things you cannot explain. We'll make them explain it, but
Queen c2
is
what he ends up doing, and now my immediate reaction is what happens at d3. Maybe it doesn't work, but I'm just d3 just because you're threatening the queen, right? So you're giving up, I guess, the pawn, but it feels like we've wanted to push that pawn, and if we can do it in a moment where it becomes really crazy, where we open up for all of our pieces as black, it could be a moment. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, for Levy, why he played this move, it makes sense too because he's thinking, why don't you take me on e4, and then I'll put a piece there. And he's also opening up his rook on d1 to x-ray the black queen. Now, this move d3, we have, there's this rule that I heard from this famous chess coach from New York, Grandmaster Moran Scher. He trained Fabiano Caruana, and he has this rule, I think it's called the 20% rule, and it's something like when you have a pawn on the 4th rank, 20% of the time, like it's the best move to push it. It's something I heard, and it's a famous rule of his, and I'm thinking about it here. And when you said d3, I was like, 20% rule. You got to think about pushing this pawn, and does it? Well, what's going on there? So
I'm not sure if it works. It might be better to first take and then go d3. So I'm really not sure if it works, but it just feels tactically, you know.
It's very tactical, but presumably I don't know if Levy saw it, but when you play queen c2, you're thinking my rook in d1 is going to take care of all this funny business. So what's the point after let's say
D3?
If I go bishop takes d3?
I'm wondering if there's any tactical funny stuff.
You get the bishop pair, it's quite nice, but trying to see.
Also, the pawn on b2 is hanging, of course, after some trades.
Well, you can go knight takes d3. It could just be.
Wait, let's look at it. So let's say you take.
Yeah, I think you just go here. Yeah.
You have to take here, right?
Yeah,
because otherwise the rook is hanging.
Yeah, rook here.
So you have to take,
Queen takes.
take, and then now what? Rook takes?
So if I take with the queen, I'm not too excited because you take the pawn. So if I play rook takes, it's the greedy move. And I think you just have compensation here in this. Like you just have these wonderful bishops. And you just play down this pawn.
So there's actually nothing.
You're not like immediately like winning something, but I mean, look
Yeah.
at these. Like the bishop on c6 is now incredible. Also, rook e8 comes next, for example. I think one of the easy moves to play. Yeah, rook e2 potentially. The bishop on g7 strong. So it's a move where you're just liberating your pieces and you're trying to get the bishop pair. I mean, it's a move that it's not that easy to play, I think, because
I
even
don't
if it
think
makes
he's gonna
sense,
play it.
yeah, it can, you can even see that position and think it makes sense, but then you also think, well, maybe why do I give up this pawn? I have
Yeah.
other reliable continuations.
Yeah, it feels like a really scary move. No, so I don't think it's gonna be played. I'm wondering what happens. Let's say that I want to play this. Maybe this is really bad, but I'm just wondering. Let's say that you would take here, rook takes. Yeah, d3. Now we're just activating too much our white's pieces.
Yeah, I'm
right?
not going to take it now, yeah. This rook e4 is obviously good. I was thinking knight e4 just so I can bring the knight to d6 as well. And then, yeah, same thing. If d3, now I can kind of ignore it more with queen b3. And now knight d6 is getting pretty annoying, right?
Yeah.
Like I slide that in there.
Yeah, no, I don't like that. This knight becomes really good, and this pawn on d3 is not even doing that much. So
yeah, the whole point of d3. So, and let's say if you try to ignore it, I think there's some tactical. Like if you try to play like move the queen, I guess you could. I guess yeah. Well, b3.
So you go here.
Yeah, I don't know if here because now there's a4 and b7's not hanging. Yeah, I don't have like a great square like queen c1. Like
Yeah,
it's
because
not.
here you might have knight c4.
Yeah, so I'll play queen c1. It's not that fun. Yeah, so this pawn it could be a little loose, right? Because I can take on c6, take e5, take d3 in some positions. Yeah, it's a move that I'm sure even Pia is like looking for it, and it feels like, oh, this is like a good decision, but maybe it's more practical just to queen d7 rook d8, just for example, just try to slide some pieces in.
Yeah.
But it's definitely something I wouldn't be shocked if she plays it, but I also don't think she will.
No, I don't think she will, and I think especially with time situation, I don't think she dares to give up a pawn like that without being 100% sure of what is happening after, especially knowing her playing style. But maybe I'm wrong. Like maybe she'll surprise us all and she'll sacrifice a pawn and she'll get a lot of activity and we'll see a whole other side of Pia, right? But I don't think she's going to play this move. I would also suspect that she goes something like queen d7, rook over here. I'm thinking, no, that looks really scary. I was trying to make some other queen move work, but I don't think that works. And okay, let's
Queen f6 is the bishop on f4. That's also actually looks even more tempting now because it's with the tempo, right? So now I'm hitting, and then rook d8 comes next. That actually looks very nice because
that's true. And then you bring in the rook, and then
I got all my pieces out.
Yeah, now we've solved so many problems in comparison to before.
Oh, there's no problems at all for black.
Yeah. So.
But she's this is the thing, right? If she's this could be a little tricky thing where maybe she's looking at d3 very seriously, and that's going to burn you some time. And then you might decide not to even do it afterwards. You'll be like, it's risky. And then you play queen f6. It's kind of what Levy did, right? He played rook d1, and that was a good move, but he just completely invested too much time in that moment. So d3 is a good move, but if Pia plays it with 4 minutes, then it's not a good move.
Then it's not a good move. And those positions are so difficult to play with little time. So she absolutely here should go something like queen f6 and just keep a stable position, keep the time advantage, and try to put Levy under pressure. And I think that she's going to start feeling the clock soon. I mean, 14 minutes is not a lot of time.
Yeah, it's now I'm getting more excited.
Now you're getting more excited.
Because they're both going down.
Yeah.
Because before she had 20 minutes, and then he had 8, and now she has 13. So it's more exciting. But the other thing now that I'm looking at the position is that, remember we were talking about this knight on g5? And this knight was like for Levy an opportunity to be nice and tactical. Now it's like, what is my knight doing there? Like, it's just, it shouldn't be there.
Yeah.
So I would desperately want to bring it back to somewhere more logical. But that's the nature of dynamic positions. If you're not using the dynamic sort of opportunities, then what happens is, well, we have dynamic chess, which is where you have things are changing quickly, and static, where things are long term. So if you're not using these temporary advantages that you have, then you can have these problems with your position that weren't problems before because you were attacking.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden now, like this knight on g5, why on earth is it there, right? It should be on f3. It would have prevented knight e5 and all that stuff. So
yeah, exactly. So the pieces that had a future before and now don't have the same future. So knight e4 is now, for instance, not an idea anymore. This will f7. So all of this has kind of changed. So 12 minutes on the clock. The time is ticking. Pia is thinking. Lavi's probably thinking on her time as well. And she ends up playing h6. Which I'm not really that surprised that she played. I was going to ask what happens if h6 because we have...
we were talking about the knight.
We were talking about the knight. We have wanted to have this knight or take it off the board. So I'm not super shocked that she plays this move, but this pawn is going to be a weakness the rest of the game.
Well, notice how she decided to play it after Levy played Queen C2. So she's thinking, hey, no more pressure on the square. I mean, Levy for sure will take on C6 and knight E4. I mean, that's the idea that we were talking. We got to get this knight in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so because if he plays, I mean, I guess, well, knight F3, she just takes an F3 and doubles his pawn. So that makes no sense.
You cannot do.
Yeah.
So I think what she's saying is, yes, you're going to get this knight E4 and knight D6, but maybe she wants to play for this D3, and without the bishop, that is going to be more possible than before.
Yeah, it's going to get pretty dynamic, though, right? That pawn is really going to be make it or break it.
Crazy. This game is going to get
crazy. Crazy, chaotic, unpredictable.
Yeah, no, but it is. I really believe that it is.
I can see it. You're radiating that, like, with all your, like, might. Yeah.
I'm telling you, Alex, that in the next few moves or in the next few minutes, the game is going to turn completely crazy. So bishop takes c6. I'm sure that we're going to see this. There's no other square for this knight to go. Knight cannot go to f3. We double everything up. Horrible position for the pawns and for the king. Bishop takes c6, only move. And she will probably take with the pawn, I think, because she wants to keep this idea of going for d3.
Yeah, do we have it?
Oh!
He takes an e5. Wow, okay.
Wow.
So he wants to drop back to f3 without allowing the f3. Okay, so yeah, let me trading this down. Yeah, bishop c6, knight e4, I thought was very logical. But perhaps he's seeing this d3 idea as well, and he doesn't want to deal with it. I was going to say that that's going to really give both players good winning chances. Because he is going for dynamic play, but Levy might get the knight to d6. So I think this is a very stable move. But yeah, now he's going to go knight f3. It's the whole point.
Yeah, now...
Okay, also very logical. The pawn on d4 is under some pressure. Yeah, because after knight f3, if we have a massive trade on e4, you do have some issues with this d4 pawn, although I can hardly imagine this is... like if you take here, like you don't have to take, but even if you take, queen takes, like the pawn on d4 is loose, but the bishop on g7 is so good, the pawn on c5 is quite vulnerable, so it seems like things are really going to start simplifying here.
Yeah, things
that wouldn't be very crazy.
No, well, but Alex,
but we'll
this
see.
Doesn't have to happen.
Of course, it doesn't.
So I do like that Pia goes instantly for rook takes e5. She doesn't even question it. She just goes for it. She's keeping the time advantage. And now, I mean, yeah, Levy has to... Or is he going to take here as well? Is he just going to try to simplify everything and go for all the making a move at the same time as my knight is hanging kind of thing?
Knight, I mean, it feels like knight f3. We were talking about a very similar idea like 3 moves earlier, where he should take an e5 and go like moves pieces in a forced manner. The lower you become in the time, the more you kind of attracted these knight f3 tempo. Like now you got to move, right, and just feel like you want to kind of feel like you're dictating the action. Which is a good feeling. But yeah, he's been slightly surprising me with some of these moves, so I'm feeling my predictions are in shambles today.
We're not predictions anymore. We're not doing predictions anymore.
Not predictions, just I was like, I think he's gonna go here. Oh, he does go here.
Yeah. No,
maybe this gym session we did really kind of changed him. We went so hard at the gym. Now he's running out of this aggression. Yeah.
About the conversations you guys had at the gym.
Nothing. Maybe it'll be on his Snapchat. He keeps telling people to follow it. So.
That's smart. That's smart.
Yeah.
Okay. 5 minutes on the clock for Levy. Time is ticking, and will he go knight f3? Yes, he does, and that was the move that we thought he was going to opt for. Now, I mean, of course, like Pia doesn't have to take here, even though this to me looks like the most natural move in the world, because she's wanted to get rid of this bishop for so long. Of course, maybe she can move the rook, but I feel like taking, and now making a decision on if she wants to take or move the rook is going to be...
Rook d5 looks nice, because after rook e4, like it doesn't feel the best that I'm allowing Levy's queen to get to the center. So rook d5, I put my own rook in the center, and I defend d4, attack c5.
Look at that pawn. I mean, this pawn...
Very vulnerable. Rook c8 is coming,
Rook c8 is coming. I mean, now a5 is very useful. Stopping b4. Very, very useful. I don't know. I mean, rook c8, if the queen stays here, we have even b6 coming at some point. Can't play c6 because rook c5. So, yeah, I don't know. I think she's going to take here. I think she's going to consider, though, of course, doing something else, but it just looks so natural to place this rook on d5. So natural. I cannot really see her moving anywhere else with the rook.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, like I said, she could make the trade on e4, but it feels like her rook is very strong in d5.
I mean, of course, she could also take with the...
she can do all the trades on e4.
Yeah.
I wonder, what do you think she's... is she thinking about, she wants to push this? Like, is she thinking, Levy's got 6 minutes, I got 11. She takes with the rook.
All the trades.
Yeah, so she's going all of the trades. I see. So I was going to say, because I feel like, some of these decisions, some of them you keep more pieces on the board, you get some off the board. Perhaps this is showing she wants it to be, more simple, more safe, as opposed to keeping maybe a pair of pieces on the board.
Yeah.
So do you think she's okay with the draw?
I think she's okay with the draw today. I definitely do. But I think that here she's saying, okay, this is going to be a position that I cannot really mess up so much. Like it just feels kind of safe to play. You take, maybe you go rook c8, attack this pawn. Everything is defended. This pawn is slightly weak. I think it's just the kind of position that she enjoys. So I'm not really sure why she's thinking here. I think she's just kind of calculating what happens after takes and takes. But yeah, she does end up just going for that move. And now we'll see queen takes instantly. And then I think either queen c7 or rook c8 make a lot of sense. I think rook c8 makes a lot of sense, but...
Yeah, I mean, b7's under attack, d4's under attack.
Oh, I didn't see that b7 is under attack.
Yeah.
That is a fair point. Yeah, then maybe not rook c8, actually.
That's still possible because you can give up b7 and... Yeah, she goes queen 7 very quickly. It makes sense. You defend b7. Now, if knight d4, you might have to worry about some rook d8 and you're getting pinned. And she's attacking c5.
She's attacking this pawn. She's defending here, getting out of the pin. Makes a lot of sense. More importantly, playing the moves fast. That's what I want to see her do now. I want to see her playing the moves fast.
Maybe she also saw the Magnus clip. Maybe she saw it on her own.
I don't think
you said she knows what Twitter is. You said, so she...
Maybe show it to her after those.
I know you will show it to her, but I'm saying she's like, oh, he's time trouble, huh? Okay, let me just queen c7, nice and quick.
Yeah.
Now, the thing is, with this bishop on g7, you have the bishop versus knight situation, and it really gives black a lot of safety. Like, even if somehow you lose one of these pawns, and the bishop can be so strong that it's going to give you tremendous compensation for it.
Now, what I'm thinking as well is, how do you defend this pawn, actually?
It's not so simple.
Do you just...
If knight d4, I'm worried about rook d8. Yeah,
some tactics,
that pin is hard to escape. And I can take on c5 next move, right? So, yeah, Levy's thing, he's got 5. That's the thing, right? Even if a position is kind of not so complicated, you can make it quite complicated in your mind when you don't have time to think about it.
And what happens here, actually, let's say you go queen c2, which is a way of defending the pawn, but still keeping the rook.
Rook defended? Yeah, maybe rook d8.
Attack. Yeah, I wanted to see if even you could play b6, but I suppose that's not a move you want to play.
b6, yeah, you have to be careful. If c6, right? If I can maintain that pawn,
so strong.
That's going to be annoying, right? So
this is what I was kind of trying to consider, but I think it just looks really scary to allow this pawn to go to c6.
I mean, there's rook c8 or rook d8. Yeah, rook c8 is logical as well. The thing is for Levy, like, let's imagine there's like a knight d4 here. Grab the pawn, and you trade on c5. All these endgames are just going to be a little better for black because I have the bishop. And in this particular case, like, also my rook is more active. I have rook c2, rook d5 ideas. So yeah, Levy's time is going down. I think he's got to be a little precise here because you don't want to end up like trying to simplify and then suddenly you have to defend one of these annoying endgames. So
yeah, and Pia would be very happy in an endgame like this. She can never lose. And she's got all the chances. She's got all the chances, and she can just calmly play and not be worried about almost anything, to be honest. So I now, when I'm seeing this position, really understand why she ended up taking on e4, because I think she just thought that with less pieces on the board, this would just be easier to play, especially when she's getting a little bit low on time and she can't really make any major mistakes. Yeah, for me, optically, I was like, oh, I don't want to let that queen on e4. It looks so strong, but yeah, now it's like, okay, well, so what? I've defended d7, d4 is fine. It's the c5 pawn that's kind of an issue. So yeah, let's see how Levy responds. He has a little bit under 4 minutes. So Pia's done. Yeah, Levy. Yeah, him spending that 25 minutes, like I said earlier, it's no matter what happens afterwards, that's the moment for him in the game. Like whatever happened there, whether it's whatever, we'll maybe have a chance to hear about it. Because obviously now, if he's thinking, if I had 10 more minutes here, right, that would be. I always have these thoughts. Well, if I didn't spend 25 minutes there, if I spent even 15 minutes, right, like I would have 10 more minutes right now, and it would be so much better. And I just think,
it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Chill, I can go take a coffee. I can, and now you would do anything to get those minutes back. He's down to 3 minutes, 24 seconds. And even though he looks very calm right now, I think that he's going to start feeling the pressure. He's about to make a move.
Takes d4.
And
okay.
He takes.
Yeah. So.
Wow.
So this I thought was a little annoying because of rook d8. So that sets up, immediately a threat of winning the piece. But he can try to get I was thinking, if I was looking at this line, rook d8, rook d2. And the point is that now I can play like knight f3 and defend my rook. I'm also threatening actually like, well, not threatening, but I can play like knight b5, for example, because it's not check anymore to take on d1. So yeah, something like this is probably what he's going for.
Probably have to take here to get the queen out, but then maybe.
If knight f3, then you're getting hit with queen c1. So knight b3, you have to play. And like, we have a trade. No. Oh, we have a. Oh, sorry, retaining here. Yeah, no trade, no trade.
No
I mean,
trade,
technically a trade,
yeah.
but not the trade you want.
No, but you would have to move the queen, right? So you would have to go either queen c7, queen c8, queen g5 just to attack. And let's see what she does. Oh, she ends up taking the pawn. Yeah.
Okay, no funny business with rook d8.
No funny business. I mean, now I suppose you can't take on b7, of course, because then rook d8 is coming.
I'm thinking what maybe just knight f3 and attack b7, right?
Yeah, attack b7 and yeah, I mean now also b2 is hanging.
You gotta
with
be
the
a little
bishop.
careful. Like bishop b2, queen b7. I'm having some
You're
tricks.
having a party, yeah.
But yeah, I think it's
Knight f3. Maybe she'll go something like queen b4.
I think they're heading towards a draw. Yeah, and then I think I go back to c2, trade on b2, and take b7 at the end. And okay, I mean it's a bishop versus knight, but it's I think it's pretty safe with the rook getting active. Yeah, rook b1 here. But yeah, definitely like you said, can't lose. Feeling quite happy. Yeah, rook takes b7.
Rook takes
Still a
b7,
little tricky. This knight in f3, like it's restricted by the bishop. Yeah, like if I can go like rook c2 and bishop d4 in some positions, but
yeah. You try to attack here. Do you just go? Maybe you can start by going some rook c1 to get the king a little bit more further out. Or maybe you can even go bishop c3 and defend. Yeah, and then try to go for this.
Yeah, there was a similar-ish endgame in the Olympiad where you were there. Bishop b5. Yeah, there was this bishop versus knight endgame. There was a game by Eric Geisy, the recent 2800 grandmaster, and he won like not exactly the same, but there was a bishop versus knight endgame against Sanan Sigurov, who was playing Hungary. So it was a kind of similar position. If anyone's seen that.
That is really cool.
But we'll see what Levy's got 2 minutes, so he's looking for just most solid. Just let's make a draw. So he's looking for the most solid continuation here. But yeah, you always have this annoying bishop versus knight in some positions. Even if it's a draw, the bishop is a little better there.
Yeah, for sure. Do you think now he's fully happy with the draw?
Oh yeah, 100%. He'd take one instantly here.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got 10 less minutes and under a little bit of pressure, just because this b2 pawn, I suppose, is a little vulnerable.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, a minute 39. Is this not screaming blitz to you at least?
Well, the problem is it's screaming blitz for Levy. It's screaming rapid for Pia, right? So if it's blitz and blitz for both of them, then that would be different. And he's got, I mean, this is the thing, right? When you're running low on time, you start to see ghosts.
This is a saying in chess. Like, if you're not a chess player, you might not know what that means. But it is a saying. And what move does he play? He goes knight b3. Knight b3. Okay. Wow. All right. So he's threatening the queen. He's putting a little pressure on this pawn. But he's opening up for this bishop. And now I'm wondering, let's just defend this pawn, right?
Yeah. Now the knight is also like, now there's some random ideas where I have a4, and then in some positions, maybe if black takes on b2, the bishop can get skewered, like rook b1. But then you have a4, a3, or something like this. So yeah, I think Pia here, the nice thing is she's got these 11 minutes. If she can play maybe a 1-2 tricky moves here, and Levy's got to make decisions in 1-2 minutes, and it could be quite hard. Like you need to maybe you're within the margin of error, as they say, but you make that one inaccuracy, and all of a sudden now it's now this is your margin, and this, and it gets smaller. So knight b3, yeah, let's see where Pia can move the queen.
I mean, I think she's gonna go queen b4. I really do, because I think
if you trade, then you have both. But then you have both pawns hanging. That's pretty clever.
Exactly. That's
I double my b pawns, but you have this a2 b2 kind of weakness.
She's asking, "Hey, Levy, do you want to trade? If you trade, it's going to be dangerous. It's also defending the pawn. It's getting the queen out of the attack. But of course, maybe it allows for white to get a little bit of a more centralization of the queen. Maybe the queen can get up.
If I could play rook d7, queen d5 in one move, then I would be very happy. But
I would be very not happy. I would be very scared. Yeah, exactly. That's the idea, right? Rook d7, queen d5. Here, at least, you're stopping the rook from coming to d7 immediately, and you ask, where does this queen go? Do you go, I don't know, queen f3?
Yeah, I was thinking, can I go queen f3 and try to go for rook d7? But looks like this might not be working.
I think the problem is that
there's all these a4s.
You have queen e1.
But also these a4 moves are so annoying. Like now this a pawn.
And let's say you go rook d7, is this crazy? You just go queen e1 check, and after this, you can go queen e5 check, and now you just get your queen kind of together.
Well, you defend g7, so you just take on b3, because queen f7 is not made.
Exactly, queen f7 is not made, so you just take the knight. Yeah, exactly. That's very nice.
Yeah, so yeah, I think this is a good moment for, this queen b4 move makes sense, but it's a good moment for Pia to think, because if she can pose some real tricky problems for Levy here, him having to solve it with 2 minutes, it's gonna be a challenge.
She does it.
If she does your queen b4 move.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
Pia move.
Pia move.
Yeah, because it's. I think she loves trading queens in general.
Really? Okay.
Am I giving some valuable information?
Yeah. We're keeping the queens on the board going
Queen
forward.
that keeps on the
Yeah.
board. Okay. No, but like I mean, I think just in general, you know, the time is kind of ticking down. The queen, like we're saying with these ideas, rook d7, queen f3. The queen is the only piece that can actually pose some serious threats to her position. It makes sense to try to get rid of it.
Well, also it's quite great because if Levy does trade,
Yeah.
he's got some problems on this queen side. Yeah, this is looking very unpleasant because his knight is so bad on b3 now. Like it's just gonna get hit again by a4. Going to d4 is always a bit vulnerable. b2, yeah, this is definitely real. Now it's like there's pressure on the clock. Now there's pressure on the
as
board.
well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is looking pretty annoying for Levy to deal with. I
Yeah.
have to say.
Especially with now less than a minute on the clock.
Yeah, I mean,
crazy.
he needs some counter. Like if I want to get this knight to a way better square.
Yeah. But where do you go? You literally cannot really
Yeah,
go.
like so I see like queen d5, knight c5, like trying to get that like knight just in, right? Like in where is a good question. I wanted on d6 actually. It's very far from there though. So we'll see. Yeah, Levy 38 seconds. Yeah, this is
Are you now starting to feel it?
I'm worried for him. I'm gonna be honest. I'm worried. It's I've been in this situation before myself where you don't have time and everything's going against you, right? At this point. So
Yeah.
he's under very real
But
pressure.
he has, I mean, he can play this queen f3, rook d7, and maybe that's what the thing is. He wants to play rook d7 and he can't find a way of doing it. But yeah, maybe he does have to play queen I don't know. Do you think he's gonna play queen d5?
I think any move here is possible because he has no
He
time.
takes.
Yeah. Any move is possible when he has. Oh, what happened to the clock? Did he get some time back or no? Oh, there you go. It's,
Yeah.
The Chesakama clock, very famous clock. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not surprised he took because you're just running out of time
Yeah,
and
you have to make a choice.
and A4 is coming.
But now the choice is gonna be really difficult because how do you save both pawns?
Well, I don't think you save. Yeah, so he goes rook d7. So he's counting on this active rook. He's getting a no remorse from the engine here, as we see all these different.
The engine is a tough critic.
Yeah, tough cookie. Yeah. Well, he's counting on if he is going to go rook a2, he's going to go rook b7, and he's going to attack the b4 pawn. But even there's bishop f8, like rook b7, rook a2, bishop f8.
Rook b7.
Sorry, rook a2, rook b7,
Rook
bishop
a2,
f8. Yeah.
yeah.
Like even this is already he's losing a pawn, right?
This pawn is hanging. Yeah.
Yeah. So he has no way to save the pawn here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's losing a pawn for sure. Bishop versus knight. It's not looking too hot. But also Pia doesn't even need to take an a2. She can. I saw the engine was suggesting playing
b6. Just to the fun.
Yeah. So what's the difference if I play
rook b7? Does that make sense?
Yeah. Let's say try rook b7 or rook d6.
Yeah, rook b7. Can you take on a2?
Yeah. Okay. So it's you go for the same idea, but the rook on b6 is worse because it's like.
No, now you go here.
Yeah, you go bishop f8.
Yeah.
No, so I guess the big difference is that the rook on b7 is better because you're on a light square, and now you're vulnerable to rook b2, and then there's even rook f2 is a threat because there's bishop c5 or bishop
so
c5.
much better to have the rook here because there's so many threats.
That's
with this.
very nuanced. Yeah, it's very precise.
That is very precise. She does have 10 minutes. And we will see. I mean, there's obviously she could maybe just take on a2 and see that she's going to end up with.
I mean, you should go bishop f8 and take. Yeah.
Exactly.
But then Levy's goal is going to be the rook in the 7th rank is going to create more counterplay. So he's going to try to sneak the knight in and attack f7, for example, right? And
what?
This is Levy's winning. No, this is very typical. This is a very typical DGT situation. It'll be fixed. Yeah. What happened here is that she played rook takes a2, but sometimes like the censor picks up a different square.
Yeah.
Or maybe this is what happened.
Right now that is not what happened. So they did trade off.
Yeah. We can put so I guess we can input it for now.
Well,
well actually but now it's black to move. Black is playing bishop.
Yeah, exactly. So now the question is, do we replay this, or is this just going to be messed up now?
It should get fixed, but it's not going to fix automatically. It's not going to get fixed immediately.
No, exactly. It's going to take a little bit of time. It dropped like 10 points of accuracy for Pia as well. Wow, did she blunder her rook in one move?
Well, I can't believe Levy missed it. We got to get back to the drawing board.
Yeah.
But we can input them ourselves if we go back a moment, right? To follow. So instead.
Do you want to go into analysis?
Well, I was going to say, so this is what's happened. Oh, sorry, rook a2.
Oh yeah, there we go.
This is what the position is. I guess we have to follow the board for. Oh no, she's thinking here, right? So she's not taking.
Actually, it's Levy to move. Where did she?
I think bishop f8 for sure.
Bishop f8, yeah.
For sure, she played bishop f8.
And I think she just feels like here she's just a pawn up.
Yeah. We have our wonderful arbiter. He's having a look at the notation, so I think he obviously sees the. But this is a very common I see this a lot, and
Yeah.
sometimes if you don't know, you're like, what? Because sometimes it's not so obvious. It's
Yeah.
like, what? How did they play this move? But it's like you're sliding the rook, and I think it just like maybe even like accidentally like knocked it over or something.
Exactly.
I don't know all the, but it's
Yeah.
yeah.
No, I think he's seeing it in his program that move was made,
Yeah,
and then he's like,
it's like a
okay.
quick fix, and
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll get it back.
Exactly. But there we go. Now we're seeing the position, and Levy.
Okay, there we go.
What is happening?
Okay, hold on a second. Did we get the moves? Okay, so now so this has been fixed. We have takes. Okay, this is not a mistake. This is just because it's. Don't worry about it.
No, this is just
This is
because it's calculating
yeah.
rook a6.
It was.
It's a good move.
The important thing is that we're back at the position.
Exactly.
And
So
Levy,
good
by the way,
position.
made a move with 3 seconds. He made a move with 3 seconds here. Knight
Oh
d4
wow.
and takes, and he's trying to get that knight in. He wants to go like knight c6, knight e5, but bishop c5 is coming from PIA.
Yeah.
That pawn in f2 is very vulnerable. He should have played knight d2 apparently, so it was like because then he would have gotten knight c4 with tempo.
Yeah, knight to tempo.
Or
and then
knight
you just
e4
go
maybe, and
knight
knight
e5.
e4, knight f6. Yeah,
Yeah.
so
But it's so hard to play with
He's-
17
he's
seconds
got-
on the clock. It's just the
he's
time
got
is
3
3
seconds. Yeah.
And he looks so calm with 15 seconds on the clock. But how does he stop bishop c5? Bishop takes f2?
He can go, well, I was going to say rook b8 or rook b5, but he's got other problems to stop. He's got to stop bishop g7 coming, and then b3. Well, now he stopped bishop g7, so yeah, perhaps king g7, and that renews the threat of bishop c5.
King g7 just looks so logical, and then how do you stop it?
I think he's going to be cheeky. He's going to play rook b7,
rook b7?
and then bishop c5, knight e6. But that's like, it's just, and he made that move with 1 second. He's got 31 seconds on the clock. He's made the move with 1 second.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
It's probably the reason actually that he did this, because king g7, he wants to go here, and then bishop c5, you lose the pawn.
He's got to make moves. He's got to make moves is the thing. Yeah, he's not going to blunder anything like that. Yeah, the problem is now there is going to be this b pawn. I mean, it's an extra b pawn. It's an extra pass pawn, and for now you can't play b3. But once I attack the knight in d4, then I'm going to get b3 moving, and then rook b1, and then b2, and
can you go if
left.
king g7? Let's say you go here. Can you go rook b1 check, and then I guess you never want to do these sort of things. So you just go g3.
You could bring the bishop out. I was thinking maybe king f6, just instead of here also.
Check,
By the way, but yeah, king f6 maybe immediately. I can bring the bishop out, but the king is also pretty good. You can bring it forward. Yeah, no, this is it's not looking very good for Levy here. But while P is thinking, I just want to so this is it's a hard move because knight d4 looks like you're being active. Knight d2, why would I do this, right? My knight's under attack, but maybe it would give him knight c4 tempo, or more importantly, like knight to e4 and just try to create some kind of counterplay.
I think this is not so easy to see because
he's got 5 seconds.
Yeah, he's got 5 seconds, but even in this position, after this, you'll see that, okay, you want to go for knight c4 and you want to go knight here, but the problem is that you constantly have all these checks and bishop d6 situations.
None of this is easy to find for white.
Yeah.
I'm looking more for, I was like, so he had this chance. I was just trying to, obviously at this point it's, he has to, he needs Pia to have 31 seconds is what he needs. So that she starts feeling under pressure. And that way,
because then these things would really be a big threat because you might miss some kind of.
You might get scared.
You might get scared or whatever. But yeah, here I think she's gonna play this very solid, and she does end up going king g7. I think we're gonna see rook b7 instantly.
Rook b7 or rook b5, just because bishop c5 is a killing move here. So yeah, we'll see a move. And but yeah, if Levy could be looking calm, but
he does it.
He knows. He knows the situation is quite dubious right now.
Yeah.
And just like Pia knows that it's quite favorable. So everyone knows, but still got to make moves.
I like to move king f6 here.
Yeah, bring it out. What's wrong with that?
Bring it out. Yeah. And just. Yeah, I hope I just
I mean,
of course.
Levy's dream here.
Yeah.
I'm thinking how can he kind of hold on? Is somehow if you bring the king out too much, I'm going to sack my knight and grab a couple pawns and then try to hold it on one flank. But yeah, this is not looking too great. Of course, right now bishop c5 would be losing because of knight e6 check using the pin. But yeah, Pia sees that.
I mean, I have to tell you that my stomach is going a little bit is she gonna go bishop c5? I don't know. Maybe she gets so excited about f2,
Let's see.
Sometimes you see ghosts.
Now you're giving. Oh, she almost did it. Look at that. She almost. She got very close. Yeah. You almost willed it. You willed it. You're like.
This is not one of those situations.
Well, it's funny. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the bishop moving. I saw it moving. Like I like literally because it's sliding, right? It's not like.
So like imagine if it went to c5.
For a moment, yeah. I started thinking about it. You know, why not?
Okay.
But bishop d6 is quite good. Yeah.
I mean, she's threatening right now. Rook b1.
Threatening mate. Yeah.
She's to put it very frankly.
Well, he'll play g3.
G3 looks so natural. Looks so natural. And then I think she'll go. Oh, well, she doesn't. Yeah, I mean.
King f1. Oh, he's bringing in the king.
Wow. Okay, makes sense.
Yeah, I mean it's fine. I mean it's Levy says, you know, when you're losing, you got to run the king. So.
Yeah.
He's running the king.
Is she gonna go king f6 now? Is she gonna bring the king
Yeah,
up?
there is. If she goes bishop e5, there is knight e6 check. I'm seeing a little trick. It's probably so if bishop e5 knight e6, king f6, knight d8, like
bishop e5 knight e6.
yeah,
and if...
king f6, knight d8. I'm
Wow.
promoting my knight, and I'm getting some play, right? I'm getting this pawn. So there's
are.
that's what Levy he needs to somehow coordinate this rook and knight, and you know because Pia's rook on b2 is excellent. It's defending her pawn. It's attacking on the 7th rank, but it's not defending the king side. So if somehow Levy can get this rook and knight to create a threat on f7, right, the rook and b7, he needs to just try to steal some pawns here, and then that way he can hold on even if he has to sacrifice the knight. That's his dream.
King f8.
Yeah, looks good. Yeah, it's just hard for me to get this knight, and I would love to get it. I can't put on a square that attacks f7. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe like g3 or something, just like a move.
Yeah. And then can we now go for this?
Yeah, knight e2.
Knight e2, that's the idea. Yeah, to just place the knight here.
Yeah, I don't like it, but no one asked, you know.
But can we just now start pushing?
Yeah, knight c3. You got to be careful, and then if rook b2, knight a4. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some
No, there's some
ideas.
tricks here. There's definitely tricks too.
The knight is a tricky in time trouble. The knight can be a tricky piece. So Pia, keep thinking.
Pia, don't keep thinking.
You're in great shape here. You just got to think a little more. Find the precise moves.
My stomach is turning right now. I gotta tell you, my stomach is turning. I'm feeling.
You're feeling a knot. Your bias is showing though. Yeah.
Oh, I am. I'm like kind of shaking. I can't hide it to be honest. I am kind of shaking. This is a big moment because obviously both have low time, but her time is ticking. At some point, she's gonna end up at 1 minute, and she's gonna have to make some decisions with very little time. So I think she maybe wasn't expecting king f1 so much.
Yeah, I don't think it's unexpected for her. It's more like she's like, okay, where is my win? Right? What's my winning plan?
Yeah.
You know, Levy's making things. You know, he's making her think. He's like, you can't go bishop c5. I have the fork. And there is this idea, right? This is kind of the dream, I think, for Levy. He can even. This is a really funny square. But I got to make threats, right? So or here, right? I'm a little bit more normal. So she might be seeing this, and again, like yeah. So this is Levy's chance is going to be, like you said, when Pia's getting lower on the clock, and then she starts getting a little worried and nervous, and Levy can start, you know, creating some tricks. But yeah, his situation is not great. He has to rely on the opponent's mistakes here for sure.
And I mean, what happens if you just go king g8? This is what I'm wondering. I guess now we just have a worse situation for Pia than before.
I don't think it's changed too much. Like I think, okay, she's made a move. So let's see, where'd she go? King f6.
She did go king f6, yeah. So she is playing actively. She's pushing forward.
I mean, it makes sense, right? King e5 ideas are coming. Also, she steps out of the way of the, so Levy goes rook b5, and that prevents bishop c5. But you can go bishop e5, right? Now you can see that king is useful. And then the bishop can go to c3, and now you don't have to worry about your pawn and frees up your rook a bit.
Exactly. Yeah, bishop on c3 is very, very nice. I mean, maybe after bishop here, you can you go knight e2? No, you can't go knight e2.
You get rook b1. Yeah.
You get rook b1.
You get rook b1.
Wow, you get rook b1.
Yeah, but no, the moves that Pia is going to be making here, there's no chance she's making a bad moves in the upcoming moves. It's only like she needs to play them faster. She's you know because if she has the same position and not 4 minutes but 30 seconds or 59 seconds like Levy, then you're gonna need you can get worried and something could happen, right?
Yeah, that's when you start seeing ghosts, and that's when you can make a blunder that actually changes the whole game. So
yeah, still the thing about the position, unless she's gonna have winning chances for the next 100 moves almost, right? It's like it's gonna really take, like if you lose your b pawn, then it's a problem. But yeah, for Levy, like blunders aside, right? Obviously, you can always pray your opponent hangs a fork. He needs to somehow like at least win this like a pawn on the king side, so that he can at least dream of going in some rook and 3 versus rook bishop and 2. Like there are some positions where I can imagine he has like also like the h pawn is the wrong color pawn for the bishop. Like you have to start like praying for these types of things. So he really needs to give up his knight for 2 pawns, but one of those pawns has to be the b pawn. That's like the drawing sort of hope for him.
Yeah. We will see now what he ends up doing. I mean, maybe she will go king e7 just to get it, but this feels very strange. I mean, bishop e5 just looks so natural.
Bishop e5, bishop c3 is quite safe, but yeah, maybe again, Levy can try to like run that knight to d8 or something. Just
after bishop e5, let's see, is there any
I was thinking
weird-
knight c6. I'm
Knight
just trying to
c6.
bishop c3, like
Bishop c3 and now knight here?
I don't know. It doesn't. Yeah, it's not in time. She can play like rook d8 there, or it's not rook d8. Sorry, I was gonna say rook d2 or something.
Rook d2, yeah.
Although yeah, that come back to c6 or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean that's what Levy's gonna jump around with the knight, like
Yeah.
but at some point, yeah, the b pawn is gonna be ready to run.
She's moving the rook. Or no.
Oh,
Oh, what is she doing? Is she moving the rook?
maybe she's faking him out because reaching for the rook and then makes another move.
Oh no, I think she's gonna move the rook.
That would be quite surprising. Okay, touch move. She's not sure. Rook d2.
Oh,
That's quite strange. I was gonna say where's she gonna move it? If she plays rook b1 check, I thought Levy would be happy. King e2.
yeah.
Now, okay, knight c6 attacks the pawn. What is she trying to do here? Because she can come back to b2. It's a strange move because my knight in d4, I don't really want it there anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah, so let's say knight c6.
Knight c6 is the most natural
I'm
move.
not threatening to take on b4, I think, because there is rook b2 to be fair.
Do you not have any checks?
There I do, yeah. So
Yeah.
I am threatening, but okay, so he plays it.
He plays it.
Yeah, so rook b, so what is she gonna, is she not gonna
I mean, she has to maybe go king g7 in that case to avoid any checks.
why okay.
Why do this? Yeah, that's
Let's
the question.
see what she's going. Yeah, I like bishop e5, bishop c3. That was like nice and solid.
Nice and solid. This is a little bit letting a few.
Well, it's great
things
for Levy
loose.
because now he's making some threats, and now he has to spend more time defending, right?
Exactly.
So the question, okay, so like I said, there's no harm, no foul technically, because why can't I play rook b2? But I guess you just gave me a free move, right? You gave me 2 free moves.
And now this knight can start to remaneuver maybe. I mean, if you can go knight a5, maybe try to place it on c4. I don't really know. You can't go bishop e5 anymore because the knight is coming up to c4. It's not as clear because of the fact, it was actually a very smart move by Levy going king f1. Because you always, if the rook moves, have this king a2, getting the king into the game.
Yeah, makes sense.
So it's starting to get closer on time. 1:57 versus 1 minute on the clock. This is starting to get very close.
You said this. You said they're both gonna have a minute. They
told
said this
you.
quite some time, and it's funny. Like these games,
Yeah.
even it's like, oh, this player is winning or this it's a draw. When it goes low, the excitement always goes up, and obviously the mistakes go up. So all right, Levy's back in the fight. I mean, just the time. It's just the fact that Pia also has a minute. She's in the mud with him.
Yeah.
Levy was
They're both in the
rolling
mud.
around. He was very dirty. He was by himself, and Pia said, "I'm going in."
Yeah.
So it's a mud fight now.
I think maybe I don't know if she saw this knight a5. Maybe she just wants to go back. She just wants to gain some time. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. Perhaps right. Perhaps she thought she could repeat, but it's quite strange. But yeah, now she's got a minute. So and now you can see. I think look at her body language. I think she's a little. Yeah, she's getting nervous. That's his classic.
She is getting a bit of nerves, and I'm getting a bit of nerves. Not a little. I'm getting a lot.
Okay,
King G7,
great move.
that's actually a really good move.
Yeah, so now knight b4 is not possible, right? Because of rook b2. So that was a really nice move. Very annoying move for Levy as well, because he loses some of these like checks and
exactly.
forks.
Now this move, there's rook b2, so you can't really do it. So now you have to make a choice as Levy. Maybe you'll go king e1 and ask where this rook is going to go.
Yeah, because you can't really move your own. Like I was thinking maybe I go rook b7, but then there's bishop c5 ideas. So my rook kind of looks like it needs to control that square. Okay, so but I like king g7 from Pia because now no forks, just get out of the way and you're very safe.
Yeah.
So let's see what Levy does. I mean, the thing is his rook is well placed, his knight is pretty well placed. Yeah, maybe he just makes a waiting move like h4, g3 h4.
Yeah, maybe
put some pawns on the dark squares.
Exactly, and just ask, okay, what are you going to do? How are you going to continue this game?
Yeah, he needs to make her think more, right? Like just g3 h4 or something.
Yeah.
But he's looking for something.
He goes to knight a5.
Okay. He blockades the pawn.
Well,
Also no b3.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a completely fine move.
I think she's going to go rook c2 now, though, to stop knight c4. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's possible. But yeah, he needs to get her playing off the increment totally, right? Like he's the one who's bouncing around 1 second, 3 seconds, 9 seconds, right? He needs couple, because she's going to need to make decisions, right? She can sit in the position for a while, but at some point, okay, how do I win? How do I push the pawn? So he needs to make sure she never has too much time to make those decisions.
Exactly. Because always when you push up that pawn, it's going to be a really scary move. And she does go
nice move.
C2.
Yeah, now bishop c5 is a threat.
Big threat. Maybe he'll go knight b7.
Yeah.
Can you do that?
You can.
Maybe bishop e7 then? I'm not sure.
You can play knight b3 as well. Yeah, bishop c5 is a threat though. Yeah, I like the knight more in c6, but okay, whatever. It's fine. Let's see. He's got to move. I mean,
I feel like we're both getting so tense now.
it's exciting. It's exciting.
It's extremely exciting. Where will he go with the knight? Or will he go anywhere with the knight? Will he just make another move? He has 12 seconds on the clock.
He's got to make a big choice.
Make a choice. 6, 5, 4. I mean, he's making moves.
I think it looked like knight b7.
Yeah, he did knight b7
with 2 seconds. Yeah, this is the thing. He needs. Yeah, I mean, it's easier said than done. You want that to be reversed. Now she makes quick bishop e7. Yeah.
Instantly bishop e7. Loving the confidence, mom. And he's writing it down and he's starting to think again. What does he do? So difficult to play with 30 seconds. Wow. Where does he go though?
He just sits because b3 is not. There's no threat. I don't know. Or no threat that I see. Like I don't know. G3, right? Just like
G3. But
yeah, move a pawn. He goes back.
He goes back, but now
bishop c5.
Bishop c5.
Yeah, he forgot. I think he put the knight in b7 to stop bishop c5.
And she's seeing it. Look at her face. She was shocked.
She did a little gasp.
Well, no gasp. Just I'm not writing down my score sheet immediately.
Like a take 2. Yeah, like a.
Exactly. Bishop c5. Can she do it?
Yeah, bishop c5 is gonna be trouble for Levy because, f2. You can only defend it with f3. That's super ugly. Okay.
This is a shocking move. That's what she would say
when she's watching your game.
Yeah, when I do a move like that, she's like, oh, "This is a shocking move," and this is a shocking move. Okay, bishop c5. I think she's just calculating it. What happens? I think she's kind of going, "Did I blunder something?" But I think that she's gonna realize that no.
Yeah. It's for sure.
Yeah, and she does it. There we go. It's on the board already.
Yeah, I mean, now it's, if you have to play this f3, I mean, you have to defend the pawn, right? So you have to go like f3 or something. And now your whole second rank is extremely weak.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think Levy just has to go f3. But yeah, now you're open. Now the problem is you're not just fighting against this passed pawn. You're fighting against your weaknesses on the second rank. He's got to just play f3. He's got to just make a move. Like, I mean, it's kind of
like right now.
Yeah.
You just get those seconds added up.
Yeah, just like quick, just a blitzer, right? But he's bouncing off this 1 second. But
he's going on seconds.
So he goes here. Okay, so he's so tricky move. Okay, wait a minute. So what he's hoping for is, let's see. So he's allowing rook f2 check, and then he's going to move his king and try to. Let's see. If he goes to g1, right? He can go to g1. Looks really spooky because you're under this X-ray. But PIA can move the bishop, like bishop e3.
But what happens if she takes with the bishop?
Well, then you give up your b pawn, right? So you don't. That's not the trade you really want to do, I think. So he's going for. Okay, see, this is not. It's kind of like he's all in. He's like, okay, I'm just gonna go for this opportunity. I'm gonna try to get rid of this b pawn and see if I can survive. Giving up f2. And PIA now has 30 seconds, right? So.
Yeah, and she has to here just move the bishop somewhere.
Yeah, well, he's hoping like if there's like a rook a7, like maybe like. He has a bishop a7, like rook b7 or something he's hoping for. Just try to keep yo-yoing the bishop. Okay, let's refresh. Let's get the position.
She does go for rook b7.
She does go there, of course, yeah. And now he's hoping he can make one of these, king g1 looks so scary, but he's hoping he can kind of attack the bishop and the rook and try to pick up the b pawn without losing more pawns, but I don't know if it'll be possible.
He's going to go to
King e1 looks like
so
way
much more natural. King g1, maybe bishop e3, you keep the bishop.
Well, bishop e3 is super safe no matter what,
So king e1, maybe bishop e3 anyways, but then what happens?
Well, she'll take g2 at that point.
She'll take g2,
That's okay. 1 second.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, again, he's just like I'm gonna keep g2 protected, right? He that's what he's hoping for. Keep g2 defend because there's no X-ray, right? Their bishop's hanging.
But this is crazy.
Well, that he's making moves that are gonna get her to think, right? Like these are moves like we both have 30 seconds, and he made that move with 1 second. That's so he's really dancing on the nice edge here, but yeah, king g. Okay, bishop
goes to a7.
Yeah. Okay.
I guess now the idea is just that rook b7, bishop e3. If you go here, you just move it back. Or what is the idea?
Yeah, well, just move the bishop,
Yeah, just move the bishop.
You cannot take on b4 because rook f4 check. So Yeah, he's.
I mean, you can also do rook b7, go something like check and pick up the knight. Maybe that's probably not what you want.
Yeah.
But
Oh no, you could do that for sure. Yeah, absolutely. So you go. So his point is he's gonna just keep g2 defended, but yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And
rook f4.
I
Yeah,
suppose.
yeah,
Defending the pawn.
yeah. 2 extra pawns. It's pretty good. Yeah, yeah. Rook f4.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, you can try like knight a5 to try to go knight c6 or whatnot. But
Yeah.
yeah, I mean bishop e3, bishop d2. There's a lot of a lot of ways.
Yeah. The only thing that's
Yeah.
worrying me here is the time. I hope that she doesn't at any point forget about the time.
Is that something has happened?
No, but I mean,
You're coming up with ways that things can go wrong.
exactly. I mean, I want her to do well, so my body's just trying to come up with all the scenarios that could go wrong.
Yeah, I don't see it happening, but let's see. Maybe
She does go rook
yeah,
f4.
yeah, just defend the pawn. Yeah, and if Levy could get rid of that b pawn, he would be in the game. He's down a pawn, but it's on one side, right? So you can kind of get some defenses arranged. But 2 pawns is a tall task. If he had a light square bishop here, he can make a draw. The opposite color bishops.
Their
Yeah.
bishops are different. He has to try
Yeah.
something like, I suppose he's gonna just make a move pretty soon and just put P under pressure. Yeah, maybe knight a5. Knights are tricky though. Like knights, there's always forks, a little time trouble.
Yeah.
Forks can happen.
Need a
But-
big fork.
Yeah. Oh,
There
he's
you go.
going
Knight c1. Yeah,
there
we're going
we
knight
go.
d3. He's going for the
Knight
fork.
d3 is going for the fork. Of course he is.
Yeah.
Of course he is. I mean, now rook c4 and then bishop here looks nice.
Oh, rook c4, knight d3. Yeah.
Knight d3.
Yeah,
I thought you could go there, but you can't.
Yeah.
Go there. Oh,
Yeah.
scary. No,
Scary.
he's posing questions. He's posing
This is
questions.
if he can get rid of this b pawn, then he can. Well, he'd only be down 1 pawn, like I said. But yeah, it's a nice. Looks like a weird move, but he's got knight d3, knight a2, just ways to attack that pawn.
She has to make a move 6, 5,
It's okay.
4.
Rook
Okay,
d4.
rook d4.
Okay, so she stops knight d3.
But she makes a move with a second on the clock.
She did. She had
She
31.
had 31,
She's learning from him.
and she made it so slow.
He should go knight. So what if he
Oh,
goes
wow.
knight
She
a2?
made it with 1 second on the clock. And she went so slow. Oh, this is scaring me. This is absolutely worrying me.
The knight a2.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's being tricky. He wants to get that pawn on b4.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so worried about her time. I cannot even, hide it. Oh, she goes rook d2 instantly.
quick
Okay.
move.
Quick
Mhm.
move. Good mom. I don't care anymore about these pawns. Just get the moves going and just don't lose on
No,
time.
that's a great move because she's setting up knight b4, rook b2, and she's
Uh-huh.
how are you going to get out of this pin?
Yeah.
It's quite difficult.
Yeah, no, that is a very nice move. That is a very nice move. She's doing it very nicely. In 50 seconds, we like to see that.
You're manifesting. You're like, what if she goes bishop c5 and she goes bishop d6? Like, what if she loses on time? She goes to 1 second. I feel like you're manifesting. Yeah.
A second. It's
She
not
did.
weird for me to think that.
No, but you thought it before.
I thought it before.
Like that's what I'm saying. You're like manifesting.
you
it
just
almost.
think, you
Yeah.
think of manifesting bad things.
I don't know. But let's see. Yeah, the knight b4. Levy can get that pawn, but rook b2. He's gonna struggle getting out of that pin.
I think now he doesn't really. It's difficult to know what to do.
Well, he's okay. He doesn't want to go in the pin.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying earlier, right? When I was saying like he's just got to move because when Pia got low on time, she got to 1 second, right?
Yeah.
Really created some pressure on the clock.
Yeah, for sure.
But
For
here,
sure.
Yeah. Okay. So okay. Pawn's hanging. Pawn is still hanging.
I mean, this is so hard for me to watch 30 seconds. Is
You're,
this how it's
I
gonna be
I
the
see.
next
You're,
4 days?
you're looking directly at the clock.
Is this how it's going to be the next 4 days?
5 days.
Yes, make a move, Pia.
What is that? 13, 12? She is looking at the clock though.
It's good. Just make a move.
Okay. Knight b3.
Oh,
Quick.
nice. Knight
Quick.
d3.
Quick.
And then she has to go rook b3, I suppose.
Yeah. Knight c1. I don't know. Just quick. Come on.
Yeah. Come on. Let's just get moves going, Pia.
Levy.
Oh, Levy. Oh, sorry. I thought he had made a move already. Oh, I'm not stressed anymore.
Yeah. Wait. Yeah. Knight d3. Okay.
Okay. Rook b3 instantly. Fantastic.
Well, the nice thing here is that she could repeat some moves, right? Knight c1, she'll probably repeat, get an extra 30 seconds. But
how does she get out of this? Knight c1?
the thing is, I think there's some positions where, yeah, let's see. I think he should just go knight c. Well,
Knight C1? Maybe is it rook B1?
There's some rook B1, bishop G1 ideas as well. Yeah.
Yeah, Knight C1 is scary.
No, but rook B1 then I think.
Exactly. That's why. Sorry, it's rook B1
At
is
some
scary.
point you could start pushing B3. Yeah. Yeah, Levy had that big moment. If he like screamed or something when she had 1 second.
He goes Knight C1.
Yeah.
I think she's gonna go rook B1 instantly.
Yeah, she could go rook B2 as well, just because it's like you repeat once, right?
Yeah, yeah,
And then no worries about that.
yeah. Okay, so what does she do? She has 49 seconds. Whew. And she is about to make a move quickly. And she doesn't. But she will.
Yeah,
and there we
she's
go, rook
rook B1.
B1. Yeah, it just
Yeah.
makes a lot of sense. And then knight D3, and I
You
think she
can
will
play
see
B3. Yeah. Well, there actually you can play also like bishop G1. Because
Yeah.
if king G3, now you have rook B3. And you skewer the third rank. Okay,
Actually,
there's rook
yeah.
D5, but now the whole coordination is messed up. So, yeah, I mean, the main enemy was the clock.
Yeah.
And I think once she got to that 1 second, she realized, I don't want to do that again. Yeah,
Yeah,
that was
yeah,
dangerous.
bad
Yeah.
memories. What's even happening here?
Okay. I mean, yeah, Levy's got to attack the pawn. Keep attacking the pawn. You know, maybe we'll get it, right?
Of course, of course. Yeah, I'm just so curious to see. Because this knight is starting to get out of squares, you know?
I think there's some, yeah, I think there's a lot of, I think bishop G1 is a pretty clear win here. Like, for example, like after king G3, then you can play like rook B2. Like, yeah, the thing is, even if Levy picks up this pawn, a lot of these lines, the pin is gonna be difficult to escape. That's what I'm saying. You have a lot of winning moves. Yeah, yeah. Let's
She
see.
could go B3.
She does go
does
B3.
B3.
Yep. Also makes tremendous sense.
Mm-hmm.
Pass pawns must be pushed.
That is the say, right?
Mhm.
That is the say.
Okay, so
Okay.
knight C3. Come on, Levy. Attack the rook.
Good, there we go.
Great rook attack.
She's gonna, yeah, I think she's gonna go bishop G1 check, maybe. Maybe not. Maybe she'll go.
Yeah, I
Maybe
mean,
she'll do something else.
at least for Levy, his moves are, rook B2, knight A4. You know, just like he's got no choice but to keep
It's very
attacking.
simple moves, yeah.
Yeah.
So she's calculating. Yeah, she'll probably just go
Yeah,
rook
knight
B2,
A4.
knight A4, and then can you go rook? Where do you go?
Well,
with the
if you go rook A2, I go back to C3. I'm going to be annoying with this knight. I'm going to keep yo-yoing.
annoying?
Well,
You.
it's his moves, you know. I know.
But
Yeah.
it's true. It's true. So, okay, knight A4. I mean, yeah, knight A4. Where do you go? Rook A2, knight C3.
Yeah, he's using his last tricks. Although, yeah, I don't know if it would be helpful, but I would love to see him just do it instantly here. Okay, so he goes knight A4.
Maybe we'll see rook A2 just for Pia to gain some time.
Yeah, I mean, it's very logical to just do one repetition, and then
Yeah.
you can invest a full minute after
Yeah,
that.
exactly. So she is thinking, and where does she end up going?
Yeah, there's a couple of ways. So, basically, there's one idea. I'll just put quickly. Like when her rook is on B1, when she has this check, when she forces the king to G3, there's all sort of tactics where like there's now the knight on C3 is loose and stuff like
Exactly. But it's hard to see with so little time.
that. She's gonna do it just because
Oh
it's like
my.
if you don't repeat, like
She's
you
so
gotta
little
trust
time, and she's in deep focus, but she does
Yeah.
rook B1. Okay.
Yeah, rook B1, knight C3, slam it. Yeah, but bishop G1 is going to be a nice move for.
Is she now gonna
Yeah.
go bishop G1 then?
Well, he's got to
to-
go knight C3.
Yeah, but after he's gonna go knight C3.
Well, if
for
she goes
sure.
rook B2, she one thing that could happen, she could accidentally threefold.
She could accidentally threefold. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Maybe she should throw in a bishop G1 in there.
Yeah, but then she's got to calculate. Oh, what if king H1? Like all of a sudden.
Of
like,
course,
yes.
but I mean, you have rook C.
But then knight E2.
Ah!
But then even okay, knight C3. Yeah, I don't know why. Okay, so I don't know why Levy spends 30. Like every move, you see the timestamps. He's
Yeah.
spending 30. Like I feel like it's more like boom, just blitz it. Like,
Yeah, there's no
slam it
other
even.
move.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just like
yeah.
pressure.
Yeah. No,
Yeah, because he has to play knight C3. And you can see, like, she's a little fresh. She's like, okay, like, what the heck? This knight is attacking and forking, and, where do I go? If she goes rook B2, Levy pauses the, no, let's see, no, it's not threefold yet, or maybe it is. I don't think so.
She does
She
the
gets this
bishop
check.
G1. Is he gonna go king H1 for the tricks?
I think so. I mean, if you don't get mated, you might as well go king H1, because you keep an eye on the bishop, you keep an eye on the pawn.
Yeah.
But yeah, now she's not three-folding.
She's not three-folding, so king h1. And where do you go? Do you go? It's not so
Yeah,
easy.
so rook c1, there's 92, right? So that's a little trick there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, king g3 looks more natural, but I think there. Question: Where's my
Maybe then
simple
she
swing?
can go for rook b2, and if this, could there now start to be pins?
Yeah, that's what I was. Yeah, thinking. There's some pin at some moment. So Levy, I
Yeah.
think he's gonna go king h1, but we'll see. Now he's going to king g3. Okay, he goes up the board.
2 seconds on the clock.
Yeah,
Wow, so little time.
we've been seeing a lot of 1 seconds and 2 seconds.
I mean, I didn't know that I was signing up for this.
Only 22 games of this, so yeah.
Wow, this is actually crazy. Okay, so she's going rook e1.
Yeah, this is the idea I was thinking about, like some kind of a check, and then you have the pin. Yeah, this is quite
Difficult to
good.
play for both sides with little time, though. Very difficult. No?
I think more difficult for Levy.
But no, for sure. I mean, more
Down a couple
difficult for
pawns.
Levy.
Yeah.
But especially, I mean, difficult for Levy
Yeah.
because there's so many ways you can go wrong, of course.
Yeah, this is what I thought. This point of getting the king to g3.
Mm-hmm.
After rook e3 check, it is a little annoying. You block your bishop because otherwise you go bishop d4.
Uh-huh.
But the pin is so tough that you can like go rook e3 and then rook d3, and then
Yeah.
you still have to
And he
deal with
takes
it.
the pawn. Also
Take the
2
pawn. might
seconds
as
on the
well.
clock.
Yeah.
Face. He makes a little like, oh, I don't know if I'm like how this is kind of thing.
Yeah.
So he has
quick,
to go
yeah.
here, king f4. That's the only move, apparently, because if king g4, there's bishop h2.
Yeah, I mean, king f4 makes sense. Put some pressure on the rook, and then yeah, if rook d3, like you can try to go king e4, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, but
That
then there's rook g3, and then you lose the g pawn. Yeah, so eventually, yeah, this pin, your pieces are frozen on the queen side.
Very difficult pin.
Yeah.
He goes king f4.
Mm-hmm.
And now P has a little bit more time. I mean, yeah. What can she do? I mean, I'm sure she's
Yeah,
gonna
rook
go
d3. Yeah, threatens bishop d4.
Uh-huh.
Levy could try like rook a3, but then I think there's bishop c5.
Mm-hmm. To get out of the whole thing.
Yeah,
but
because otherwise, like rook a3 has the idea of keeping the rook defended with a knight jump.
yeah,
But
absolutely.
we'll see.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
he is. Yeah, this is a good moment to spend some of the time you have, because if she doesn't like if she makes some random mistake here, then I'm very I got rid of that pass b pawn, right? Levy's only down 1 pawn now.
For
He's
sure,
down
for
2,
sure.
so she needs to make this
Yeah.
pin count. Yeah. So a couple more precise moves are necessary, but let's see.
goes
She
to
goes g5. Okay, sure. King f5.
Yeah, I suppose the king has to go to f5.
Yeah,
Because if king
we
g4.
can go there too, I suppose, but maybe then even like bishop f2, and then there's some rook g3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just like go after the pawn at that point. Yeah.
Yeah. And then if this, the idea is bishop h2, maybe to try to bring the bishop here. Maybe
I'm sure
she's-
multiple. I'm trying to think for Levy if he can somehow like after king f5, like rook
Mhm.
rook g3. You know,
Yeah.
going after the pawns. Can Levy somehow conjure up some crazy counterplay? Don't see it.
Once again, Levy gets down on so little time. I mean, P has as well, of course. But
Okay,
he's going
forward.
king f5.
Run
forward.
the king. This is what he teaches. You got to run the king.
Gotta bring the king up.
You
Yeah.
got to bring the king.
Have
So
the king.
if I could somehow like get my knight to e5, rook to b7, just like some threats, you know. But yeah,
I
like
think she's gonna go bishop h2.
yeah. I mean, I'm wondering is there anything wrong with rook g3? Just like collect the pawn on g2.
No, I don't think there's anything wrong. Maybe it's just a little.
Simplest. Yeah, and also bishop d4 is a threat.
I don't know why my intuition says that she's gonna bishop h2. I might be wrong. I might be wrong. Oh no,
rook g3
her time
threatens
again.
bishop d4.
22 seconds. Because yeah,
It's yeah. The 20 seconds. It's not like the 1 second. And she's very aware of the
No.
clock. I see her glancing at it. She's looking at it nice and clean. Yeah, rook
She
g3.
does.
Yeah, she plays there. Yeah, it
2
just
seconds on the clock. Yeah, you're right. My intuition is wrong. Maybe yeah, but also this is so different with little time. Everything is crazy. Now, yeah, the pawn is under attack, and what do you do?
I mean, yeah, this knight is constantly just a little off from making good threats. He goes there, rook g2, and then yeah, just try to swing the knight in. Yeah, he's still fighting. Like rook g2, knight e4. Like now there's no rook f2 check at least.
Mm-hmm.
So now I have a new dream. I want to sack my knight for all 3 pawns.
This knight for all 3
All
pawns.
3 pawns. Yeah, just find out, or at least how about this? Let's make it fair.
Uh-huh.
I will trade my h pawn for one of your pawns, and I'll just sack my knight for 2 pawns. Just 2 pawns. Just 2 pawns. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the new dream.
Yeah.
Also, one more dream. I will share one more dream I have.
Uh-huh.
I will trade my rook and knight for your rook and f and g pawn, and then leave you with bishop and wrong color h pawn. So there is still some
That's the thing.
shenanigans.
This pawn is promoting the wrong one.
Let me I know we're okay. Super quick. Let me show you what I want to do. Here's my super cheeky dream. I'm gonna put this somewhere here.
Mhm.
I'm gonna play h4, sag this pawn, and then I'm gonna sag the rook on f7. So I give up the rook, the knight, and then I get you with the double h pawns and the bishop. So okay, I'm seeing more. It's losing, but I have more optimism because I see the tricks. I see the tricks for Levy now, and I see the time for Pia.
Okay, so chance of going bishop d4,
Yep, great
which
move.
makes sense. Just activating the bishop. And now Levy has a little bit more time. So what is the idea? Is she trying to go for something like rook b2 and try to bring up the rook?
Yeah, I mean, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, Levy attacks. That's a good move. Yeah, quick. Put her with her clock. For him, like seriously, like he needs some kind of idea, like this concept. Like it's not gonna be so easy, but some h4.
Yeah.
Give you the doubled h pawns because you have the wrong color bishop and sack an f7. This is like the big trick.
Yeah.
And at least Levy, he was bouncing off the 1-2 seconds, and now maybe it'll be Pia's turn to
bounce off little
bounce.
time.
Yeah,
Bishop
but she
A1.
can repeat. Rook b1, she'll just move the bishop again.
So bishop a1, can you explain to me why the engine is saying this is such a good move? This looks so strange to me.
It saves the bishop. I think it's just every move that saves the bishop is good. Actually, if rook b1, she can go bishop b2 and like shut the door on the rook. But
shutting the door.
yeah, I think it's just like it's many people use the game review,
Yeah.
and for some people, not hanging the bishop is a tremendous move.
Of course.
Yeah,
Of course.
for all people, I should be
Honestly,
advised. Yeah.
for I was gonna roast all of
Yeah.
Cat and say for most people watching this, but I will
Yeah.
not roast every single one of you. I am so sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean maybe h4 could be
At the right
Levy
moment.
At the right moment.
But not too. If the pawn goes quickly. I mean, rook. Like I said, like rook b7. I mean, the thing is, like these things can't happen without help. So he needs to kind of quasi set them up, and yeah.
I'm sorry, chat. Okay, rook b3.
Whatever, random move. It's fine. Like
Yeah.
he just needs to look for this opportunity because he has these two clear saves where either he gets rid of all the pawns by sacrificing his knight, or he gets this wrong colored h pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, this h4 is definitely like, yeah, that's a good. So now she has ideas of rook f1 check. So that's very annoying because I like my king there. Yeah, rook f1 and
This-
f5. Yeah.
And f5, and
Yeah.
we're threatening we're winning a piece there.
Yep. And look at the beautiful bishop in a1. You were saying, it's out of the way,
It's out of the
put in the
way.
corner, control some squares,
Yeah.
no harm, no foul.
That is actually very nice.
Yeah.
And now the
Knight
king-
g3. Let's go, Levy. Knight g3. You have knight h5. Very good. Yeah, knight h5 check is coming.
Yeah.
I wish that knight was an e4 because I'm just like constantly like on the verge of sacrificing it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, make no mistake. Levy's losing here, but he's gonna try to swindle.
Of course.
Big
and that's what he
swindle.
wants to do. All the way.
Maybe we can stalemate king g4, king h5, get that king there.
Yeah.
Like
Gotta-
something,
like that.
yeah.
So what do we do with our rook? What do we do with our pieces? Do we go, I mean, maybe king h7, but doesn't, oh wow. I didn't think it made sense because you lose the protection of this pawn, but I guess there's not really any way of attacking it. The king can't go up, the rook can't move.
I think she's just sliding out of any knight h5 checks.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Mhm.
Any knight h5 checks, which makes sense.
Yeah, Levy just has to, I don't know, sit. Like he has no, doesn't, yeah.
No,
Knight h5, there's the
rook
rook f1.
F1.
Yeah, and then you get
And
a
then you
5.
bring up the king.
F5?
Oh yeah, f5. Yeah.
I don't know, rook f3 or something, or rook
Anything.
a3. Just, yeah, Levy make a rook. That's the, yeah, I mean, he needs to play and then look for the miracle.
Isn't this resignable? Nothing is resignable, and especially now with 20 seconds for both on the clock. I mean,
Yeah, you can still fight her. Of course, he's
Absolutely.
losing, but there are some, like, it's not just like, oh, I hope she makes some fork blunder. Like, I think this concept of like trying to sacrifice the knight
Yeah.
for pawns, it's a very realistic way that black can, mess it up. Obviously, very far from it, but let's see. Okay, it
Rook
goes
d3
rook
is
d3.
yeah. And
They say no one's ever won a game by resigning.
exactly, and I love that saying because it's true. Okay, I think now we just get the rook to big file now. I feel like
Sure. Yeah, I mean, if you like the white king in f5 is quite good, right? Because it freezes the pawns. So if you can get it out of there and then play king g6, and then you got f5. I mean, that's the thing, right? If Pia gets the
you have
pawns
to go,
rolling,
yeah,
that's
slowly
gonna,
but surely.
yeah. Rook b1, rook b5 makes tremendous sense.
I think here we just gotta play a move quickly and just
no.
stack up the time. Rook b1.
Mhm.
Yeah.
There's no added time. There's a question. This is all you got. You got a 30-second increment though. So yeah, if they're at 1 second increment, we can expect Even more fireworks. We'll have 2-second increment later in this format.
We will.
Yeah.
Yeah. We you know what the players need right now, maybe?
Blissfield?
Yes. A little.
Getting good at this. Yeah.
You absolutely are.
One of our wonderful sponsors.
Yes, thank you. All right, so 5 seconds, 4, 3. What is going on? It's not going to lose on time, but you know.
Rook d6.
Oh, where's this king going?
I think he's hoping for rook b5, king g4, f5, king h5. Oh, well, you can't even play f5 because knight takes. But okay, whatever. The point is
He
some
wants to
dream
bring
of the
king.
king h5, yeah.
And then bishop g7.
And then knight f5. Let's get them all in there.
Levy's playing so forward. He's just going for it, but she's going instantly rook b5. I have to say, PA is playing this very nicely. Like, I mean, of course, she's maybe not always played the most accurate moves, but like,
She's played everything great, I think.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm a proud daughter. I don't know how to put it in any different way.
Oh,
But
now,
Levy's fighting a lot.
they're now okay. Now this rook and this knight, there's a little problem. There's a little problem that could arise here for Levy, is that he's gonna get his pieces traded off with bishop e5. That's really gonna sour my plan of sacrificing the knight if I don't have my knight.
He played this move with a second on the clock.
Yeah.
A second on the clock.
That's been his go-to.
I mean,
But yeah,
this is crazy. Yeah, bishop e5 just looks so
Bishop e5 is over,
natural.
yeah. Yeah.
Bishop
That was the
E5
last
is so
thing. Like if
natural.
I could sack the knight for the pawns, that's my only hope. But
Yeah.
bishop e5 is
And that just kills the dream. Bishop e5, it's right there. A bishop move going diagonally
But actually, she has even
throughout
better.
the board.
She has even better. No, she has even better
Oh,
because
she's one that goes
if
right
you go
forward.
up, you actually get mated in one,
Yeah.
and if you go down here, check, and now I collect on g3, and then I still do bishop e5 with a little bonus.
She's just winning the game now.
Well, she was winning the game.
Well, she
That
was,
is
but
like-
now
yeah.
it's like, I mean, there's just
More
rook
win-
here now.
Yeah,
Like, how do you even stop it after rook b3?
I think he'll stop the clock.
Oh, you think he's going to resign?
Maybe he'll think about the fans and demonstrate rook g3, but yeah, the game one will
Wow.
go to PIA.
Wow. Wow. That was yeah, I didn't see it.
You almost got it closed there. PIA had 1 second, but
Levy definitely had it close. He played a fantastic game. I mean, of course, he's not going to be happy about the moment where he missed c5 and the fact that he had this advantage out of the opening and then started going wrong with time trouble. But I mean, credit is like where credit's due. Like he's been fighting this endgame.
he's
Really well, I
fought
think.
as hard as he could once he
Yeah.
got into that trouble. But it's also
He stops the clock.
Stops the clock.
Pia Kremling wins the first game in
Yeah.
the match.
And Levy says maybe, and then not sure what he said after that, but I could read his lips there.
Yeah.
The one thing is, though, I will say, when you're losing a game for a while, it's kind of easier to come to terms when you finally lose.
Of course.
Because he's been losing for like an hour or more. So it's like I had that hope, but anyway, yeah, game one goes to Pia. It was that one big moment. I was saying, like, I mean, it's classic. I've been there too. He spent 25 minutes on that one move, and at the end, when Pia posed some problems for him, he just had 1 minute. He couldn't figure them out, and she got the well-deserved victory. So yeah, Levy will definitely be frustrated about that decision there. But this is game 1 out of 22. But
Yes.
Pia gets 3 points for this victory.
This is a big victory because we're right now in the classical portion of this match where the games matter the most per game. Right now, the winner of this games gets 3 points, which is Pia. And then, Levy ends up on 0 points so far. But of course, there's going to be 3 more classical games where there's going to be a lot of points for grabs. And we're going to be having different time controls as well. Rapid and Blitz is coming right after this. But what a crazy intense game this was. I wasn't ready for how my heart was going to feel.
I thought you were about to go through the screen and appear at their board. You were looking at it so intensely. Move, mom, move. But she felt your support. I think she pulled through with the commentary and love of her daughter.
I guess she did, but obviously the reason I was feeling like this was because of the fact that Levy was posing such difficult questions and the fact that he was able to come up with so many different creative ideas on how to complicate it for my mom, and especially when she went down to a second. I mean, let me tell you, when you watch the replay of that, Her slow.
It was you mentioned it wasn't just the time; it was the speed of the move.
She had 4 seconds when she started the move and finished it on 1. I mean, it could have got down then. So
You should have slammed the table or something.
a little
I'll teach him a little. It's Halloween. It's just scream,
no screams, no
scream,
screams.
sneeze. I don't know, stomp your feet.
No.
But
no
he's
screams.
an ethical player.
Yeah, of course.
Very.
He's
It's
a good sports.
yes. I was gonna say the players want to beat each other, but there's full sportsmanship.
There's full sportsmanship. And I mean, we're going to be getting the players for an interview. So don't go anywhere. They're going to be coming in for an interview. So we're going to be able to ask them some questions. Maybe you can, ask Levy a few more questions and I'll ask my mom a few more. We can see how we haven't decided how we're going to do that.
Yeah.
But we'll improvise it on the spot.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we haven't had them in the confessional for a long time. So it's very.
In the game that I haven't seen.
I don't think so because
There's
they were
no
in
way,
time
right?
trouble, right?
There's no
They were in
way.
time trouble, yeah. So
no.
we haven't had a confession
We haven't had a
in some
confession.
time, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah. So they're having a very animated postmortem.
They're smiling. I mean, look at how Levy's smiling.
What is he analyzing? I'm looking. Okay. I see. He's saying, So he's talking about this endgame, and I think he's saying, like he's looking for chances he could have maybe tried to. Oh, I see what he's saying. Okay, I see. So he's saying so that endgame that he was losing, he was saying if I could trade the H pawn for the G pawn, and then trade the knight for bishop, and then rook versus rook H and F, that's a theoretical draw. So he's like, this is another idea, but the problem is, not problem. The situation is there's so many ways he could draw, but all of them are very far fetched. And looks like there's a celebration going on.
What? Gifted subs. Wow, that is actually incredible. I will be completely honest. I've been so in the game that I haven't really been keeping up with alerts. But I'm seeing that Chess on Earth has done incredible support on my channel. Thank you so much. I saw 25 gifted before, and then I was going to scream, but then the game ended, and then I screamed for a different reason. But thank you so much for the 100 gifted subs over there as well. And also, we need to in the future days also pull up the alerts for Gotham, I think, so that if anybody's supporting over there, we thank them. But thank you so much for the support. Like, it's incredible. And we're just so excited that we're able to put up this map. He gifted another 100? Did he gift another 100? On Earth, what on earth is going on? Wait, what? Wow, that is insane. That is insane. Another 100 gifted subs.
It pays to be on the winning team.
Well,
well, who knows? If maybe in the Gotham channel we're having 1,000 sub bombs.
Yeah, maybe we are.
But we do appreciate the support across all channels, 4 different streaming platforms.
4 different channels. We got both me and Lavi are up on Twitch and YouTube. So 4 different channels. And we thank every single person that has been, watching. And now, another 100. This is crazy. What is happening? What is happening?
That's unbelievable.
This is actually unbelievable.
Absolutely amazing support.
Another 100 from Chess on Earth. Thank you so much. That is very, very appreciated. And yeah, I mean, both me and Lavi, we've been working on setting up this match for so long. So we're just so happy to see it, blossom and happening. And we're just so excited. We see the arbiter over there as well. I don't know what he's doing.
He's excited for the gifted.
He's dancing for the gifted. He's setting up for.
He's probably a sub now.
I mean, what is going on? Chess on Earth is coming. What is happening? 100 gifted subs. What?
Level 18 hype. I think Chess on Earth is the conductor, passenger, and stewardess. I don't even know. I'm running out of words. He's the train itself. Yeah.
This is crazy. Level 19. I don't know if I've ever been on level 19. I have no idea if I've ever been on level 19. This is actually completely incredible. Thank you so much once again, everybody, for the support. This is amazing. And, of course, I hope that you guys are supporting on Levy's channel as well. He's playing, and I know how difficult it is to play a match and to be playing. And, you know, we're in a way we're chilling commentating, and we're not chilling, but you know, we're commentating.
Yeah.
Definitely not
Yeah.
chilling, but yeah, no, definitely thank you so much. Really, really, really appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. And thank you so much, Skylinja over there for the 5 gifted subs as well. I'm gonna go and check what's going on Lavi's channel, but also just know that they're gonna be coming very soon. So don't go anywhere. We're gonna be seeing them very soon over here. Wow, that is incredible. That is absolutely incredible. Okay, so we're now not seeing the playing hole anymore.
Yeah. Well, there's nothing to see.
There's nothing to see.
They're on the way to us.
They're on the way to us.
So, you nervous to get these great players up here?
I mean, I'm excited
Yeah.
to talk to them.
I'm sure they're quite tired. This was a long game. First, I was
Yeah.
saying, okay, nice short draw today. You know, get some stat. I was kidding, but yeah, I knew. Well, you know, no, of course. We want to see the action, right? Everyone wants to see the action, and so do
So does Vinny,
So does Vinny.
who's actually my agent. Thank you so much, Vinny. Vinny of old, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs over there as well. That is really funny. That is actually amazing. Wow, some people are screaming, we love chess, and that is true. We love chess, and you know why we love chess?
Why is that?
Because chess makes us feel this way.
Euphoric?
Yeah,
Yes, that's a great.
euphoric or sad
It makes you feel lots of emotions across. It's a human experience. You
experience.
get to feel all the emotions across the board as a chess player, commentator,
Yeah.
streamer,
Yeah, I mean, you
lurker,
feel so
chatter.
much. Yeah.
I agree.
For everyone. And I think that is the true beauty of chess, that there is so much emotion in it. We see 2 players that have given it their absolute everything for the past 4 hours. They've been fighting each other on the board. We have a result now. Could have gone, you know, either way, but we have a result. But they're going to be both just so tired from having given it their everything for so many hours.
And we're going to come back here tomorrow and do it all again. Same time, same players.
Same players, same plays.
Yeah,
And we're just so excited for that. Sorry about that.
no worries.
So excited. We're going to be seeing that for several days in a row. And this classical portion is going to be for 3 more days.
Yeah, these classical games, it's, you know, most people, they prefer the blitz, the rapid, but there's so much more, not more, but there's so much excitement and so much drama and pressure because you're building up, right? It's like this build up. And then at the end, the final sprint, I don't think you can get that same excitement from some of these faster games. They all have their beauty.
They all have
They
their
all have
beauty
their
in
beauty.
different ways. They're exciting in different ways, but I agree that there's something to classical
That's a good
that
one.
can't be reciprocated.
Seeing this emote of you.
Oh,
dancing
the
one,
the
yeah.
dancing emote,
Yeah.
dancing, yeah.
Yeah.
That one, yeah.
Mhm.
Guys, is it true? New record! We hit a new record! That is amazing. Thank you so much. New record on Twitch. Wow, new hype level record.
You haven't even checked YouTube. Who knows what's going on there?
Uh,
New sub record.
we have to pretend that we're checking YouTube, Alex.
We haven't checked YouTube at this moment. We checked it a moment ago.
We did.
Yeah.
We should, okay. I'm just saying we gotta pretend. Oh,
They showed some audio. Audio's dead.
I don't even care anymore. No, I'm kidding. I do. I do.
Where's our microphones are most likely dying.
Oh, yeah. We're so prepared.
We have backup ones.
We have back. Are you microphones?
I am.
Okay.
Should
let
we
me
get
bring the
some?
backup microphone. Yes, let me do it. This is incredible. Which one is the one that is?
I don't know. Well, they said left. What does left audio mean?
I don't even know what left audio means.
I guess it's just like the sound is feeding in only through one or something.
Okay, let me bring it. I'm gonna do some parkour over here.
Oh yeah.
They don't see it, the parkour that we're doing in this.
They only
one.
see the glamour we have here. They don't see the difficulties that we have to put on the show. Yeah.
Yeah.
And speaking of, I do hear. I don't know if you heard that. I heard some movement from over there. I think we might be getting some guests very shortly.
And let's get some new mics for that. Amazing.
So we are fixing the audio in a moment, everyone. Please bear with us, as we also will get Levy and
If you disconnect that one and put it into this one.
sure.
Oh, 1 second. 1 second.
All right. Have you got in your? Good.
No, they don't hear us.
Okay. Yeah, they're saying no audio, but we knew that one.
Hey, everybody. Do you hear us now?
Hello, hello.
Let's see. Let's see.
Okay. We got our backup mics.
Are they hearing us?
They said yes. Great.
We
Yep. Nope. Still bad. Hold on.
news.
We do. They said right ear only. So what is happening?
Oh, let's go and see. This. Da 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 da. Da da da. Okay, give me 1 second.
How about now? How are we doing? Coming in or out? Yeah, someone said YouTube gets the left ear, Twitch gets the right.
That's actually really funny. That is really funny. Okay, no, that was okay. Interesting. Only right. Let's go ahead and check. We do have the players here. So wait, do they even see us? We do have the players here. So as soon as we fix this, we are going to be getting the players. But we're just gonna fix this little issue really quickly. Okay. Now the players are gonna think that we've had issues the whole time. We haven't. This is the first issue we actually have in the whole stream. Just so they know, we haven't had any tech issues. So this is the
Saved
first
it
one.
for them.
Yes, let me actually just do this. There we go. Okay, now I'm kind of taking you away. I'm sorry.
It's all right. I'm here in spirit and also in general. Is it because do I have any weird settings? It does. Wait. Okay, let me do some funny stuff, and you can tell me if it's working. I will be glad to do any mic checks. Left audio, left audio.
Huh?
Yeah, I've. What do you suppose we have the?
I mean, is it? Huh? Is it hearable?
I think we have things plugged in. Some people are trying to give us some advice with plugging stuff in.
Yeah, I'm not really exactly sure why this is happening, to be honest. Do we have our producer here?
Sound.
Okay, let's actually do this. Let's figure this out by taking a little 5-minute break,
Sure.
and then we will have the two players ready to be
Joining us
interviewed.
shortly.
Yeah, so let's take a little short 5-minute break, and we will try to fix the audio in the meantime. Let's do this. Okay, so I think we're back. Sorry about that. Do you guys hear us properly now?
Testing the
Let's
mic.
just do a little check.
Right ear only.
Oh, it's
Still in right.
writing it only. Actually, I'm thinking, producer, can we go back to a previous scene maybe? It might be actually the change of scenes that is making this happen. So if you're listening to me right now, I think actually it could be if we go back to a previous scene, maybe that's gonna fix it. Oh, wait, are we getting trolled?
I
The
don't know.
producer's saying that everything is working fine.
Okay.
Are we getting trolled?
It's quite
chat?
possible.
Did you know about this?
No, I'm just,
Wait, what? Are we actually getting trolled?
No troll.
Okay. All right. I was like, did we actually just get trolled?
It seemed like it was too many people, but okay, if we're working great.
I think actually it was the scene. Because
Okay.
now we're in this other scene.
I see. So
Yeah.
once we lost our beautiful playing hall, they didn't want to hear audio. Okay.
Exactly. So yeah, okay. Interesting, because now that means that it's going to be a smaller one, but it doesn't matter. Okay, everybody, let's get the players here. We have right now Levi and Pia. We can start probably with Levi.
Sure. How do you?
Do you want to? Yeah, I think he can hear us with this. Yeah.
What I was gonna say. Where should we, Mr. Gotham, be seated? Or do you, should we?
Maybe you can be seated there if I join you.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh
you're
yeah.
probably seated
Yeah.
here.
Welcome to the parkour. We have a little
Yeah.
fun time getting here.
Okay.
Where's the mic?
Take this, and I'll just scream.
Okay.
Hello, Levi.
Hello.
How?
Oh, there's no microphones for the players.
Well, no.
These are our backup mics.
These-
If you lose, you don't get a microphone.
Yeah. Well, we have one for PIA.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what happened.
Yeah. We talked a lot on the way here. We both. I mean, the most critical moment of the game was the one that I said in the confession when she went bishop e6. Like she really didn't want to play bishop e6. And here I thought I had a nice position. She visibly grimaced at me when I played queen d2, but I was like, I'm like pretty sure this is a good move.
It was a great move.
Thank you. Thank you. I thought this plan was smart because I can like play b4. I thought everything I was doing was pretty good. Knight g5, and then here I was like, so this is what I spent time calculating.
Just wait a second because they can't see the board. So if we just get the board up on screen, production, that would be fantastic. There we go. Now we have it.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah, so I calculated bishop d6,
E8.
rook e8, c5, knight e5. I spent so much time here because I was like, bishop e5, rook e5 is the best move because of bishop e5. Oh wow, bishop e5 is just like completely lost. I didn't even.
Yeah, you need the E8 square.
Yeah, so takes, bishop c4, bishop e8. I spent so much time here and I was like, why did I trade all these pieces if I'm not checkmating? Also, rook e1 looks like it's completely winning.
Rook e8, yeah, but
But
queen c7.
yeah, I saw this. So the reason I was looking around at this point a lot is because after this, I didn't see a move. I was trying to like look around and go full Beth Harmon, but nothing. I don't have a move here.
Nothing popped into your head.
Yeah, and I can see here it's like equal. So I was really frustrated when bishop d6 didn't just win by force, and I couldn't really stop myself from like. So then I was like, maybe I should just play c5 and not bishop d6. Then I was like, I should probably just like improve my position. So I spent a long time. Then I went here, which okay, it gives a question mark, but like I don't think it's a bad move.
It's not a bad move. It was we were saying you spent 25 minutes on it.
23.
Yeah,
23 and a half.
I figured that you've been watching too many of my games.
No. I do the same thing. I did the same thing in my last tournament. Like I remember, so I was like, okay, in blitz here, I would just play rook d1 in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Or bishop d6. Like I would just go bishop d6 and you think it's like winning. Should we analyze together or should we wait and switch?
I mean, she can come in here as well. I think.
Okay.
It's just that we maybe actually becomes hard with microphones.
Yeah, I mean we can like pass the
Yeah, I think.
we can pass the microphone back and forth.
Yeah, we'll make it work.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. All right, we are really we all have to move in closer.
Yeah.
I'll get a bigger camera the other days for this.
Pia, you have to come closer to me or else they won't see you because our camera frame is really small.
Should I scoot more? Or
Yeah.
is it okay?
You gotta keep moving, keep moving.
I'll go surfing.
Yeah, this is great. This is great. Oh, okay. Somehow,
No, I'm here a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's, yeah.
Family photo. Yeah.
so yeah, this was like the critical moment. And
Yeah. No, I was very worried in his position.
you said c5 right away.
Yeah, see.
Yeah, I guess I just didn't understand how strong this move was.
Yeah, c5 I was very worried about. I forgot because I wanted to go knight before when I played bishop. No, before.
Yeah.
When I played before, but you can always play this rook take e6, knight g5.
Yeah.
So that's why I wonder if I should have gotten. No, you can just play this. I couldn't see any way that I will get some compensation here for the pawn.
Yeah.
No, I couldn't see that. Okay, I could have taken on d3 between, but I couldn't see anything special for me there for compensation now. So yeah, let's go back. So okay, so I played bishop d7 and c5 here. Yeah, c5 I was very worried about because
I guess rook e8. There's like knight f7 stuff.
no, I'm very worried about knight f7. So I
Well,
wouldn't
but also
want to-
bishop c4
or
yeah.
even bishop c4.
because bishop e8, rook e8 at the end.
Yeah. So I would after no c5 is very good. I was very worried. Could I go some no bishop f5? No. What happened? h6.
Yeah, just bishop f5 is like
Also,
it's
I never
impossible.
thought you would.
Well,
you can
it's up
push
there.
the, you
Yeah.
can push the camera a little toward Pia.
Yeah.
She's still off the screen.
I love it. It's this way.
Right.
Yeah, I feel like I should not be here. It should be Pia.
No,
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 we
of
should
course.
not worry
No,
about
we
it.
should
Oh, there we
be
go. There we go.
Now we are here. So yeah,
Sure.
yeah. No, this is very good. Yeah, c5.
You were considering replying h6 or something else. I thought h6 practically could not see what else you could do except kick away the knight.
Knight. Some 94, and here.
And the g5 maybe.
Yeah, g5. I think I have
Yeah.
to go for this g5
Yeah.
to play like this. But of course, it will be weak. I think so. I think this is what I have
Did you
to.
consider going c5 in that position immediately?
Yeah, of course. Like I spent most of my time looking at this bishop d6 line, and I went like everything that I showed: bishop e5, rook e5, all of this, bishop c4, bishop c8, rook e1, and
This position. But this.
you're fine. Yeah, queen c7.
Queen c7. I thought I was fine. I was not worried about this. I
No.
was looking at this
Yeah,
also.
I didn't stop calculating this fast enough. Like I thought, really, like black survives? That's crazy. But I guess like a better player just stops here and is like, oh, I have nothing. But I was like, oh, f4, knight f3. I also thought about knight f3,
Yeah.
bishop f6, like queen f4. But okay, I'm just worse. Like I'm not. I have no attack. I'm not doing anything. Which is why I played rook d1 because I wanted this position,
With
but with the rook on d1.
Yeah, but
Um,
so rook d1. Yeah, I was happy because it's a bit of slow mo and it gives me time. And so that's what I thought that when I play bishop e6, maybe bishop d7 was that maybe better to play as not to. But maybe
Hard to make a good plan here. I was
maybe just the
yeah.
position is just bad for me.
Yeah.
Yes. Maybe it's just bad. But let's go back. Let's go back and see what happened. Yeah. So here, this is a good move. Here now rook d1, rook e8.
Also, I should just take. Like, I don't
Yeah.
know.
So I guess I take with the bishop. Yeah.
And then I was thinking like here.
Yeah, felt like if you play rook d1, maybe your plan is to try to target d4, like knight f3, come back.
Yeah.
But then rook d1, c5 felt like you're going two directions at once.
Yeah, and then I went bishop e4, which is like not terrible, but yeah, again here I should just do the practical thing.
Yeah.
I should just make this trade.
Yeah, bishop c4, knight f3,
Bishop
take d4 maybe.
d4.
Yeah,
Bishop
knight
Uh,
f3 I
We
thought.
want this position.
knight f3, bishop. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay,
I wasn't sure. Yeah,
and
bishop.
then queen f4 I wanted to play,
Yeah.
but I guess rook c8 and yeah, black is.
Yeah, somehow c5 is quite
The-
weak
yeah,
here. Yeah.
the-
Rook c8 here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so when I saw this, I thought, all right, I guess I take, but this just felt incorrect. But it's just equal.
Oh, you can just take here.
But it felt very unpleasant.
Yeah, now you're kind of like fighting to
Yeah, it's
equalize
just like,
instead of
yeah,
fighting for the
there's
initiative.
someone
Yeah.
that-
Yeah, queen c7, rook d8, queen c5. Yeah. Yeah.
Queen c7 looks very normal because I will just take on c5. Yeah.
No trouble. Yeah.
So now.
Yeah.
Mm,
Yeah, I spent too much time and played bad moves.
c6.
Queen c2. I was just trying to keep the tension, but I thought this was also just like bad because you could take either way, and I was even a little worried like.
Yeah, I get king d5.
No, queen c2 was good. It was just that black had this d3 idea. Otherwise, queen c2 makes a lot of sense.
You know, I
You thought about it, yeah?
not.
Yeah.
So d3 is
You want to be
strong
more
over.
practical, you know?
D3 is so what was wrong? So
It's really scary to make as well, I think.
No, I was looking
Yeah.
at d3.
Yeah.
I was looking at it. So, but after d3, can you go away?
Yeah, like queen c1 maybe, just and
Yes,
then maybe you lose this pawn, yeah?
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
thought. So that's why. So if take.
Yeah, you could play knight like, so what you were looking
Yeah, I
at?
saw.
You get a knight to d6?
Yeah, I thought.
Oh, there's, knight f7 there or something? What was that?
No,
Did you
queen
see that?
d5.
Yeah,
Is there knight f7?
I guess so.
What?
I guess so.
You know,
Queen b3, bishop d6, yeah.
Here,
Mhm.
knight d7.
Oh, we didn't even talk about this.
Yeah.
We didn't see this.
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
We thought knight's going to e4.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
lots of position. I was so worried you could take there.
I saw this queen d5 and I thought I'm worse because I forgot this pawn is hanging.
Mhm.
That'll okay, but it's still not so clear. I mean, this just feels like so
Yeah,
bad.
no, we actually analyzed very similar, and I was saying yeah, if black gets queen d5 rook d8, like I'm not liking white at all. Like black is fully the pawn on d4 is very strong now too. But at this point, it felt like you were trying to maybe get to safety.
Yeah.
You lost like a lot of initiative at this point.
I thought instead of trading this, you can trade the bishop and move the rook.
Yeah, we were looking at this. What happens if?
Yeah.
Rook.
And I just thought like I'm worse forever.
No,
This
yeah.
is way to play. Why did I just was somehow I
Well,
was
you
so
won.
I was but I was just happy to survive the position
Yeah.
I had. I was very worried. So I didn't even consider of keeping the bishop, keeping the rooks on the board.
At first, I thought, oh, why do we allow the white queen to e4, but queen c7, and yeah, c5 is hanging, and the queen is not so strong.
It's a bit of a tough move.
No,
It's like,
no,
difficult. Just giving up the pawn.
Yeah, when Pia went here, I was like, oh boy, oh this
You have
is
some
like
small trouble, yeah.
yeah,
Small trouble.
I mean,
you
it
have
was
to
pretty
solve.
big trouble. Once
It got very big, yeah.
and then here I was like, oh, knight f3 and draw, but I realized how good queen b4 is, and I was like, oh no.
Queen b3 play.
Yeah, I thought about knight f3, which is probably
guess so.
smarter.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I can go queen b4 anyway.
What?
Yeah.
I come here and what?
Yeah, well, there's rook, but even this endgame takes a6, rook b1, bishop f6, like take b7, rook c8.
Why did I not play queen c2?
Well, you didn't play knight f3.
Yeah, because of
Yeah.
queen b4, but queen c2.
Take on b2 and
Yeah.
you go rook bishop f6 and
Yeah.
and you are you take rook c8
Yeah.
check here rook c2. Yeah, you take on a, I take on f. Maybe yeah, you can play this. Yes, it's not so clear. So maybe knight f3. Can we see?
Yeah, but this is just very this is just good. But I didn't see what else to do. I mean, I know I'm supposed to.
If you go queen f, if you do something, I go a4 and I will take the pawn. And queen f3, I go a4. You don't have any rook e7. You just lose it.
Yeah.
Let me give you this microphone.
Hmm?
We are not as important as you guys. You guys are the important ones here. Do you want me to do it?
Yes. That's better.
Okay.
Was it the endgame ever a draw? No, there was always like I was always losing.
But I was like maybe he can sack the knight for every pawn.
Yeah. I was thinking like rook and bishop. No, I
also the wrong color h pawn.
yeah, I thought about that.
Yeah.
But it never works.
Like the moment where I think Pia played like rook d2, and then it was still I think losing, but it gave you some chances. When you won bishop c5, yeah, when you play rook d2.
Oh, that was the
Yeah.
mistake. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. No, I knew all
when
of
you
a
were
sudden.
getting low.
Yeah, I was so confused.
was
That is that a4.
Yeah, I was really hoping this works, but,
But
just
check,
go
the
check,
queen one
check.
check, and then I take. Yeah. So,
No, the rest was good, I think.
Yeah.
so here.
This is just losing. I mean, I have like no time. I was excited Pia also got to 1 minute.
Yeah.
She was like trying to make it fun.
So here, bishop e7.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was played.
Well, I was gonna say I was so
Rook
scared.
c5? I thought. I was like, is this just the I was like,
Yeah,
what?
maybe rook c5. Maybe this is what I should play. So, but what I play bishop c5 here.
Yeah, bishop c5
Looks so
looks very
normal.
good.
Yeah, it looks normal. So
But this is so tricky.
king,
It felt very tricky.
Yeah.
yes, here, king here, and now. Yeah, I was wondering here. I was wondering. I play this. Well, could I play rook b2? Is this just a blunder if I go rook b2? I was just
Instead of rook f4.
yeah. I was just wondering. Is this just equal take? And I'm coming with my bishop somewhere. Maybe bishop c5. I start with bishop c5. I just thought this would be very good for me.
Probably, yeah.
Rook b7. I go check,
Bishop d3,
and I will go bishop
bishop
g3 probably. I
This
don't
would-
know. You have knight c5. No. Now you have knight c5. Rook c2. Yeah. Knight
This
e3.
still looks like I'm gonna lose.
No,
Oh,
I
that's a
can
bad
go-
move.
I can go. Maybe I can go rook d2.
knight b2.
Knight
Wow.
d2. Wow.
Ah.
There's knight.
Rook e2, knight d3.
But anyway, yeah.
Your knight was so tricky though the whole game.
Yeah.
Actually, here I thought I'm drawing. Like I thought, oh, I caught the rook. Like the
Yeah,
rook
yeah,
can't
yeah.
run away.
Bishop
Yeah.
g1,
Yeah. Here I was like, oh.
But where was my mistake?
No
then?
mistake.
No, there was no mistakes. It just felt like it was a mistake. But I was like, oh my god, I can't even take the pawn.
Mom, you know what your mistake was?
Hmm?
Did you see that you went down to second?
No, I had no idea.
1 second.
1 second.
Actually, I was thinking, if Pia flags, I kind of want the game to be a draw. Like, can I just I was like, if Pia flags up 2 pawns, I'm gonna be really like, yeah, of course I saw it. Yeah, of course.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
just 5 seconds and you're not panicking, and then you take the piece and you go so slow and you make the move with a second left, and I'm screaming.
No,
I'm like, what?
I had a lot of thoughts. I was like, if I win this on time, I like don't even want the point, you know. I like,
You would have gotten 3.
yeah. But no, I was like, can I just like make the game a draw? But no, this was all good. And then
Then I went back, and then I played this bishop g1.
we discussed here bishop g1 is just definitely winning.
Yeah, this is the right way to play.
Like
And
this.
rook b3 check.
Kick me out and
Here, and
that's
bishop
it.
b3. Yeah. So
Yeah.
what happened? King e4. What's happening after king e4 here? Yes.
It's just here.
Yes, bishop d2. Oh yes, of course. No, I saw b3, and then I saw rook b3, but I somehow stopped, and now I got so confused here now with everything.
It's always winning. Yeah, rook e1, and I was like, I thought. So we analyzed this.
But I go rook e1
Yes,
anyway.
rook
Rook
e1.
e1, and you take, and I go bishop d4 check. Yeah.
Yeah, rook e3. Yeah. So when I was like, oh, that doesn't work, and this is always.
But is g5
Yeah.
your best? I was wondering, could I go rook rook d3 instead of g5? This is what I wanted.
Yes.
Go rook d3 instead.
King e4 and g3.
And king e4, rook e3, and I keep
Yeah.
my pawn on g6. I just thought it was more.
Yeah,
King f5.
Yeah.
So that's what I want.
But it's always winning.
So here.
But here I was thinking the trick, you play knight d6, rook b7, h4, sacrifice f7, bishop into h5.
Take rook b.
Somehow you try for it.
Yeah.
Not here, but knight d6.
Like, yeah.
Your king has to
Yeah,
be close.
Pia accidentally checks my king back to safety, and then
Yeah.
It's just concepts,
Like-
right? Yeah.
like this, and
Yeah,
then
exact moves.
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
and now it's a draw.
Yeah.
Oof, how did I miss that?
This was one. Sacrifice the knight for pawns.
Yeah,
And rook h and f.
yeah.
Yeah.
Lots of help. You need lots and lots of help.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the last time I went to the whatever confession, and I said like, oh, I think this is like a critical moment, and then I misplayed, and from here, yeah, it was just really
Yeah, this
it
is
was
very-
hard.
Yeah, this
But
is. Yeah, after rook e1, then it's less worse for me. Yeah.
Did you feel relieved when rook e1?
Yeah, I
was
got
played?
very confused. I thought it was a slow move, and I was wondering. But okay, putting more pressure in the center. But I was happy with the slow move because I got this time for rook e8, and I asked because I need to have knight e5. I need to have some active play. So this is my counter play to get the knight to e5, bishop to c6. So this is what I want to do. So I was I was pleased after rook e1. Yes.
I have a question. When I played Queen D2, you looked at me like I was the biggest idiot in the world, and I was like, "Oh my God, was that really a bad move?" I was like, "So you don't have to give away any poker faces," but I was like, "Wow, she gave me such a glance." Like,
Yeah. I'm sorry.
no, it's fine. I was like, I don't think it's a bad move.
I can see them.
No, it's like very subtle, you know.
I'm sorry. I asked. It surprised me. I didn't look at it. That's why you made a move I didn't see. That's why I have this. I was just surprised.
Back
Nothing
when
else.
the moves were at least good, surprising but good. Like,
I mean, I want to push my pawn, and of course, you play with this setup. So no, Queen d2 is a very good move.
I guess the only other question that I had was, can I take here? Is it dumb? It's probably dumb, right?
No,
This is
I like what you did, knight f3.
Yeah, knight f3 is
Yeah.
good. And what should I do? Okay, I don't know.
So they takes and queen b6, but I think it's quite difficult because otherwise
And queen
bishop
b6.
b2, bishop b3, rook d1.
So
So queen
this-
b6 very precise. Yeah.
Queen b6. Yeah, this is fine. And
Rook b1, bishop b6, d4, bishop a2.
Top engine move is rook f3.
rook b1, bishop. Yeah, rook
It's like
b1.
insane. Yeah.
Yeah, so rook b1, bishop e6, and next move is d4. But yeah, so we will have, this is so
But
much
queen
better.
b6 for counterplay because otherwise I would play bishop c2, I think, and bishop b3.
Yeah,
maybe.
I was looking at bishop c2 when you went knight f3, bishop c2, bishop f3 also. So so this is what here, knight c6. No, the knight is, then the knight is here. Yeah, that's true. I would go here. No, I was looking at taking on e5, bishop c2. This is what I was looking at. But I think this is, I guess I will just go.
I even thought you can like mate me. Like, you could just give this pawn away
I mean,
and
this bishop is, it feels like you do not want to trade your dark.
yeah.
No,
Light
you
square
don't
bishop
want
is
that.
Okay. We can
Yeah.
trade the light square bishop.
Yeah,
Dark
exactly,
square we
because you
wanna
want to
keep.
control d4. Yeah, exactly. No, you don't want to trade it. Absolutely not.
So I wasn't so, I was just looking at, but I wasn't so concerned about it, yeah. So I should take in queen b6. Is it close to equal then?
According to this one, yes, but I
Close
think
to
if you
equal.
don't play this, it's pretty unpleasant.
Yeah, it's just bad for black, yeah, the way I played.
Knight d6 makes sense because you keep the knight, you push d4,
yeah,
but it's not so good somehow, yeah.
yeah, it's not so good. And I wanted a5. It's yes to. It's actually to block. A5 is actually to maybe to stop b4. This is why. And sometimes I had knight before. And what is? I was just wondering, could I do something else? No, I couldn't see.
A little unpleasant, I think, yeah.
But I was wondering, could I go in this very strange move? Knight before. It looks very, very strange. Is this?
Yeah.
After a5?
No,
before?
No, rook e6.
Yeah, no, in this moment. No, instead of bishop e6. No, bishop e6 I'm not happy with, but I guess...
Before, bishop e4?
Yeah, and now I want to
No, I was going to go here. I think that was the whole point.
Will come here, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And here I thought, yeah.
No, I don't want to play. No, I don't want to play this, yes. Bishop e5 is good. My d4 pawn will be so... what will happen? Take, bishop e6.
I think you just have to lose the pawn.
I will lose it.
Yeah.
No, what I can do, no, but I can take on e5. I take, no, I don't take it here. Yes, I take on e5, and I go bishop e6 now. And
Yeah, I was going to play like b3 double.
you go b3, and then I will go maybe queen d6 here, and
I just know that sometimes you can go here. Like,
yeah,
and there's these.
can go here. Yeah, I don't know, queen d6, or should I go queen c7 and rook a8?
Yeah, like, I was thinking.
Queen h6. No, I can't play. Queen h6. No, go back. No, no. Of course, no. So no, I can't go knight before. So I play bishop e6. No, the knight needs to stay there. Yeah, but it's unpleasant for me. It is. So knight e5 is very good. Maybe bishop d7, but maybe bishop d7 instead. I went bishop e6. Is that any better? And now the plan is to go rook a. Yeah, you wanted to go bishop e4 here, yeah? Was it?
I don't know.
Rook d1 here, and then I will go rook e8 here now. So we'll play this. But of course, it's pleasant.
It's amazing to get to hear this, though. It's very rare that after a match you get this level of analysis right after. So it's amazing to hear.
What about all the top level events that happen?
You're never sitting together talking about the game, looking at it this way.
Yeah, it's true.
So
Yeah.
They used to,
really
but
cool.
then, I guess they only do it solo, or I don't know. The person that loses doesn't come. I don't know. But
depending. So I think this is really, really nice. But it was so funny because at this time during the game, we were getting confessions all the time. I was so shocked. The producer kept texting me, Anna, there's another confession. Like,
no, I went because Pia thought on bishop e6 for a while, and I thought like, well, this is like a critical moment, so I should go.
It's great.
Then I went and I did not play the best moves, and then it was still holdable, but it felt very quickly like it was kind of getting out of control. And then, yeah, I mean, if the last moment to get equality in the game is to play knight e1, I don't think I can. I don't think I would.
Like,
Was it 91 in one moment? What was the?
I think, well,
yeah,
knight
91.
b3,
Yes, 91.
You saw this move?
Yes, I
Oh,
saw
well,
this one.
then the match is over.
No.
Oh.
In this moment, no, not in this moment.
Oh,
I saw the
thank
plan.
God.
I saw the plan, but not in this moment. 91 here. No, I saw the plan to go. I saw the plan to go with 90 deeper, but not in this moment. No, that's very beautiful and take.
Yeah, I saw sometimes I can play knight e1, but here it's like
But
the whole.
here,
no, but the
wow.
knight b3
Like I thought rook c1
yeah.
with the same concept, like rook c1.
And then 91, yeah.
91. Yeah.
I was
No, I
like-
saw the plan 91 because that's what you want to have. And 91.
Now this makes more sense.
Yeah, knight to d3.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
Well, that was
We'll let you wrap the show.
that was the first game. How did it feel to play the first game for both of you?
how it felt. Yeah, no, it was. I was suffering. I was so happy when I survived. I was happy to get to this position, and then also when you took on d4, I can take on c4. I was happy because my bishop is playing. But I was very happy to get to this position because I thought you were going to. It was so difficult for me before. So I was just happy to keep alive at the board. And it was, it's nice to play. and it was, but very, very, very tough. I'm just very, very happy that I did survive today because it was a very tough position. Absolutely.
I'm happy because the production looks so good, and
You got a lot of Snapchat followers, I think.
did I?
I think so.
That's my biggest success point. No, but obviously, yeah, it's like very fun to play, and I've never played a one-on-one match, so you can like almost hear your opponent's heartbeat. Like it's so silent, and like any move. I got up and I was eating a banana, and I'm like, this is like the loudest I've ever eaten a banana because it's so quiet. I'm like, I hope I'm not distracting
There's so
Pia.
much noise cancellation in that room on purpose that nobody can hear anything, so I get that.
Yeah, I was like walking around going, like I thought like my bite was distracting Pia.
No, I didn't
No,
notice.
that's-
You were eating something. I did hear.
Also whispering in the confessional.
was I?
It was like a little ASMR.
Ah.
There's you can't hear anything.
You can speak, but nobody can hear anything.
Yeah.
Ah.
But it was
Oh, that's funny.
both were doing it.
Yeah.
Yes, I also.
So respectful. I mean,
It is a chess tournament.
yeah.
It feels wrong to be saying your thoughts in the middle of a
Yeah, yeah.
game because it's so unusual in a chess tournament.
Yeah. No, it's very, very unusual, of course.
You go to a tournament like now with all this chess current events. Like I went to the stall, right? I peed 4 times during this game. So now because of all the chess current events, I'm thinking like, am I peeing too much? Like, am I setting off suspicion? And then I was like, oh, like should I like? There's 6 stalls downstairs. I was like, should I just do a different one each time? So there's like no like obviously we're all friends here, but I was just like, now all these current events and the story from Spain, I'm thinking like, in an open tournament, how do these people like not, are not worried about this stuff? Like,
Yeah.
and it's good because I lost, but like, yeah, I don't know. All of this chess drama that goes on now has me thinking of completely insane random thoughts. Like, should I change the stall I go to? Like,
But nobody's gonna be thinking that, Larry.
yeah, well, especially games like this, and if it keeps going. But like, no, I
No
told
matter
you
what.
yesterday, like my thoughts all during the chess game are completely all over the place. So I was like, oh, like I hope the production's good. And then I was like going into the stall, like I went in the stall like 3 times. Like maybe I shouldn't.
Big Mike.
Yeah, I was. I went to the stall and there's like a big like somebody like with a knife carved Big Mike in the stall.
Wow.
Yeah, Big Mike. No, I mean he's very big. I don't know. But like, no, not the confessional. The toilet stall.
That we heard it in the confessional
Yeah,
clip, yeah.
yeah, somebody named Big Mike at some point. Like, shout out to Big Mike.
Gotta put Big Levy in there.
I will. The next time I go for 10 minutes, like, like with a knife. Okay, this nonsense.
Okay, well, thank you very much for all your thoughts.
Yeah, no, and thank you so much for this amazing show. I mean, this was crazy to watch. I don't know how we're gonna do this for 21 more games. I think that we both felt like all kinds of emotions. We were screaming, we were smiling, we were crying. I mean, it was all kinds of crazy things. And my heart, I don't think it's gone this fast and so long. Mom, I fully understand now why you react the way you do when I'm playing tournaments, because I got to feel exactly how you feel when I play chess, and I don't know how I'm gonna do this for 21 more games, but I will do my very best. It was a lot of emotions. So yeah, thank you so much for playing. It was amazing, and I think everyone loved it as well. So
You're welcome.
tomorrow we
Do our best.
Tomorrow we go again, round 2. We're still in the classical portion, and we want to thank our sponsors as well. We want to thank Svarta Hästen for allowing us to play over there. Also, we want to thank so much to Surfshark for sponsoring the prize money. $10,000 is what we have on the line here. And also Blitz Fuel, of course. We're going to be drinking some amazing energy drinks these next few days. Mom, you'll be able to try some. I know you don't drink a lot of energy drinks, but you can.
Just pump Pia full of Blitz fuel and see what happens.
For the Blitz.
So yeah, no, we're just very thankful, and also Take 6 Takes is also sponsoring us this event. So yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching, and thank you so much for the support. This match is just gonna get more intense and crazier for each day. Don't miss it. Round 2 tomorrow at 3 p.m. CEST on the same channels. We'll be back very soon. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you so much for the show. I realized we don't have the ending screen. Okay, I'm just gonna read something. We do. Wait. Oh, I'm proud.
Perfect.
Mm. Okay, let's just rate someone. Okay. On YouTube, you will not be able to get a raid, but on YouTube, you will not be able to get a raid. But thank you so much for watching, and we will be back tomorrow. Don't miss it. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you so much. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Thank you so much for watching. Go wave. Okay, there we go.